With the ambition to become one of the constellations of humanity, they slaughtered their own kind. But ironically, the one qualified to become a constellation also perished. The world immediately fell into ruin. In that dark night, Kim Simon, a level 1 alchemist with no magical ability, created a mythical item called the Stone of Extraction, an item that could have been a miracle for mankind. In this rebirth, 11 years in the past, the miserable life of a powerless man will become a legend, with the ability to craft items beyond the mythical grade. In a ravaged city littered with corpses, a figure ran swiftly past. The girl sped forward. Behind her, urgent shouts echoed, "She's getting away. Don't let her escape." 2 men with swords pursued her. Suddenly, a hand reached out, commanding, "That's enough." The men stopped immediately. That person was the 6th-ranked Grandmaster Dongli Chu. Further pursuit is useless. His eyes gleamed. The ceremony is what's most important now. He then glanced around. His gaze landed on a young man named Kim Si-hook. Impressive for someone from such a small country. But this is as far as he goes. A fallen hero like him isn't qualified to transcend the limits. With that, Dongli Chu laughed heartily and declared, "Ah, Dongli Chu is the one worthy of becoming a god." He seemed crazed. "Do you see, Dongli Chu, have kept my promise to you." A giant crimson eye and streaks of lightning tore through the space. It slowly opened. "Indeed, you have done it, Dongli Chu." He laughed. "Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Elevate me to become Earth's constellation, to become a celestial god." The eye praised very well. The system activated immediately, requesting the birth of constellation for Earth number 274. Analyzing target not qualified. Hearing this, Dongli Chu was stunned. Expanding search parameters. Confirmed. The qualified candidate for constellation is deceased. That person is Si-hook. There is no longer a reason to continue. "The galactic arena on Earth number 274. Dongli Chu shouted in disbelief. "No, what is this?" "The protection rights of Earth number 274 have been revoked. The galactic arena on Earth is terminated." Then the eye spoke. "Oh, it seems you are not qualified, Dongli Chu." He fumed. "You dare deceive me. You clearly said that if I killed Kim Si-hook, I could become a constellation." "Yes, that is what I said, as you wished. I requested your ascension. It's just that you were not qualified." As it finished speaking, crimson lightning bolts struck him down. The rest of his group got caught in the blast too. Though injured, Dongli Chu remained defiant. "You bastard!" It laughed gloatingly. "How amusing. This moment always brings me such pleasure. I will enjoy devouring your world." Elsewhere, rain was pouring down. Suddenly, the girl from before burst through the door calling Kim Simon. She asked, "What are you doing now?" Books and ingredients were scattered on the floor. Simon was focused on something. "You're here." She scolded him. "The whole world is in chaos, and you're calmly doing this." He replied, "What else can an alchemist do but alchemy? Seriously." She then threw a bag down. "Here, take this." Simon's eyes widened in shock, holding the potion in his hand. He wondered, "What is this?" She said helplessly, "You don't recognize it, just as you predicted. That bastard Dongli Chu betrayed your brother. But Si-hook didn't use this. I thought he would, but after all the guild members died, he threw it to me." "I see," she continued. "Anyway, I've repaid my debt to you." He asked, "What debt?" Simon sighed. Are you still holding on to that?" She scratched her head. "No, it's just that a part of my revenge was because of your brother." But Simon interrupted, "That's not it. Your revenge was justified, and those guys deserve to be punished. Your revenge and Dongli Chu are 2 separate issues. You're something else." After speaking, she opened the door. Simon was surprised. "What, you're leaving already?" She answered confidently, "I need to fight. I saw that bastard Dongli Chu summon something horrible." "What? You saw the system message, right? That the protection rights have been revoked." "Yes, it appeared suddenly and startled me. It said that the qualified candidate for constellation is deceased. If there's such a thing as a constellation qualification, it must be my brother, Kim Si-hook the Sword Saint. I don't know about others, but I know him well. I'm the only one who knows Si-hook's status. I don't know what's going on, but things are really going to hell." She warned, "This place probably isn't safe anymore either. You could really die." Simon was confused. "But why aren't you running away?" She laughed. "You know I'm not the type to run. I don't have any reason to live anymore. Anyway, don't throw that away. Be sure to drink it, because the proud sword saint gave his life for it." "Simon, I'm sorry, but it was originally mine." "Oh, is that so? Anyway, I'm leaving, and thanks for everything." Finally, she left. Simon called out status window, looking at it. He sighed. "As expected, my stats are pathetic. Now everything is meaningless." Then he decided, "I need a power source for my alchemy. Everything is perfect." Clutching the potion tightly in his hand, he recalled, "After awakening, I poured all my time into this result. Without the 6 treasures jade tablet, I couldn't have even dreamed of this. Perhaps because all that's left is resentment, my spirit hasn't broken. I even managed to create the elixir, the pinnacle of alchemy. I can't believe I actually did it." Finally, Simon poured the potion into the magic circle he had drawn. Si-hook masuk. Thanks to you two, I've achieved the two biggest goals of my life before I die. I don't know if it will succeed in this environment, but the foundation of alchemy has always been equivalent exchange. Lightning bolts struck the magic circle one by one, Simon cried out in surprise. The entire house glowed amidst the dark space. Then a blue stone appeared. A legendary product has been synthesized. Simon was overjoyed. Success. 5,000 achievement points have been received. This category has been deactivated due to its disappearance. Looking at the stone, Simon understood. So this is it. The system announced, "This is the Stone of Extraction, a legendary product of alchemy." Simon held it in his hand, soulbound item. A second later, a drop of blood shot out from his hand. It immediately turned red, binding with Kim Simon. Looking at the crimson stone in his hand, Simon was amazed, and a powerful energy radiated from it. Then it embedded itself in his chest. Simon fell to his knees, enduring the pain. Suddenly, the house shook. Masuk had returned, appearing before Simon. His face was filled with panic. Simon was logged out. The Crimson Eye had also found its way here. The Stone of Extraction. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. Simon looked up anxiously at the overwhelming presence. This is the power of the dimension that has the potential to birth a constellation. What is this? This is an unimaginable harvest. Though he couldn't understand it, Simon was filled with hatred. It's all because of that bastard Masuk Sihuk, damn it. If only my magical ability wasn't so pathetic. Just then, the system displayed synchronization complete. The Stone of Extraction has been set in place. The magic stat has been converted into a unique stat. Synergy power. Achievement unique stat has been obtained. Unique stat has been received. A strange energy emanated from Simon's chest. Then he realized synergy power, anything I desire. To fight back against that bastard. To live a life no longer pathetic. Searching for a suitable target in the owner's catalog. Search failed. Expanding search parameters. By consuming synergy power. Search complete. The most suitable target is the Book of 6X. Synergy power required for equivalent exchange is insufficient. Simon clutched his head in pain. Based on the owner's current state, the Stone of Extraction will use its own synergy power to begin an independent synthesis process. Then Simon raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The eye seemed to be shaken. The birth of a divine item, never before created, has caused the eyelid of XXX, its original owner, to twitch. He has turned his attention to player Kim Simon. This can't be unbelievable. How could a human create the product of a father, fool for the first time? The attention of a constellation has been received. 1,000 achievement points have been awarded. A series of system windows appeared, but Simon was on the verge of death. I don't know what's happening, but at least I really managed to fight back against that bastard. That was his last thought before he left this world. In a sun-drenched city, sunlight streamed through a window. Simon suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? His eyes fell upon a desk and chair in the corner. Simon was startled. He recognized it. My old studio apartment. That crimson eye. Was that just a hallucination? But the feeling I went through was so real, like death. I still can't forget it. The vibration of a phone caught Simon's attention. He picked it up, puzzled. Only China and the US still had phone service. But both were in chaos too. That's why I gave up using a phone long ago. Looking at the date and missed calls on the screen, Simon suddenly realized, 2030. I've gone back 11 years. I've returned to my 28-year-old self. I remember it clearly. Back then, the Stone of Extraction took control of my body and performed some kind of synthesis. Did it bring me back? Wait a minute. This feeling is different from before. Even though I've returned 11 years to when I was 28, I can't be happy. That was a very difficult time. Because of the magical impotence caused by that incident, my eyesight was so bad I had to wear glasses, and all my senses were dulled. But now, the heavy, suffocating feeling of magical impotence is completely gone. I need to check more closely. Simon called out status window. Looking at the information, he was astonished. Wait, instead of magical impotence, it's now Stone of Extraction. So the Stone of Extraction that was in my chest, it became my trait after the binding process. Anyway, the Stone of Extraction has granted my wish. Phew, I never thought this day would come. The feeling of magical impotence that shackled me, my whole life is gone. I can't stand it anymore. Feeling this clear-headed, I need a drink. Simon opened the fridge and cracked open a can. As he drank, he thought, more than one or two things have changed. Since the magical impotence disappeared, my overall stats have been restored to their original state. Finishing the drink, he felt satisfied. The taste of beer, really. I can finally feel it. The average stats for a level 1 is 5 in all stats. I'm just 1 point short in each stat. But a stat of 10 is something only outstanding rookies have. But then his eyes caught something. Synergy power 10. Wait, not magic power, but synergy power. The system said it clearly. Unique stat. So I've become the owner of a unique stat. Amazing. And at level 1. In my past life, only a handful of players had unique stats. Most of them became high-ranking figures, like Sehook or Dongli. Chu. Simon slammed the can on the table. You never know where life will take you. By the way, what's going on with the achievement points? 500 achievement points. I don't know where I got them, but I'll worry about that after the achievement shop opens. Let's see Pioneer of Alchemy. Simon went from one surprise to another. This is crazy. A profession-related title, and it's an enhancement type. Even Masuk, who was a late bloomer among the high rankers, dominated thanks to a powerful title from the Heavenly Demon. And now I have one like that. Let's check the other titles. Is there a better one? Next was one who attracts gazes from the outside. Simon was surprised. When did I get this title? Gazes from the outside. What exactly is the outside? Is it just a useless trait? Oh well, better than nothing. The most important thing is that my magical impotence has been cured. By the way, let's test something. First, deconstruct the ignition formula, transform it into a form suitable for magic, then channel synergy power into it. At that moment, the power in his hand vanished, just as I expected. Even though it's the same type of power, using synergy power for magic is impossible. Simon opened a drawer and took out a piece of chalk. He thought it'll be different if I draw a synthesis circle. Synthesis originally requires drawing a synthesis circle. Simon focused. If there's a disadvantage of not being able to use magic, there must be a huge advantage in synthesis. Let's try drawing a synthesis circle. Just then, the stone of extraction on his chest glowed. Simon was confused. What's this? Is my body rejecting it? Could it be the stone of extraction? It spoke a series of incomprehensible words. Simon thought, it's calling this method crude and barbaric. Why use such an inefficient way? Come to think of it, ever since I got the stone of extraction, how have I been thinking about synthesis? Simon remembered the finger snap. He closed his eyes to feel it. It seems the thing I want to synthesize is the shape of a spear. Yes, like the spear that bastard Donglichu used. A spear would be perfect. If it has special abilities or additional options, the stronger the better. The price to pay for the synthesis is my synergy power. As he finished the thought, a stream of power shot into him, making Simon cry out in pain. His hand tried to resist. The system announced, synergy power is completely insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. Simon was frustrated. Damn it. The stone of extraction is unstable, searching for an alternative. The owner has found a solution from available resources. The stone of extraction requests 1,000 achievement points to restore a stable state. What do you accept? What 1,000,000 points? Simon gritted his teeth and thought again. The stone of extraction cured my magical impotence. It's a shame, but it also sent me back 11 years. You've proven your worth, so I'll trust you, stone of extraction. He pressed yes. Immediately, 1,000 points were consumed. Simon was also healed. The stone of extraction has fully recovered from its unstable state. Simon was delighted. Great, now alchemy is much easier to control. Simon raised his hand. So it should work now, right? He snapped his fingers, but nothing happened. Synergy power is insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. He grumbled again. What the hell are you demanding that's so great? This is so frustrating. Even when I was in a desperate situation due to impotence, I still synthesized legendary products. And now I can't even synthesize a spear with some special abilities. The stone of extraction requests 500 achievement points to establish an exchange for the insufficient equivalent. Simon was annoyed. After spending 1,000,000 points, another 500 is nothing, right? He accepted. Fine. I've already spent 1,000,000 points. What's another 500? Simon selected yes. Then he raised his hand again. He prayed silently, please. This had better be worth it. A brilliant golden light erupted from his hand. Simon's eyes lit up. A passerby was startled. Whoa! That scared me. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It crashed through this window of Simon's room. A cluster of lightning slowly gathered. Simon watched bewildered as the floor in front of him shattered. The system announced, Constellation number 30 is observing you. He was in a land shrouded in mist in a palace. The system announced, a number of constellations have shown interest in Simon. He was surprised. What constellations? Why are constellations suddenly paying attention to me? The constellations of Olympus are surprised by the mark left on you. The constellations of Olympus hastily keep their distance. Only 3 kings remained sitting firmly unwavering. One sat majestically in the center. Among them, the ruler of Olympus shows great interest in you. Simon was surprised. The constellations of Olympus are retreating because of a mark left on me. Could it be because of that title? A spear appeared in front of him. But what's with this movement? Lightning continued to strike it. Simon reached out and grabbed the spear. He struggled to hold it. Then he read the system window. Astrope, Zeus's spear. Simon was shocked. What the hell, Astrope? Isn't this the main weapon of the Lightning Emperor? Alexander. The Lightning Emperor. Alexander, even after losing his connection, he still maintained his position as a high ranker. Moreover, even as a spear user, his attack power was on par with the lightning magic of high-ranking magic-type players. Really? I can't believe I synthesized a weapon like this. But compared to the real Astropy, the thing that could incinerate everything around it, just by being equipped, this thing looks pretty mediocre, just as its rank suggests it's just a fake. Even Zeus only showed interest, and hasn't made any sponsorship offers yet. But that's not surprising. Suddenly, Simon realized something. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, the system never said that. Synthesis was impossible. On the contrary, if I can meet the synthesis requirements, does that mean I can synthesize the real Astropy? My magical impotence being cured, and going back 11 years was already a miracle. But if I can synthesize legendary-grade weapons just by performing an equivalent exchange, this alchemy is truly an insane ability. Suddenly, the spear in his hand disappeared. What's this? The backlash from the synthesis. What about my achievement points, damn it? I spent 500 achievement points at level 1. The value of 500 achievement points is enormous. I take back what I said before. Now this is an insane ability in a different sense. Losing 500 achievement points is really discouraging. The stone of extraction is minimizing the backlash. Simon was surprised. It's returning the achievement points spent on the synthesis. He immediately called up the status window. Looking it over, he remarked. It's completely different from the initial status window. Before there was no level and the rank was just a question mark. Is this due to the binding and the time reversal? Stone of extraction. Let me ask you two things. If this change happened because of the binding, does that mean your growth is influenced by me? It immediately responded to Simon. He laughed in confirmation. I see. Outside the evening was setting, but Simon was still experimenting with synergy power in his own room. Magic-type players have to go through an incantation process. Even alchemy requires drawing circles and preparing ingredients. Who would have thought that circle-less synthesis would be so effective? It completely surpasses synthesis with circles. This is a revolution in alchemy, no in the entire field of magic. The cup and clock under his power began to crack. Thanks to this, I've mastered a new synthesis method. With my current level of alchemy, the tutorial stage will be no problem. It's definitely 5 p.m. today. Right, January 17th, 2030, 5 p.m. I can't forget it. That was the day I received the first summons for the tutorial stage. To be recognized as a true player of the arena. How ironic. Of all days, I went back in time to the exact day of the summons. The tutorial event then must be territory conquest. With my magical impotence, I couldn't even enter the territory. I got an arrow straight through my head. But now, I'm not afraid anymore because I have my new alchemy. Speaking of which, I got a message earlier. Simon reached for his phone. The screen showed missed calls from Sihuk and Du Yong. Simon blamed himself. Sihuk, my happy, naive brother. Shameful. I should have fulfilled my responsibility as a brother. Sihuk's messages were all bragging about his achievements. Simon smiled helplessly. You sent so many, kiddo. You were such a bright kid back then. I didn't realize at the time how much pain you were suffering inside. Now that I've gone back in time, I know. The Galactic Arena's target is my little brother. I can change everything from now on. But first, I need to fix my relationship with him. But what should I send? I don't know what to say. Why am I so nervous about this? So annoying. Then Simon decided to send a message to Sihuk. Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking at Du Yong displayed on the phone, his hand trembled. That's right, at this point, you're still alive. His whole face became emotional. But then he sighed, calming himself down. Calm down. That hasn't happened yet. I can change it. Just thinking about that scene made Simon clench his teeth. No, I have to change it. The system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in the arena tutorial. Summon time 9 minutes 59 seconds. If you have arena access equipment, please equip it before use. This time for sure. He clenched the blanket. The miserable life of a magically impotent man, and all the misfortunes to come. I'll destroy it all and rebuild from scratch. Then Simon made a decision. I request early entry. Welcome to the tutorial stage. The event for this stage is Territory Conquest. There are 100 participants. Simon had entered. Just like before, it's the wide forest map again. It really feels like I've gone back in time. Earn points by capturing territories or eliminating other players. The tutorial stage will begin now. It's been a while since I've been in the arena. This time, I'll play it safe and aim for the top rank. The system displayed again. The gaze of the constellation Zeus is focusing more on you. This confused Simon. The constellation Zeus has given you a quest. Quest window has been activated. Sponsorship window has been activated. Quests and sponsorships usually only open after completing the tutorial stage, and it's activated now. The quest was for Simon to achieve first place in this event, typical of the god who rules Olympus. If you don't get first place, he won't even bother to look at you. Right? To offer a reward of 1,000 points for a tutorial event. Achievement. He was determined. I have to get first place no matter what. Hey, Lord Zeus, if you could add another 100 points, it would be more interesting. As he said that, lightning flashed right above his head. Simon quickly took back his words. Just kidding. Then he left. For the ruler of Olympus, you're surprisingly stingy. Elsewhere, blood splattered on a tree. A person had been hit by an arrow from behind. The shooter laughed with delight. As expected, the rewards are sweet, worthy of a major corporation. Even consumable items, like this, are high grade. This person was Kim Min-dong of the Samsung Guild. He was cunning. The guild just told me to come back alive. But I can't just stop there. After getting kicked out of that damn academy, I can't just remain an ordinary member of the guild. I'll make them regret abandoning someone like me. Sometime later, the sun was high in the sky. Simon's footsteps moved slowly. He looked around as if searching for something. I remember it was around here. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a stream. Simon was happy. Found it. He felt nostalgic. It's been a while since I've seen this stream. Min-dong from a tree spotted Simon. He drew his bow. A participant with no equipment in this match. How lucky. No matter how good his trait is, without equipment, he's still a newbie. Thanks for the free kill. With that, the arrow flew swiftly towards Simon. He just raised his hand as it was about to hit. The next second, the water erupted to snap the arrow in half. Simon was indifferent. I knew it. Did he see the enemy was that guy? The tree exploded right after, knocking Min-dong down. He was annoyed. Damn it, a mage. Even so, to lose to someone with no equipment. Take this. But before he could finish, a look of astonishment crossed his face. A series of small explosions forced Min-dong to dodge. Simon praised, not bad moves. What? He said enthusiastically, I was aiming straight for your head. Impressive. Dying at the hands of someone like this would be satisfying. Min-dong was provoked to annoyance. Yu-hee charged forward. What are you rambling about? Although Simon attacked, Min-dong managed to dodge most of it, holding a dagger in his hand. He annoyedly repeated Simon's words. A B-grade trait, swift movement, huh? But Min-dong realized the problem. What? How did you know that? Simon just smiled brightly. Just as he was about to make a move, Simon had controlled the pile of earth piercing through Min-rong. He coughed up blood. The guy from the Simon Academy finally understood. Ah, you're asking if I'm from the Awakened Academy, he sighed. There's no way a place like that would accept someone like me. A loud noise echoed through the forest. After dealing with it, Simon let out a sigh of relief. He assessed, looking at your full set of gear. You must be a rookie from some reputable guild. You're probably using a high-quality connection device. So the reality shock would be minimal if this were an official arena. You would have been dead long ago. He looked at his hand again. Thinking back, I entered without a connection device. Elimination in an official arena means death. Unlike logging out in reality like now, it's real death. Moreover, an official arena doesn't just end with the death of the eliminated player. If the arena isn't completed, it will lead to an outbreak in the related country. And if it's a dungeon or a raid, the unkilled monsters will be released into the real world. For that reason, the number of top rankers a nation possesses directly correlates with their national strength. Unfortunately, after that event, Korea, like the small nations that had disappeared before it, couldn't stop the outbreak and was destroyed. Simon held his head, reminding himself, those things haven't happened yet. Focus on the present. First, let's check the current situation. Rank 1 and 2 have only gotten 1 or 2 kills. Simon's eyes were full of confusion. He wondered, why are the kill counts so low? It's been a while since the tutorial phase started. Then Simon suddenly realized, I guess everyone's playing it safe in the early stages? Well, this is a gold-tier event like territory conquest, so the MMR must be pretty high. The participants probably have high-level traits, stats, and gear right from level 1. The more they have, the more they're afraid of losing. Some have already entered the territory. If the territory score is 48, they haven't been in for long, given the nature of the event. Territory score is more important than kills to get rank 1. But for now, I need to get more used to this synthesis method. Simon cheerfully decided I'll kill a few more, so I'll wipe out those who want to play it safe. In the forest, a person was running frantically. Every step was a gasp for breath. He looked back in panic. This is insane! Sharp spikes shot up from the ground, logging him out on the spot. He's gone. The killer was Simon. He exclaimed, damn, he's fast. Even in heavy armor, he's still that fast. He must have a speed-related trait too. If I hadn't struck first, I would have let him get away. At that moment, another one appeared behind him. He quickly charged. Simon looked back warily. He snapped his fingers and that one logged out too. Simon was wary. Anyway, these guys are just hyenas waiting for an opportunity. A system window appeared, surprising Simon. Repeated synthesis increases your synthesis power. The level of the extraction stone has increased. Simon assessed. Stat increases are common at low levels, but I didn't expect the level of the extraction stone could also increase. The idea of practicing while hunting those who play it safe is really effective. A moment later, Simon was satisfied. This is the 11th one I've taken down. Now I probably won't be ambushed anymore, right? He looked up at the pillar of light. The territory is close. I should probably head in. Simon walked leisurely through the forest. Suddenly he noticed something. Looking at the sand being blown by the wind, Simon wondered, what is this? So many bodies before even entering the territory. Simon paid attention to the arena leaderboard. After reading it, Simon was shocked. From rank 1 to rank 4, the territory scores are almost the same. Right, moreover, all 4 of them have been in the top. Since the beginning of the tutorial phase, that means they're teaming up. This is a clear violation of the rules. No matter how badly they want to be on top, teaming up during the tutorial phase, Simon guessed, where are they? Are they camping in the territory? A tank in front, an archer in the back, and 2 swordsmen on the sides. Perfect. With this formation, it's hard to be a scavenger like a hyena. I was planning to save as much as possible, since the mission reward is split in half, but now I have no choice. Simon created lightning in his palm. If you guys are going to play like that, then I'll have to become a thug too. On the other side, a girl's eyes were glowing. She expanded her search range. Another one called out, "Hey, Lycian, do you see anything?" She replied, "I don't think anyone else is coming." He laughed. "Your eyes are blurry from running out of aura." She was annoyed. "What are you talking about?" "Besides, my clairvoyance uses magic, not aura." He teased, "Oh, really, that's great. You use your leftover aura to hunt for kills, right?" Lycian sighed. "But why do I need to, when your kill count is even lower?" "Honestly, that's so unfair. Everyone has over 5 kills except me." "Well, who told you to pick a tank?" "That's hilarious." "This is ridiculous. What can I do when my trait turned out like this?" "I didn't choose this trait either." Someone came to intervene. "All right, that's enough." She said, "Kim Jae-won, your territory score is over 60% now. I'll help you get kills from now on." Jae-won was surprised. "Huh? Are you serious? I'm counting on you, man." Lycian wondered, "Appa, can we go outside the territory now?" "Outside, yeah, the number of participants has dropped a lot. It's so stuffy in the territory." "Are you worried about that Kim Simon guy?" She reassured him, "Don't worry. I know most of the rookies from the guilds, and that name Kim Simon isn't on any list." But Kang Ho-jong thought that was even more worrying. "A guy with an unknown name got 11 kills. Lycian continued, "But I don't think we need to be scared. You know, right? All the participants this time are a bunch of idiots. That Kim Simon guy or whatever is probably just a scavenger. If he was that good, he would have entered the territory by now." Then she came over to flatter him. "If you're worried, then let's just patrol around here while maintaining our formation. I'm bored. We trained hard, right?" Kang Ho-rang closed his eyes and contemplated. As Se-yun said, "After all 4 of us failed the previous training, we gritted our teeth and trained hard. Thanks to that, our guild, Scorpion, even provided us with equipment. As a result, the 4 of them have been at the top so far. Well, even though we're cooperating," Sean grumbled, "have some confidence. Even if we cooperate, someone we've never even heard of." Suddenly she noticed something. From the forest, Se-yun's eyes lit up. She had spotted Simon. Immediately, she skillfully drew an arrow. Se-yun aimed. "He's here!" Kang Ho-jang looked over. "What?" She shot an arrow towards Simon. "I see you hiding over there." It flew straight towards its target. That person was Simon with his hood pulled over his head. His eyes widened as if casting a spell. The arrow immediately snapped in 2. Simon controlled the sand beneath Se-yun's feet. Seeing this, she was shocked. Her teammates were too. "Magic. A type of magic." Simon smiled. "I thought I hid pretty well. Celestial Eye?" Her eyes widened in fear. "How did you know?" Simon was sinister. I have my reasons. I've studied a lot about traits." Se-yun still refused to give up and shot arrows at him, taunting, "Oh, really? Want me to check if you've learned enough to lose your head?" Suddenly a voice stopped them. "Wait!" Footsteps approached from behind. Kang Ho-jong spoke with a menacing aura. "Kim Simon?" "Right. Yes." Simon wondered, "And you are?" He replied, "Kang Ho-jong." He commented, "Seeing you at rank 1. You must be the leader, right?" "That's right," Kang Ho-rang said coldly. "I'll make it short. Kim Simon joined our group." Se-yun was surprised. "Appa, what do you mean?" Jae-won was also shocked. "Huh, are you crazy? How do you know that guy won't backstab us?" Ho-rang explained. 11 kills with no special equipment. He must have a magic's-type ability, of at least S rank. I'll help you get to rank 1. Se-yun's hand grabbed his shoulder. "Wait, Ho-rang! Are you in your right mind? That guy is a magic type. If he really betrays us, we'll all die." But he argued, cooperating with someone who has a magic ability at that level brings more benefits than risks. But Oppa magic is so rare. Even in our Scorpion Guild it's the same. Not to mention 11 kills. No matter how good you are at scavenging, that number is too ridiculous. Then he advised, "Think bigger, Lycian. If we can form a connection with someone with a magic ability like this, our status in the guild will be elevated." Hearing this, Simon scratched his head and laughed. "Ha, you guys are ridiculous. Why do you think I would accept this offer?" "What isn't it obvious? The way you talk. It's like you're taking it for granted that I'll join." Ho-rang held his face. "You don't like it. Anyway, magic, I'll apologize for that. Simon was nonchalant. I'm well aware of the arrogance of those with magic abilities, but I'm not that kind of person. He wondered as he said those words, so what's the problem? Simon pointed out bluntly, cooperation. Ho-Rang still didn't understand. Cooperation? What's wrong with that? Simon teased. You're asking because you don't know. Cooperation is a clear violation of the rules. If this tutorial phase were to be broadcast, you guys would definitely be heavily criticized. But Ho-Rang's eyes had turned angry. I don't care. Why should I care about public opinion when there's no penalty? Hearing that, Simon called out softly, Hey Kang Ho-Rang, look at your gear. You must be from a pretty famous guild. How are you going to handle the consequences? Do you have no pride? Ho-Rang gritted his teeth, annoyed by the taunt. Just because you killed a few bugs, you're already so smug. Ho-Rang raised his hand high. Our Scorpion Guild only cares about results. As long as the results are good, nothing else matters. And we're a perfectly coordinated team of 4. Completely different from the idiots you caught. He continued to call out, so join us, Kim Simon. This is your last chance. Simon took off his hood, worthy of the Scorpion Guild. There's no reason to continue this conversation. He pointed straight at him. Hey, Kang Ho-Rang, worry about yourself. With that, he snapped his fingers. A series of lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking right where the group was standing. They had to cover their eyes because it was so bright. Ho-Jang slowly opened his eyes. Jawan panicked. What was that? Simon took out his spear. First place is mine anyway. Why should I lower myself by using these dirty cooperation tactics? Ho-Jang announced to his teammates, negotiations have failed. He then turned and called to Lee Seon. She immediately understood. I know. An arrow was quickly shot. Simon remained calm and pointed his spear forward. Die! A fierce bolt of lightning shot straight forward. It clashed head-on with the arrow that Seon had shot. She was shocked. What the? Simon's target was all 4 of them. The next second, the Scorpion Guild members were wiped out. Simon laughed triumphantly. He looked at them fallen with great satisfaction. Simon couldn't believe he had only used 10% of its power. He suddenly realized, but something's not right. Then he looked behind him. Ho-Rang was charging. Simon smiled confidently. You're still alive. The 2 got into an attack stance. Ho-Rang's eyes reflected Simon's move. Knowing there was danger, he surrounded himself with a layer of black and purple smoke. A second later, he disappeared. Simon was wary. A rank trait, Shadow Shift. He dodged Astropy with that trait. At that moment, he appeared behind Simon. Ho-Rang slowly raised his sword, preparing to strike. All his anger was channeled into this one blow. Die! But Simon just snapped his fingers. The ground turned into sharp spikes, impaling him. His 2 hands holding the sword hadn't even come down yet. He trembled in utter disbelief. This can't be. Even after using so many attribute magics, like that you still have energy left. Simon was smug. It's just something a little different. Come on, Kang Ho-Rang, get out of here. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. With that, he disappeared. The system displayed, you have reached 100% occupation points. The owner of the occupied area has been determined. Simon was satisfied. Done. You have achieved first place in the tutorial phase. You have received the title Ruler of the Tutorial Phase. He read the system window a little annoyed. If I hadn't used Astropy, I would have gotten the full 1,000 points. So in total, I earned 750 achievement points. Plus, when I return to the real world, the reward from completing the arena will be waiting for me. Simon was happy. I gained a lot from this tutorial phase. Looking forward to what's next. You will be returned to your original position shortly. Yes. Scene changed to Scorpion Guild headquarters, Seoul Special City. The Vice Guildmaster of the Scorpion Guild read the report and questioned, Hey, Kang Ho-Rang. Yes, Vice Guildmaster. He crumpled the paper in his hand. You think this is reasonable? It's not that you were defeated by someone extremely strong or encountered another group that cooperated, but you lost in a direct confrontation against someone with no equipment at all. Ho-Rang was helpless. I have no excuse. He growled reproachfully. As you know, I don't blame someone for lacking skill. That's something that even money can't fix. But listen, the Vice Guildmaster slapped Ho-Rang hard. Losing despite cooperating is something I cannot forgive. Cooperation is an act that damages your reputation. Do you understand what that means? Faced with his anger, Ho-Jang could only bow his head and beg for forgiveness. I'm sorry. The Vice Guildmaster threw a file on the table. Here. Ho-Jang stared intently at it. He was a little startled. This is, he confirmed. Yes, the bill for those who, despite receiving the guild's full support, still failed to pass the tutorial phase and only caused more trouble. He warned it stipulates that for the next 15 days, all the rewards you earn will be transferred to the Scorpion Guild. Read it carefully and sign. Suddenly, a hand went up. Jawan spoke up. This contract seems a bit excessive. But the next second, something flew past his face. The Vice Guildmaster had grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He growled, letting him know, when you're stupid, your body has to bear the consequences. Do you really want to die? Jawan quickly begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Vice Guildmaster. Witnessing this scene, the others didn't dare to say anything else and told each other, sign it quick. Scene changed to Sung Sam Guild headquarters, Seoul Special City. Manager Park Min-cheon was resting his chin on his hand, contemplating. Unbelievable. He quickly waved his hand. I'm not blaming you. It's just that this story is truly unbelievable. Myung-young grumbled, I feel the same way. The fact that magic can be deployed like that without an incantation is shocking enough. But to think that he got 15 kills, and he did it alone, taking down 4 top players who were cooperating. That's right, I opened the arena board and confirmed it in real time. Min-cheon pushed up his glasses, satisfied. I see. The details will be in the report. You can leave now. The 3 of them were still worried, but Min-cheon cut them off. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, our Sung. Sam Guild doesn't punish anyone for failing in the tutorial phase. You can do better next time. The 3 of them replied in unison, ah yes. Then they left cheerfully. Min-cheon watched them go, very satisfied. By the way, he took down 4 cooperating players by himself. He turned and asked, Jeonhee, any information? She replied, Manager Park, we're on it. Min-cheon smiled. But if I call you Vice Guildmaster, you'll sulk, right? She grumpily handed him a document. I'm not sulking. Min-cheon looked at the document and commented. As expected, the Scorpion Guild was cooperating, right? Jeonhee confirmed, that's right. 3 of them have B-rank abilities. 1 A-rank? Min-cheon was confused. How did the Scorpion Guild, famous for their dirty play, manage to gather such talented people? No, that's not the question. How did one person manage to take down a cooperating group of that level? Jeonhee spoke up. It's definitely a magic class. They could have overwhelmed them with their unique attack power. At level 1 with that kind of power, even if that were possible, he would need a significant casting time. She reported that he activated the spell just by snapping his fingers. Could it be due to their trait, which is at least S rank or higher? Min-cheon continued, that's one way to look at it. But I have a different opinion, Vice Guildmaster. No matter how good their trait is, there's a limit at level 1. There must be something more. Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. She suddenly understood. You mean something like a constellation? Min-cheon confirmed, yeah, constellation. If it's a variable at that level, then that makes sense. Jeonhee sighed. But manager, he's only level 1. He just finished the tutorial. There's no way he could have received support from a constellation. Min-cheon fell into deep thought. Well, since the Galactic Arena appeared in 2015, constellations have only been present in the diamond rank and above. They've never appeared in the lower ranks, so perhaps he's an anomaly. Or there's something else that isn't a constellation. Either way, one thing is certain. He's someone we have to recruit. Jeonhee reminded him. The other guilds won't sit idly by either. Min-cheon smiled wryly. That's why the Vice Guildmaster will have to work a little harder. He pushed up his glasses. Right, Guildmaster. She was startled by the word. What? Just then, a dazzling golden light appeared beside her. A slender foot slowly stepped out with a grumble. You could just call me Miss. But when did you realize? This is an A-rank invisibility artifact. Min-cheon explained, I didn't know at first. But when we started talking about Kim Simon, I suddenly felt a presence. Anyway, what brings you here? You must be busy. You're in your final year, right? She sat on the table and sighed. I'm just bored. The academy doesn't mean anything to me. Min-cheon calculated, if you're really bored, why not try an arena match? She replied, I just finished one. Didn't you watch my live stream? He avoided the question. I'm sorry. There was an unexpected report, so I didn't have time to watch. She took the report from the table. No need to apologize. Is this it, the report that surprised Manager Park? Min-cheon quickly tried to stop her. Miss Yu-jung, you can't do that. This is top-secret guild information. She laughed. So what, I own the guild? He still wouldn't let her and snatched it away. But that doesn't mean... Give it here. She held it up higher. Oh, leaving him flustered. Miss Yu-jung. She read the name on the report. Kim Simon. Scene changed to a place where blue lightning is gradually appearing. In a flash, a spatial portal was formed. Simon slowly emerged from the portal. His feet touched the ground. I'm back. Simon quickly lay down on the bed. Finally done. You receive bonus experience as a reward for achieving first place in the tutorial. Your level has increased to 2. The level of the extraction stone has increased by 1. Reading the system window, Simon commented, considering the situation, if it weren't for the extraction stone, I could have reached level 3. He called up the status window. The status and title window immediately opened. Strength, agility, and stamina were still far behind alchemical power. What a huge difference. But that's actually an advantage. Simon clenched his fist. Why? Because a lower level with a higher extraction stone is beneficial in the arena. The idea is simple. In an arena where players of similar levels Fight everyone is at level 3. But if I secretly hide my true level, this will create a better parameter than any other. Innate stat. Simon exclaimed, "Very good, now let's check the titles." Simon clicked on the title Pioneer of Alchemy. This title hasn't changed at all. Simon suddenly thought of the demon tentacles. Damn it! Getting more titles is so hard. Damn it, but even. The demon tentacles once said that it's very difficult to upgrade her title. Ruler of the tutorial? Oh. A new title! So there are no other benefits. Well, that's how titles usually are. For some reason, titles were underrated even in my previous life. It's strange that I got a growth-type title from the start, but that's fine. Collecting 10 titles will upgrade the level of the achievement store. The achievement store will be unlocked upon reaching gold rank or higher. To buy stats there, collecting 10 titles is necessary. Now, where should I invest my remaining stat points? Remaining stat points 2. Should I invest them all in transmutation power? The extraction stone is powerful, but it can't break the fundamental law of equivalent exchange in alchemy, Simon cried. All right, I've already spent 1,000 points. What's another 500 points? To solve this problem, I need transmutation power. Why am I thinking like this? But I can't completely ignore my physical stats, just to focus on transmutation power. Even among high-ranking mages, physical ability sometimes makes the difference. This decision is really difficult. At least I should raise it to an average level. Upon awakening, it's 5, and considering the separate stat distribution, suddenly he realized something. Wait a minute. Simon clutched his chest. Extraction stone, let me ask you something. As long as equivalent exchange is possible, you can transmute anything. Right, it replied in a strange language. Simon asked further, so is human transmutation possible? But it remained silent. Simon thought to himself, well, that's understandable. Human transmutation is considered a taboo in alchemy, but I know very well that chimeras are the most prominent result of human transmutation. Sometimes they appear as monsters in the arena. However, they can also be used for good. Just like how science has advanced on 21st century Earth. The extraction stone said something. Simon was startled and asked, will I really only use it for good? He affirmed with certainty, that is my intention. My plan is to use it only to improve myself. But if I encounter a critical situation, I can't make any promises. After all, I have a goal I need to achieve. Hearing this, the stone provided more information. Simon was satisfied. I know. I'm fully aware of the dangers of human transmutation. Then it said something else that surprised Simon. That's not what you're worried about. An item opposite to the emerald tablet. What are you suddenly talking about? He asked again, so, you're talking about an item like the emerald tablet that contains the knowledge of your faction, it replied. That made Simon think, it's probably not that strange. The emerald tablet doesn't contain anything related to human transmutation. When I first got the emerald tablet, I remember having to go through a test. Ownership condition. Checking emerald tablet ownership condition. Condition confirmed. The emerald tablet recognizes you as its owner. The reason I, a mere level 1 at the time, could possess the emerald tablet is because of its binding nature, making it impossible for anyone else to use, and its anti-theft mechanism that incinerates intruders. Simon held his head thinking, to be more precise, it kills anyone who doesn't meet the ownership conditions. Thinking about it now gives me chills. If I hadn't met the conditions, I would have been burned to a crisp. Simon asked the extraction stone, you're worried that I won't meet the conditions for that transmutation item? Right, it replied. He was annoyed. So I should just ignore it. Suddenly it said something that made Simon's eyes light up. What you can partially block the penalty. If I don't meet the conditions, he requested, just tell me. At least you can prevent death, right? All right, since I'm an official player now, as long as I don't die, I can recover one way or another. First, I'll invest all my remaining stat points into alchemical power. Extraction stone. Can you give me a rough image of the transmutation material? Like the emerald tablet, but a different color. Simon closed his eyes. Got it. He focused, sensing a deep purple instead of green. And it has to work just like a modern smartphone screen. A modern smart screen, making it easy to browse any knowledge. Simon reached out. Your alchemical power is insufficient to perform the requested transmutation. He wasn't too surprised. I figured as much. To establish an equivalent exchange, though the extraction stone is insufficient, 10,000 achievement points are required. Do you accept what 10,000 points? I didn't see this coming. Simon was in disbelief. And this is considered cheap. Astrape only cost 500 points. Simon was speechless. Damn it. I busted my ass to save up 300 points, and now I'm about to blow a huge chunk of it. Still, he accepted. No other choice. You never know if you don't try. 10,000 achievement points have been deducted. Simon instantly felt a power surge from his hand. He was stunned to recognize this familiar energy. He slowly raised his hand, then snapped his fingers. The power gathered in his palm. The moment Simon snapped, the power erupted. Simon's entire body was enveloped in a purple aura. Something was coiling around his arm. Simon was shocked. Is it alive? You have created an unregistered mythic grade item. You have received 5,000 achievement points. The option for the title Pioneer of Alchemy has been enhanced. The title was upgraded. Simon read the system window. Reduces synthesis cost by 5%. This meant its effectiveness didn't just scale with level, but would keep growing as the title evolved. In conclusion, this synthesis cost reduction. No wonder the Magic Tentacles called it an exceptional growth-type title. This is way too OP. The constellations immediately focused their attention on Simon. He was baffled. What the hell is this? Is the thing in my hand another replica of the obsidian tablet? He was surprised. No way! I spent 10,000 achievement points for just 20% completion. Even Astrape was only 10% complete, with just 500 points. Simon buried his face in his hands with a sigh. Wait a second, don't tell me. This synthesized item has no side effects. The extraction stone said something that surprised Simon. It truly has no side effects. Does that mean it's permanent? Assuming a 20% completion rate per 10,000 points. Simon calculated, I just need to do this 4 more times. With 40,000 achievement points, I'll have a mythic grade item. This is nuts. Simon's expression turned sinister. The stone provided more information. Simon was confident. Don't worry. I'm prepared for any potential penalty. If the conditions aren't met, with a single touch I can contact my brother. Besides, I'm used to pain. As someone with arena sickness, intense, unbearable pain has been a lifelong companion. But if my guess is right, there won't be any penalty at all. Simon channeled his power into the tablet. As expected, purple tendrils slowly coiled around his arm. I don't feel any pain or pressure. The original owner of the constellation Black Sun seems very interested in me. No way a divine relic would harm me. The system announced the tablet. Requests to merge with the extraction stone. Simon's eyes widened in shock as pain flared through him. The extraction stone accepts the obsidian tablet's request. Simon was confused. Wait, what the hell? More and more tentacles wrapped around him. They threw Simon to the ground. He panicked. The tentacles, they're spreading all over my body. No, if this keeps up, my entire body will... A scream echoed from Simon's room, catching the attention of passers-by. Stop system notification. The obsidian tablet has successfully merged. Its grade has increased. Simon collapsed on the floor, exhausted. Arena event raid. 50 participants. Cooperation condition has been added. Simon materialized. I just finished the tutorial, and now there's already a raid event. Myung was also annoyed. This is gonna be tough. And there's a cooperation condition too, he speculated. Maybe this is still part of the placement matches. Who would have guessed a silver tier event would pop up here? It's definitely because that monster took me out in a flash last time. But in a way, this is also an opportunity. I might get another chance to scout the talent that I missed out on. Suddenly, more people appeared beside him, making him look over. The people from the other guild have arrived. What a raid. Just my luck. Why a raid instead of a defense mission? One man said confidently. Probably because my MMR is so high. I mean, I was ranked in the tutorial, wasn't I? Another complained. So it's your fault for making this harder. He reassured them, don't worry. I'll just carry you guys again. Myung noticed something. Wait, that emblem. It's those bastards from the Scorpion Guild. No matter the arena tier, there are always players known for their toxic playstyle or bad manners. But the Scorpion Guild is on a whole other level. First, they're a massive, undeniable force. Second, their toxic play is always backed by some weird philosophy and logic. They call it meticulous, pragmatism for victory. But in reality, they're just a bunch of thugs who use every dirty trick in the book. Myung held his head, exasperated. And they're in a party too. Damn it. There goes my chance to be a promising rookie. Gone. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke up. What's this? I heard it's a 5-man team, but there's only this one guy. Maybe the others haven't been matched yet. I'm curious. I wonder who they'll pair me with. That's so OP. Hearing that, the other guy remarked, still as arrogant as ever, huh? One of them noticed. Wait a second. Isn't that the mark of Sung Sam? You're from the Sung Sam Guild. What Sung Sam? Hey Choi John, you serious? Hey, you from Sung Sam, what's your name? Kim Myung. The man mumbled. Kim Myung, huh? Never heard of you. A Sung Sam member, and you're just a newbie who barely passed the tutorial. Is that it? No matter how bad things get, Sung Sam would never give their members gear below C rank. Right? I mean, those big guilds love to show off. If you got a high score in the tutorial, they'd even give you A rank gear. But it seems our Kim Myung here didn't get any rank at all, did he? Hearing this, Myung clenched his fists. These bastards. I have to hold it in, I have to. Even though I really want to kill these 3 right now. Is that guy trying to say something? He'll be taken down in a flash. They're stronger than me. If I do this, I'll lose. Choi John placed a hand on Myung's shoulder. He sneered. All right, Myung-Yong. We'll make sure you get through this. Just do exactly what we tell you to got it. Myung-Yong gritted his teeth. They're planning to hog all the rewards for themselves. Aren't they the bastards? Suddenly another flash of light appeared, catching their attention. What's that? Myung-Yong's eyes went wide when he saw who it was. Legs slowly materialized, followed by a complete person. Myung-Yong was stunned. That guy. Why is he here, seeing this Choi-Jon buried his face in his hands with a sigh? Wow, what a mess. They taunted. Simon had to admit, the arena's matchmaking system really is something else. A guy from Sungsam is one thing, but they also matched us with a freeloader with no gear. Simon gave a wicked smile. Freeloader, you talking to me? The man swung his mace forward. So, if not you, then who? Simon shot back. Did you just swear at me? He sighed, and the stone on his chest began to glow. It shrieked. What? You son of a bitch! Some guy who looks like his face was dragged across asphalt dares to call me a son of a bitch. Appa, raise your hand right now. I'm gonna rip that ugly mug off and deep fry it, Simon thought helplessly. I definitely calmed myself down, so why does my chest hurt like this? If you touch me like that, what am I supposed to do? Then it did a complete 180. No touch me again. Simon was speechless. If I'd known this would happen, I would have stopped the merger with the obsidian tablet at all costs. A small change occurred in the extraction stone. Who would have thought a simple sentence like that could be so terrifying? Seeing him mumbling to himself, they wondered, hey, what's he doing? Beats me. Did we scare him that bad? Choi-Jon taunted him. Hey, freeloader, you scared? The other two chimed in. John, why even ask? It's obvious he's terrified. Judging by his gear, he probably doesn't even belong to a guild. He must just leech off soft-hearted people, getting by without any gear until now. But I, Choi-Jon, am not some easy mark. You get it. Simon's expression darkened. Ah, so this is about gear. If that's the case, then you've got it all wrong. Hearing this, John got angry. This guy must have lost his mind. What misunderstanding? You take me for a fool, Simon continued. You said your name is Choi-Jon. Interesting. In this tier, magic or support classes often lack good gear. Looks like you've been in the arena for a while, huh? Suddenly he realized something. And you're part of the Scorpion Guild, too. The man was annoyed. Is that any way for a newbie to talk? Simon retorted. I'm not stupid enough to respect someone who doesn't even deserve to be called human. The other two were now furious. What did that bastard just say? A freeloader like you has the nerve to talk big. You're really looking down on us, aren't you? Fine, I'll smash that arrogant face of yours. With that, he swung his spiked mace towards Simon. Simon calmly snapped his fingers. The moment the snap echoed, the spiked mace stopped midair. John was too shocked to speak. A blue aura erupted from Simon, forming a massive hand that caught the spiked mace. John broke out in a cold sweat. This can't be happening. I'm being overpowered by a nobody who looks like this. The hand tightened its grip on his weapon. Simon said smugly. I figured you had high agility because of your attack speed, but it turns out your main stat is strength. Or is it because of your trait? John trembled all over, cursing internally. This bastard. He's not even flinching. Seeing their disadvantage, the other two charged. John, one of them leaped into the air, raising his sword high, but his eyes widened in shock. Myung-Yong had finished him from behind. The last one shouted anxiously, Sang-bin. He quickly charged forward. You bastard! Myung-Yong, caught off guard, turned around in a panic. However, he was impaled by something sharp. John, seeing his teammates go down, was furious. These guys. He started analyzing. A-rank strength trait? Stat distribution focused on strength and agility. And his gear is B-rank or higher. To take them all out in a single blow. How the hell are you so strong? Simon applied more pressure. You still have the energy to shout? The mace snapped in two. John stared blankly at the broken handle in his hand. At that moment, Simon raised it high, exclaiming excitedly, now this is finally the face I like to see. Don't hold it against me. You're the one who struck first. After that, there were only splatters of blood. It even got on Simon's shoes. He mused. This arena's difficulty is extremely high because of the inflated MMR, far beyond a typical silver tier raid event. On the other hand, that also means the rewards for clearing it will be bigger. Much bigger. Moreover, the fewer members in the party this time, the more rewards they'll receive. That's why those guys were so aggressive about my gear. System notification, muscle simulation OS. Completion rate 15%. Simon was dejected. Only 15%. Then he reconsidered. Well, that makes sense. Just maintaining this form is dangerous enough. If my entire arm turned into an orc's arm, then, if the obsidian tablet didn't have the appearance preservation function, I wouldn't have dared to go through with the merge. But it's fine, I actually quite like it. Suddenly, Simon glanced to the side. Yes, he asked Myung-Yong. You're the last member of the team, right? He confirmed, yes, that's right. But I think we've met somewhere before. You look familiar. Me, I think, from the tutorial. Oh, Simon also remembered. Ah, you're the one I fought by the riverbank, right? Myung-yong seized the opportunity and held out his hand. That's right. I'm Kim Myung-yong of the Sung Sam Guild. I look forward to working with you. Simon repeated Sung Sam Guild. Sung Sam, that's you, Jungs. At the thought of her, Simon's expression clouded over with a hint of sadness. This unnerved Myung-yong. Did I say something wrong? Simon quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought. He shook Myung-yong's hand. Well, since we're in this together, let's do our best. He was confused. Just the two of us. But this is a 5-person instance. The other 3 died after the team was formed, so the system won't find replacements. Myung-yong couldn't believe it and yelled, "What? No way!" System notification. All participants have been matched. The arena will now begin. Time limit 30 minutes. Simon remained calm while Myung-yong was anxious. This is insane. They were both teleported to a new location. Without hesitation, Simon prompted, "All right. Let's get moving. Our team is already short-handed compared to the others." Right. The constellation Zeus is watching you. The constellation Black Sun expresses its satisfaction. Simon was surprised. Zeus is still watching me. And now the Black Sun, too. He grew worried. Why? I haven't even reached a high rank yet. I'm just doing my placement matches. Why are 2 constellations paying attention to me? Even a sponsoring. Constellation doesn't watch their player 24/7. The system continued to display the target location. Goblin base has been captured. Clear the target area. Countdown initiated. Simon gritted his teeth, shocked. Wait a base. These are usually called checkpoints. This outpost changes slightly in environment and shape, depending on the map. But basically, it's designed like a fortress on a bridge. The problem is, Simon was a bit stunned by its sudden appearance. Hey, why did it show up here? Checkpoint structures usually only appear in at least platinum tier, or higher. Suddenly he looked around and reconsidered. No, wait. The Scorpion Trio and Kim Myung-yong were already beyond the level of the placement test. Come to think of it, everyone here meets a very high standard, so it's possible. As for Kim Myung-yong, he looked utterly amazed. Simon's eyes were filled with worry. If this were a fair fight, maybe this is a special outpost just for us. Thinking it over, he felt a bit of excitement. On the bright side, the rewards will definitely be worth it. Actually, this is good. Right after Simon smiled confidently. Well, since it's come to this, I'll wipe them out and take the kill rewards. Suddenly he turned and shouted, "Hey, Kim Myung-yong!" Kim Myung-yong, slightly startled, replied, "What is it?" Simon gave a meaningful smile. "You want to farm some kills?" He didn't quite understand the question. Yes. Kim Myung-yong understood and scratched his head, admitting, "Nah, I just finished the tutorial. Fighting goblins is already out of my league. Sorry to be a burden, but I just want to safely collect the completion reward." Simon was secretly pleased to hear that. Perfect. Then let's plan our strategy around that. Awesome, I can monopolize all the kill rewards. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint, a goblin was laughing merrily. Time for the shift change. Fun. 2 goblins chatted as they walked. Guard duty is so boring. Don't say such stupid things. This is still better. Right now, the chief is in a really bad mood. They were unaware that a shadow was targeting them, swooping down. That's right, you idiots are going to get scolded. Simon landed and kicked the 2 goblins hard. He had used the Black Panther simulation, which replicates the physical prowess of a Black Panther. It was surprising that those sharp-eared goblins didn't notice a thing, especially since they are usually excellent at hearing sounds. Simon rotated his arm, warming up. Clearly, multisynthesis is still extremely demanding. In contrast, someone else was completely stunned. Appa, the fact that you can even handle a multisynthesis is insane enough. It is. Just then, Kim Myung-yong slowly approached, sword in hand. Can we really pull this off? Just the 2 of us. Simon was unfazed. Yeah, my arm did a preliminary scan before the ambush. Their weapons are just poison-tipped rocks and spears. He also smiled reassuringly. They can't get through Myung-yong's armor, so if we stick to the plan, we'll be fine. He felt a bit less worried. Got it. After their discussion, Simon continued inside. All right, let's go. They were slowly entering a massive checkpoint. The goblins inside were busy feasting. They weren't on guard at all. This is delicious. It's been so long since we had meat. Suddenly, a goblin heard something. It turned out someone was running quickly toward them. A human. This person was none other than Myung-yong, charging forward aggressively. The goblins reacted immediately. A human attack. Suddenly, one goblin noticed something. Wait. Meanwhile, the rest of the goblins were still charging at Myung-yong. That goblin immediately stopped and switched to a ranged attack. There's only one of him. He's alone. He ignored the shower of rocks and jeers, charging straight ahead. This human is insane. Myung-yong paid no mind to the rocks and taunted. Shoot! A goblin pointed a spear at him and sneered. Is this all you've got, you fools? They continued to swarm him. More and more of them. Human, you can't pass. The human is trapped. He seemed to have lost his mind, screaming as he charged. Myung-yong continuously swung his sword to keep them at bay. Any who stubbornly rushed forward were cut down. Their blood splattered all around. Suddenly he was stabbed in the hip right in his blind spot. Myung tried to stay standing and told himself, just a little longer. He gritted his teeth and waited. Just a little longer. Then he continued to swing his sword, attacking. Come on! Come on! Just then, Myung suddenly looked up at the sky and roared. Now, immediately, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Astrape. The goblins couldn't escape the electric shock. Simon just stood by, silently watching the scene unfold. Along with a system notification, the extraction stone minimizes backlash effects. 50 previously consumed achievement points have been restored. Recovery rate depends on the level and rank of the extraction stone. Clutching his wound, his eyes widened in amazement. In the blink of an eye? How is this possible? He began to open the system to check the system window. Simon looked it over, a little thoughtful. The obsidian tablet merged, and its level increased to E, but the number of restored achievement points remains the same. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke. Appa, you don't even know what backlash is. The voice explained further. No synthesis material dares to interfere with backlash. Only I can control it. You need to be at least B rank or higher. After hearing that, he seemed to understand. B rank. Suddenly, the system announced good news. The constellation Zeus smiles pleased with your effective use of AstroPay. The constellation Zeus has sponsored you 100 achievement points. Even Simon found it strange. Getting a sponsorship without streaming mode on, considering the obsidian tablet's completion rate, and all the synthesis steps ahead, this seems fine. He also expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your sponsorship, Lord Zeus. Suddenly, the weapon in Simon's hand began to glow. Simon looked at his hand with a hint of regret. What a waste. I thought I could use it one more time. Even though he had spent every bit of equivalent investment on the synthesis, the backlash still occurred. Still, he smiled with satisfaction. All right. This lesson was a cheap one. Suddenly, a strange light appeared behind the two of them. Myung was drawn by the light and turned his head. He quickly informed Simon. The exit portal has appeared. You should leave now. He just smiled and declined. Myung, you go ahead. Myung couldn't believe Simon's decision. What? What about you? The goblins are regrouping and coming back. Are you sure you'll be okay? He was still very confident in his strength. You just saw what happened. I'll be fine. I'll finish this up and then meet you. So just go on ahead. He still wanted to object, but stopped. Myung decided to shout encouragement to Simon. Then please pay a visit to the Holy Unity Guild sometime. We will be sure to repay this debt. Waving as he was about to leave, please. Thank you so much. The goblins trembled in fear as they saw him approach. Simon cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight. Now then, let's finish this. Suddenly, a sharp axe was aimed at him, swinging towards him. Simon immediately spun around on guard. A large goblin swung its axe, smashing the ground, where he was standing. However, Simon had already jumped away with a cold snort. The goblins erupted in cheers. The boss, you're dead meat now. The boss is here. The giant goblin slowly strode forward. Its sharp axe blade radiated a powerful aura. The large goblin angrily advanced on Simon. Human. He couldn't believe this was happening. A hobgoblin. Why is there a hobgoblin? Here, Simon suddenly remembered the system notification from earlier. The target area was listed as Goblin-Infested Bridge. Could it be only now did he realize? The phrase Goblin-Infested Bridge meant that a hobgoblin is a monster that appears when elite goblins are affected by dark energy. Since this bridge is overflowing with dark energy, the appearance of a hobgoblin was inevitable. Dark energy began to radiate from Simon's hands, signaling the start of the battle. Still, even for a high ranker, throwing in a hobgoblin is a bit much, isn't it? It should be at least platinum tier. Immediately after he activated the Black Panther simulation ability, the hobgoblin immediately swung its axe to attack. This is for my underlings. It brought the axe down with incredible force, but Simon leaned back and dodged. He continuously dodged the attacks, but began to have doubts. But isn't this too easy? Simon quickly backed away to create distance. Overall, its physical abilities are weaker than a real hobgoblin. Seeing this, he smiled to himself. So it's nerfed, huh? At least they have some conscience. What a relief. Even if it's a waste of achievement points, I need to take it down properly to be sure. Simon snapped his fingers, creating sparks of lightning. Extraction stone. Called upon the extraction stone, cheered. Yay! Appa, I've been waiting. Suddenly a notification surprised him. The constellation Black Sun scowls at the repeated use of Zeus's lightning. The constellation Black Sun expresses its displeasure by pointing at your obsidian tablet. Simon was distracted for a moment. What now? The hobgoblin seized the opportunity and quickly attacked him. Only then did Simon snap back to reality. Oh no! Luckily, he managed to block the blow just in time. Even so, Simon was still pushed back a fair distance. He had to acknowledge its terrifying power. Even when nerfed, this is still the power of a hobgoblin. The system continued to announce. The constellation Black Sun has given you a quest. Simon was still surprised. A quest. The system explained further. Quest. The constellation Black Sun is displeased that you are only using Zeus's lightning. Defeat the hobgoblin. This stage's boss using human synthesis. Reward 500 achievement points. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin roared and launched an attack. He just jumped aside to dodge, giving 500 achievement points for this kind of quest. Now Simon understood the reason for this quest. I see. This is a matter of pride, especially since I'm an alchemist. He landed softly right behind it. Simon looked up at the sky and accepted the quest. All right, I'll take this quest. The system immediately announced the attitudes of the two constellations. The constellation Black Sun laughs with satisfaction. The constellation Zeus furrows his brow in displeasure. Suddenly, the constellation Black Sun provokes Zeus, startling him. The constellation Black Sun threatens that damn pervert. Maybe I should pay a visit to Olympus, but he seemed unbothered. The constellation Zeus shakes his head. That maniac is as wild as ever. The constellation Zeus crosses his arms and takes a step back. This made him feel a bit awkward. The atmosphere is so heavy. On the other hand, the hobgoblin was furious and roared, "You lowly human, how dare you insult me?" Simon just stood there looking at his hand. Using only human synthesis, he turned his head with a look of confidence. It's not entirely impossible. Immediately, Simon dashed forward. He didn't hesitate to confront it head-on. Simon activated Ott's tissue ability. He punched the hobgoblin's shield hard, creating an incredibly powerful aftershock. Simon had nearly shattered the wooden shield with his punch. Seeing this, it became a little wary. For a human to be so bold, right after the hobgoblin immediately grabbed his head. It quickly screamed, ordering its minions to attack. The other goblins saw this and laughed out loud. The human's been caught. They quickly threw darts towards Simon, yet he only glanced back once. The poisoned darts lodged into Simon's back. The hobgoblin couldn't help but laugh smugly. How's that human hard to move, isn't it? It still looked on with contempt, unaware that he was secretly gathering his strength. Humans truly are an inferior species. The hobgoblin feigned pity. How pitiful to fall into such a simple trap, and to have no resistance to paralyzing venom. It raised its axe, preparing to torture Simon. Let's start by chopping off your limbs one by one. Suddenly he grabbed the goblin's arm. Its eyes widened in utter shock. The hobgoblin suddenly saw the poisoned darts popping out of his back. What is this? It broke out in a cold sweat, unable to accept this reality. Impossible. How can a human? Simon didn't care. He activated a skill and crushed its arm. Moose. In a flash, the hobgoblin had lost an arm. It shrieked in agony and fell to its knees. He continued to grip its neck tightly. Now it was Simon's turn to taunt. Goblins truly are inferior creatures. To let yourself fall into such a simple trap, he asked with a cold gaze, isn't that right? The hobgoblin no longer had the strength to resist. The human Simon wasted no more time and finished it off. The hobgoblin's body lost its balance and collapsed to the floor. The other goblins began to tremble in fear. How can this be? The boss, he's dead. Along with that came a system notification. You have completed the Black Sun constellation's quest. You have received 500 achievement points. Simon could receive even more rewards. The Black Sun constellation is extremely pleased with your use of humanity's synergy power. You receive an additional 500 achievement points. You have defeated the hidden boss, the hobgoblin, alone. You receive 500 achievement points as a reward. He was also a bit surprised by this reward, a hidden boss, so it wasn't created just to be defeated. Not only that, but a series of other notifications appeared. The galactic arena is buzzing about you. Amazed by this series of incredible achievements, the Black Sun constellation is mocking the fools for their management skills. This is why I'd never register as a constellation. Simon suddenly fell into deep thought. Buzzing about me. Come to think of it, something similar happened when I created the obsidian table. Attention from the galactic arena, is this a good thing? Let's think positively. The galactic arena always ensures a clear balance between risk and reward. Simon stopped overthinking and stepped towards the beam of light. Anyway, there's nothing I can do to change it now. Time to get my reward. Scene changes to Simon's room. He had now returned to the real world. The system immediately displayed a series of messages. You have successfully completed the corrupted goblin fortress. Arena stage. Defeated all enemies alone, under a 5-person co-op condition. The clear reward has been increased based on performance. Attribute bound by the extraction stone. Has received a portion of experience points. Level increased to 4. The extraction stone's level has increased to 2. Received hobgoblin's battle axe as a clear reward. Defeated the hidden boss, the hobgoblin alone. Received corrupted hobgoblin serum as a reward. Hidden achievement unlocked. Defeat a hidden boss. Received an additional 1,000 achievement points. Even he found this incredibly hard to believe. So much Simon looked at his achievement points and chuckled. Is it because this was the first boss? The rewards are insane. Status window. He smiled involuntarily as he looked at his status. At this rate, I'll reach 1,000 achievement points soon. Simon suddenly voiced a question to the extraction stone. Extraction stone with 10,000 points. I can synthesize the obsidian table again, right? It quickly confirmed this information. Correct, but as you progress further, the required points and the growth rate will change. Simon understood after hearing that. Oh, I see, got it. The extraction stone was a little surprised by his attitude. Huh, aren't you curious? I thought you would ask. Simon just sighed and replied, with my years of alchemy experience, I can guess. After that, Simon continued to study the status window. Simply put, it means the cost will increase with each upgrade. This means I have to invest carefully. Even so, I can't avoid investing. Unlike consumables like astrophy, the obsidian table is permanent. Once it's created, I can use it infinitely. Furthermore, the power of the obsidian table in human alchemy is undeniable. The extraction stone suddenly added more information. By the way, for the second synthesis, the 20% growth rate still applies for 10,000 points. He also understood what it meant. Great. So the cost remains the same until 40% completion. The extraction stone nodded firmly. Yes, exactly. He immediately looked very pleased. Good, that's good enough. Just a simple calculation. The power of human alchemy will be double what it is now. Simon clicked on his points section. But it's better to save some points while synthesizing. Achievement points are my main resource. However, my AP is 0. Even so, clear rewards don't seem to give AP. I remember getting them occasionally through broadcasts or arena rewards. But Simon needed to consider things more carefully. I'm still in the placement evaluation phase. And with this, my total alchemy power is 17. Also, the extraction stone's level has increased from 5 to 7. He warmed up his hands, preparing for the main task. All right, now for the main course. Simon quickly checked his inventory. He checked the Hobgoblin's battle axe first, an item from the greenskin line, favored by warriors, one of the standard grade items in the axe group. Are the item options the same as in the platinum tier? No, even better. It even has +5 strength. +5 strength is considered a top-tier option. But Simon seemed very pleased with this item. Usually items only increase strength from +1 to +3. This will definitely fetch the highest price. It's a real jackpot. He suddenly felt something. Simon couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. It hasn't been long since I returned, but it feels like it's been a very long time since I've seen something like this. The extraction stone felt confused. What are you talking about? He suddenly took out the vial of goblin serum. It understood even less what Simon intended to do. This is goblin serum, right? Why is it here? No way, Simon. You endured using anesthetics before synthesizing me. He suddenly remembered a past memory. The side effect of not being able to use magic, the decomposition process of the body in a normal arena stage, caused indescribable pain, and I used special anesthetics to endure it each time. This serum was one of the main ingredients in those anesthetics. The extraction stone still didn't understand Simon's actions. But you even made an antidote. Simon, why didn't you drink it sooner? He didn't want to answer directly. I had my reasons. It was very surprised. Really, you should put your health first. Yes, thanks to that I was able to synthesize you in perfect condition. Simon also nodded in agreement. That's right. If I hadn't used the antidote as a base to synthesize you, this return wouldn't have been possible. The extraction stone also added, returning to one's original self is something even the constellations can't do. Suddenly he became curious. But what exactly did you synthesize to help me recover and make the return possible? It intended to provide the information but couldn't reveal it. There is one thing that could do that. Simon didn't hear clearly and immediately asked, what did you just say? The extraction stone couldn't break the rules either. Ah, damn it. I probably can't mention this anyway. Even the constellations are wary of it. Simon suddenly lay down on the bed and sighed. If it's something forbidden, then there's no other way. What's the use in saying something I can't hear? It couldn't help but be surprised by his attitude. You gave up quickly this time. The extraction stone suddenly revealed a little, to be precise. Moreover, the galactic arena has started giving me a hard time for mentioning this. Simon was a bit surprised to hear this. The galactic arena, the extraction stone immediately confirmed. Yeah, they're sending me a barrage of messages, demanding I don't mention it again. By the way, what are you going to do with this serum? You don't have problems with magic anymore. Right. He, of course, already had a plan. Right. I won't need to produce it as an anesthetic anymore. So, I'm thinking of creating an elixir. The extraction stone suddenly understood Simon's intention. Wait, are you planning to use this poison? He smiled confidently and affirmed no right. To an alchemist, poison can also be an antidote. Hearing this, it became very excited. Oh my! I love it. Manipulating the essence of a substance at will. And since it's mixed with dark energy, it's sure to be intense. Just imagine how embarrassing it would be for a poison to be turned into an antidote, with properties completely opposite to its original nature. So exciting. Simon also found the extraction stone a bit overexcited. Hey, calm down. But it was still very excited. Did I say something unnecessary? Time passed and the next day arrived. He looked up in amazement. This place is still the same, huh? The extraction stone also acknowledged the scale of the building before them. It's huge, really huge. Is this the place called the Mecca for gamers? Simon quickly confirmed. Yeah. More precisely, it's called the Galactic Agora. It speculated a bit. Galactic Agora. Is this building donated by the arena? He just added a little more. Not exactly. The Galactic Arena directly manages the broadcasting side. Suddenly, someone struck up a conversation with him. Excuse me, are you an awakened? It turned out to be the security guard wanting to check. There will be a quick verification procedure. Could you please put this in your inventory and take it out again? He immediately followed the security guard's instructions. She also handed Simon the necessary item. Yes, verified. Thank you for your cooperation. This is a player watch. He was, of course, very familiar with this item. It's been a while. He naturally understood its features well. It has functions like recording personal accounts, transaction history and data including party recruitment, an internal map of the Agora, and many other features. A type of advanced artifact. The security guard kindly wanted to offer more guidance. Is this your first time at the Agora? Galactic Agora, right. If you need an explanation on how to use this watch. However, Simon cut her off. It's okay. I've used it before. The security guard didn't ask any more questions. I see. Have a good time. Once inside the extraction stone, was completely overwhelmed by the sight. So many people. Are all these people gamers? He immediately affirmed, yeah, some might just be awakened, but you can't get in without an inventory. It was still amazed. Impressive. No wonder. This place is called the Mecca for gamers. So where are we going now? Simon quickly pressed the elevator button to go up. The gamer-exclusive shopping district. I have a few items I need to sell there. The elevator doors opened and there were already a few people inside. He quickly stepped inside. Two men started talking. Have you heard? The new instructor, class at the Awakening Academy is really top-notch. Yeah. They say it's the most outstanding class ever. Simon also started paying attention to their conversation, especially Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Yu-young. The top two, they've already broken through the diamond tier and are now ranked. Really? When were they ranked? It's been a while. You didn't know? They broke through diamond just 4 years after debuting. They're considered the best in Korea. At the same time, this elevator stopped at the 4th floor. Doors opening. The other man sighed. I'm so jealous. Some of us have been stuck at gold rank for 4 years. The extraction stone noticed his attitude was a bit different. Why are you smiling? Simon just made up a reason. Oh, it's just funny. The further the extraction stone went, the more surprised it became. There are so many different shops. It then expressed its question. So people buy and sell ores here. He also answered its question. Yeah. Among them, guild stores are more common than individual ones. The extraction stone still didn't understand something. But why bother selling here instead of the nearby auction house? Simon glanced at his inventory and replied, when the item is a standard grade one, it's almost impossible to auction. Most of the prices are already set. He had now arrived at a large store. And of course, dealing with major guilds is cleaner. The man inside saw Simon and bowed his head in welcome. Welcome. He walked while looking around. Large corporations are really different. Classy and clean. The man offered to help. Are you looking for something? Simon stated his purpose directly. I'm here to sell. The middle-aged man was a little surprised. To sell. It's been a while since someone came to sell. He then asked about the item for trade. Do you have something you want to sell? He directly placed the hobgoblin's battle axe on the table. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, this. He started picking it up to examine it. A hobgoblin's battle axe. And it even has a high-tier option. Simon was eager to sell it right away. Yes. Can I liquidate it right now? The middle-aged man happily showed him the price list. Of course. These are the transaction prices for the hobgoblin's battle axe. Recently at the Galactic Agora, Simon was startled by the huge sum. 42 million won. The man provided more information. Yesterday, one sold for 38 million won, but it only had +4 strength. But the middle-aged man wanted to know the origin of this item. May I ask where you got this item? He started to assess Simon. I'm a production player, but you don't seem to be a high-level player. Hearing this, he was startled. What? The middle-aged man immediately pressed him further. What's your level? Simon answered honestly. Level 7. Is he suspecting me? Hearing this, the man smiled smugly. Level 7, huh? I'm guessing you want the full amount in cash, not AP. Right, Simon immediately tried to clarify. Wait, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I got this item entirely, from competing in the arena. The middle-aged man just sneered and pointed at the axe. Level 7. And you have an item that only drops in the platinum tier, sir? I won't take much of your time. He suddenly slammed the red button on the wall and smiled, cunningly. If I press this bell, security will immediately arrive. And naturally, the owner of this stolen item will be found. However, the middle-aged man pretended to be kind. People like you often have unfortunate circumstances, so I can help out. He started his price-pressuring tactic, making Simon tremble with anger. 10 million won, cash. If you sell it for this price, I won't press the bell. The middle-aged man shamelessly gave him a choice. Of course, I'll also keep quiet about this. So what will you choose? Although angry Simon could do nothing but listen to this man. I'm really sorry. Are you kidding me? Suddenly another person spoke up, startling the man. You're telling quite an interesting story, Director Kim. It turned out to be Lee Yu-young. So after becoming a manager at Apu, you've really gotten bold, haven't you? Currently in a park, someone had just opened a can of soda. It was Yu-young. Having helped Simon, she opened a can of water. Take it. He, however, was intently observing her hand. This hand, 9 years later, Yu-young's hand was holding a blood-soaked hammer. That was the hammer that smashed the head of my grandfather, Chairman Lee Sun-cheon. The unbelievable horrors of that day. Not just Chairman Lee Sun-cheon, but the heads of several high-ranking officials present there were also smashed. And that incident could be seen as the starting point for the fall of South Korea. Why did that happen? The shock I received that day is still seared into my mind. Simon was feeling extremely estranged. She's completely different from the Yu-young I used to know. Back to the present. Yu-young was finding Simon a bit strange. That's strange? You used to love soda. Have your tastes changed? Only then was he startled back to reality. Ah, sorry. I was just lost in thought for a bit. She suddenly revealed what she had observed about Simon. You still haven't changed. When you focus on something, you don't see anything around you. He was a bit surprised. Did you do that? Yu-young smiled brightly and affirmed yes. Thanks to you, I learned the charm of a man engrossed in something. After hearing this, Simon just let out a sigh. Yu-young, you still haven't changed a bit. Suddenly, another person approached and called out to her, Miss. Yu-young's manager reported, I've sent the deposit details you mentioned earlier. Yu-young immediately checked the account. The amount seems a little different from what I thought. She also admitted it, frankly. That's right. She continued to observe the account. Good, you did well. Yu-young immediately showed Simon the number 50 million. This is the payment for the Hobgoblin's battle axe that you sold. Even he was somewhat surprised. This amount is a bit more than the usual price. She was a bit upset. That's compensation for the mistake one of our employees made towards you. So it's too little, right? I wanted to give you more if I could. Simon immediately smiled to console Yu-young. It's fine. Even though you're the direct heir, business and personal matters should be kept separate. Yu-young also smiled with satisfaction. You're still the same as always. She suddenly looked at him very affectionately. You haven't changed at all. That's why I can talk to you like this. He became wary. What's with her all of a sudden, so cheesy? Simon just looked at Yu-young with a mix of sadness. Well, quite a bit of time has passed, so maybe it's not that strange. A little later, the two started to stroll around the park. He suddenly brought up her mother's condition. By the way, how's your aunt? Yu-young just answered briefly. Mom's still in a coma, but it's okay. I still visit and take care of her regularly. Simon immediately saw through the lie. It's not just about running around the arena, is it? Yu-young could only force a smile and confess. Actually, I use visiting my mom as an excuse to play in the arena. I even installed a dedicated access device in her hospital room. She suddenly changed the subject. Oh, but hey, you said you got the item from the arena earlier. Simon didn't hide anything and replied, That's right. Yu-young suddenly showed concern. So is your body fully recovered now? He smiled confidently and replied, Yeah. My condition of mana, burnout, has been completely cured. Hearing this, she immediately cheered up. Oh, that's great news. Yu-young, realizing she was too excited, scratched her head in embarrassment. Ah, sorry. I got a little too excited. Anyway, congratulations. But I don't know if I have the right to ask this or not. She straightforwardly wanted to know about Simon's ability. But can I ask how you recovered? He remained silent, thinking for a moment. Simon decided to hide it. I just got lucky. I started to feel the magic, gradually returning, and then it was completely cured. Yu-young just nodded, slightly disappointed. I see. I'm really happy. Actually, I was really worried. Even though I searched for treatment methods, the condition of mana, burnout, was still hopeless. Simon spoke up to encourage her. Yu-young, the efforts you've put in over the years are enough, so don't blame yourself anymore. Yu-young didn't know how to respond. Simon firmly insisted it was random. It was just an accident, and I just did what was natural. She still wanted to object, but he immediately cut her off. Yu-young, enough. Once again, that was my choice at the time. Simon was certain he didn't regret his decision. Even if I could go back to that moment, my choice wouldn't change. As he said that, he mocked himself in his heart. Even though I say I don't regret what happened, why is it that since that day, I couldn't reply to you two's messages? Of course, the pressure from the outside wasn't non-existent. I was already the son of a mistress. That alone caused trouble for the family. And then I became disabled due to an accident. Perhaps the Kim family wanted me to disappear completely. but cutting off contact with the two siblings I grew up with since childhood. But I can't deny it was my own choice. Right after I left the family, they still contacted me regularly. Remembering this, Simon clenched his fists. Thinking back, it's embarrassing. If I had to give a reason, at that time I simply couldn't accept the reality of losing my magical abilities. I had a bright future, with a magic stat of 10, and then I lost it all in one accident. So I drew a line between myself and the world, both physically and mentally. I couldn't even take care of myself. Perhaps deep down, I resented you both. If it weren't for you two at that time, I always regret the person I was during that time, especially in Yu Young's case. If I had been by her side, perhaps she wouldn't have ended her life with the title of traitor. Yu Young cheerfully continued her conversation with him. But hey, you just entered the arena recently, right? Simon quickly gave a vague answer. Oh, it's only been a few days. I haven't even finished my placement test yet. She offered to help him. Really? So you must need some gear right now, right? Yu Young wanted to buy Simon some items. How about we go to the shop and get some equipment? He just smiled awkwardly and refused. I'm not really in a hurry. She found it a bit strange. You're not in a hurry to buy gear, but you're a magic type. Oh, Simon had no choice but to reveal his profession. That's right. My profession is an alchemist. Yu Young seemed to understand. Ah, an alchemist. That makes sense then. She suddenly became unusually excited. So, are you planning to use the money from the sale to buy alchemy ingredients? He just replied briefly. I was lucky enough to get a few recipes recently. Yes, Yu Young happened to be short on some ingredients. That's great, I'm in need of a few ingredients myself. Simon pretended not to hear clearly and asked, necessary ingredients. She confirmed with him. Yes. Simon was a bit hesitant. But Yu Young, you're a combat class. What kind of ingredients do you need? Yu Young waved her hands and replied, come on. Combat classes don't just mindlessly swing their weapons around. You know, we even make potions to aid our training. Simon became a bit worried. Really? He was trying to politely refuse. Even so, wouldn't it be more efficient to ask another alchemist or another producer? And with your skills, you could probably get all sorts of potions. Yu Young suddenly grabbed Simon's hand. Oh, come on. She gave a reasonable excuse. I don't have time. I have to go visit my mom at the hospital soon. He still wanted to refuse. Yu Young, maybe some other time. But she was already dragging him away. Let's go, hurry up. You're a magic type, so you walk slow. Let me pull you along so we can go faster. Simon hurried to keep up with Yu Young. That's strength. All right, let me. Yu Young's manager couldn't believe it. Huh? She couldn't believe this was the Yu Young of now. Is this the young lady I used to know? Yu Young's manager also found that smile very different. Usually, she's completely different from how she is now. She just sighed. Maybe this is her true self. Yu Young's manager shook her head in denial. I really don't get it. Now the two of them had arrived at a market area. A stall owner was hawking his products, selling handmade recovery potions from intermediate to basic, all kinds. We buy all sorts of miscellaneous items. All prices are adjusted based on the market rate for the past 5 days. The crowd had started to notice the two of them. Simon was feeling quite embarrassed. That's enough. But Yu Young didn't care at all. Alchemists are always short on ingredients. Just look a little more. He shook his head in refusal. This is enough. I've already bought more than I planned. She still tried to persuade him. Then just get one more. Really, this is the last one. Simon opened his already full inventory. Yu Young, my inventory is about to explode. But Yu Young was still very enthusiastic. Don't be like that. I really have something I want to give you. He could only grit his teeth and accept. Going shopping with someone else is scarier than I thought. Once she got permission, she immediately went to pick something out. This one's big, but the color is a bit lacking. This one's too small. This one. Simon can only stand still and stay quiet during a fight. I can even tell the difference in size and color of materials of the same grade. How does she know so much about alchemy, Li Duzhong? Someone who inspects everything so thoroughly isn't easy to deal with. He silently watched her happily shop. Maybe that was necessary before. But for me, someone who can craft an elixir stone and mythic-grade weapons, this part isn't really important. As long as it's the right tier, I don't care about the other details. Shortly after, Duzhong had found a special item. Here you go. Simon, of course, recognized this. This is an arena access device. She also happily revealed more. That's right. It's the latest model produced by Sungsum. It hasn't been released yet. An arena access device. Access devices were released in many forms, from helmets to capsules and visors. This was surprisingly the result of the Galaxy Arena, directly contacting governments around the world. Initially, only powerful nations like the US and China were able to produce them. But the Galaxy Arena contacted the governments directly to prevent the monopoly and exploitation of these two countries, and an anti-monopoly warning came with it. They even said they would revoke the status of all players from China and the US. He was a little hesitant to take the item. But is it okay to give this to me? Duzhong quickly reassured him. All the high-level players, me and the guild, are already using it at Sungsum. It just hasn't been commercialized yet. Simon was still uneasy. No, I mean, I'm an outsider. Can you really give this to me? She cheerfully insisted. Of course, what's the problem? It's my treat. Dujung's aura suddenly became powerful as she warned, if Sungsam comes looking for it, you have to let me know. She repeated herself, but Simon was deep in thought. Okay, big bro. Simon scratched his head, wanting to refuse. Still, wouldn't it be better to buy a proper one from the Sungsam store? Would that be better? Dujung immediately pouted. Oh, come on. If you play in the arena without a device, you could really hurt your body. She bit her lip. I don't know what to do with him. He always does this when he's trying to be stubborn. There it is, the stubborn mule. Dujung could only sigh. If you're worried, just consider it compensation for how rude the branch manager was earlier. Simon understood her intent. Ah, if you put it that way. Yes. He was now secretly thrilled. Sweet. I was planning on buying an access device anyway. Actually, I was thinking about streaming on the arena soon, so this is even better. A moment later, Simon saw that time was running out. It's about that time, Dujung, I have to go. Dujung also had things to do. Yeah, I'm about to visit my mom in the hospital. Right, I should be concerned about that too. By the way, my aunt's illness is also related to the arena. Right. I should look into that when the Galaxy Arena opens. And just like the mana loss condition I suffered from, there's a disease called the arena sickness. That only appears in the awakened. Simon wasn't too worried about the time. I don't know the exact name of her illness, but she was once chosen by the constellations, so she should be able to hold on for a while. He recalled an old, slightly sad memory. She treated me, an illegitimate child like her own son. I need to grow up quickly and start making a cure. Suddenly, Dujung grabbed Simon's hand. Oh, big bro. He didn't understand what she was trying to do. Actually, Dujung said, looking a bit shy. You need to reply to me too. Simon still couldn't understand. Reply. Suddenly, Simon scratched his head and remembered. Ah, the message. She pouted a little again. Si-hyuk was bragging about how you replied to his message. He just chuckled in response, bragging. It's not like he has anything else to brag about. Dujung agreed with him. Right, so annoying. Simon sighed again. We're not kids anymore. All right. I'll send a message when I get there. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. Really, you promise? Simon suddenly walked over and patted Dujung's head. You silly girl. Her face suddenly darkened. Ah, only now did he realize his mistake. Girls really hate having their hair touched. Simon quickly made an excuse to leave. Well, get home safe. Let's get out of here before something weird happens. After speaking, he waved and left. I'm heading out. Dujung's manager showed her annoyance. That man has no manners, even if you know him, touching someone's styled hair like that. She suddenly noticed Dujung standing perfectly still. But why isn't she moving? Is she really angry? Dujung's manager quickly tried to soothe her. Ah, don't worry too much, I'll fix your hair for you right away. It'll be a pain if something happens here. There are too many eyes on us, especially when everyone here is a player. With Sungsam's reputation, it'll be hard to keep this quiet. What should I do? But then she suddenly noticed something. Dujung was actually smiling happily. She blushed with embarrassment and covered her face. Honey, let's just pretend we didn't see that. Dujung's manager agreed. Okay, yes. She quickly looked away. Today is just so weird. Dujung suddenly brought up another topic. By the way, honey, what happened with that thing? Dujung's manager didn't understand what she meant. What are you talking about? Dujung had become serious again. Honey, it's just the two of us here. You can speak freely. She also began to open her tablet. If you're talking about that incident from last year, surprisingly nothing has been clarified yet. Still nothing. The screen showed absolutely nothing. Not a single shred of information. She seemed to understand what that meant. Dujung's manager continued. Yeah, it's as if someone wiped everything clean. Still, she had her doubts. Isn't it strange? The upper class in Korea was hit by a terrorist attack, but there's no information about it. Dujung also found it unusual. The media rushes to report on the smallest scandals, but this has been silent ever since. She found it even more suspicious. That's right. Recently, the heir to the Sujin group was messed with during a personal broadcast, and the media made a huge fuss about it. There's definitely something wrong. She immediately recalled that incident. After all, he was just a third-generation chaebol heir who won a minor gold medal. But just one incident of being messed with made the whole country go crazy. So this is definitely not realistic. Dujung suspected a manipulator was behind it. It really sounds like someone is deliberately covering it up. And it must be someone with considerable power. Dujung's manager gently reminded her. You can feel it, can't you? If we dig any deeper, there will definitely be trouble. She just smiled confidently. What are you scared? Of course she wasn't. What do you take me for? Dujung's manager was still genuinely worried. I'm asking if you're okay, kid. You have more to lose than I do. Dujung just sighed. Honey, I don't have much left to lose. Suddenly her gaze shifted. Dujung is still watching Simon. She was determined to investigate. I just got something precious recently, so I need to know more. Dujung's manager already knew what the result would be. Yeah. I knew you'd say that. Yes, she repeated again. So shall we get to work? Once we start, there's no turning back. Dujung was ready. Yes, let's get started. If there's any day to bring it. If there are any awakened involved. She emitted a terrifying aura and ordered, bring me their heads, even if you have to do it yourself. I found something quite interesting recently. Starlight twinkled in the night sky. Simon threw his coat on a chair completely exhausted. He flopped down on the bed comfortably. There's nothing better than coming home. The elixir. Stone's voice rang out. Was that girl from earlier a close friend of yours? Suddenly Simon realized something. Earlier. Dujung, we're very close. We've known each other since we were 5 and grew up together. After hearing that, it asked, is that so? Simon sat up straight. What is it? Is something bothering you? The elixir stone pulsed strongly in his chest. No, it's just, how should I put this? She seems a bit cunning. But if you two are childhood friends, then I can't stop you from associating with her. If you need me, I'm still here to help. Never mind. Anyway, let's start crafting the essence. It will help you recover faster than anything else. He stretched and said, you're right. Let's see now. Simon took out several small vials from the cabinet and laid out a bunch of things on the table. Simon held a piece of wood and remarked, this size is perfect. He glanced at a corner. Putting it there should be fine, right? Very quickly, Simon snapped his fingers. The shape in his hand began to form. Light flashed in bursts, and the structure of a wooden shelf appeared. He placed it in the corner he'd just looked at. This made Simon quite satisfied. Alchemy is truly amazing. It always gives me the perfect result. Now let's put the essence ingredients here for easy access. As for those other potions, put them over there. We don't need them right now. The elixir stone conveniently asked, what effect do you want the essence to have? Simon frowned. Well, I just need it to make me stronger. But the elixir stone questioned, but how? He picked up a vial of fallen goblin serum. This time I want to do something different. The elixir stone was a bit confused. Why? A spark of confidence lit up Simon's eyes. Usually, goblin ingredients have a paralyzing property. Right, the elixir stone replied. That's right. Goblins use their blood as an anesthetic. So first, we need to purify the fallen magic within it. Suddenly, it stopped. Wait, are you planning to use its paralyzing property as is? Simon nodded in confirmation. Exactly. I'm going to focus on this fallen aspect. The essence, after all, has the effect of raising stats in a similar way. The elixir stone reacted violently. Are you crazy? Researching fallen magic? You're not a demon. And you don't even know the most basic fallen magic. Fallen magic is extremely unstable. It will destroy your body the moment you touch it. However, Simon remained calm. I know. The elixir stone vehemently objected. If you're not careful, you might get hit with extremely severe side effects, like a magic nullification curse. He placed a hand on his chest reassuringly. Don't worry about that. I have a plan. He recounted that, I know someone who is extremely good at controlling fallen magic, Simon affirmed once more. So it's a deal, elixir stone. Let's try synthesizing something new. A moment later, Simon's voice rang out. What do you think? This is just a matter of knowledge, isn't it? Don't you think so? The elixir stone exclaimed in amazement, hey, you're really smart. Simon laughed and reminded it, come on, you say I'm smart, but you're catching on pretty fast yourself. As he shook the solution, he continued, so is it impossible? The elixir stone quickly refuted. No, it's definitely possible, I'm not entirely sure. But if this works out as you say, then I don't think there will be any problems. This made Simon happy. Really? It confirmed again. Yes, just like the obsidian tablet. Anyway, it's not an item that requires a lot of ability. The elixir stone added another point. And because this is a book of knowledge, it won't have as many requirements as astrophy. But synthesizing at this final stage will cost more. Simon didn't stop working as he asked, so you mean I'll need a lot of achievement points, right? It listed a few possibilities, unless you can significantly increase your alchemy stat. He confirmed to himself, so that's it. Right now, the thing I'm about to create is as valuable as a divine artifact. The alchemy skill requires the user to have a perception that surpasses everyone else. The elixir stone cut in to remind him, even for high rankers, maxing out a stat is no easy task. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself. Thinking about it now, it makes sense. Divine artifacts are bestowed by constellations to their chosen ones under certain conditions. He then asked, how many achievement points do you think this synthesis will need? The elixir stone hesitated for a moment. Let me do a quick calculation. Then it gave a vague answer. It's related to the level of completion you possess. So honestly, we were lucky when we crafted that obsidian tablet. Simon was slightly surprised. Lucky how so? The elixir stone explained shyly, the alchemist. So you have a slight advantage. Plus I have a certain charm. Simon looked helpless. Charm. Is that one of the special properties of the elixir stone? It sighed. Can't you just compliment me a little? Simon conceded with a nod. All right. You're very charming. The elixir stone pretended to be coy. Stop it. You're making me blush. He changed the subject. Anyway, the level of completion is really important, right? The elixir stone had only one answer. Correct. Simon looked up, rubbing his chin. Level of completion. He calculated in his head. The elixir stone defined completion as a level and a percentage, like a percentage copy. Lowering the level of completion also lowers the cost. But, Simon determined, that only works for items like astrophy. Knowledge is different. I choose 10, not 9 point. No matter how great the information is, if it's not complete, it's just useless junk. I need to balance cost and usability. Elixir stone. I have a question. Simon touched his chest in surprise. What is it? It asked him something. You merged with the obsidian tablet, right? Simon slowly corrected it. To be precise, I absorbed it. The elixir stone continued to question him. No matter how good it is, it's still just a crafted item, right? A smile formed on his lips. So that means I can absorb knowledge too, right? The elixir stone seemed intrigued. Of course, I'm a brilliant genius. Didn't you know? Simon seized the opportunity and made his decision. Perfect. Then let's start crafting right away. The elixir stone teased him. It seems you've figured out how alchemy works now. But Simon's expression suddenly changed. Exactly 10%. That's enough. It praised him. Sounds good. Do you know anything about how crafted items are made? Simon answered succinctly. A little. I heard some interesting things before. Remembering the past, a book was thrown on the ground. Genius, take a look. Can you make this thing make more sense? Masuk was fuming with anger. This technique only works for someone who has mastered the heavenly demon arts to level 10. But my damn brain maxed out at level 7. She even tried to ask for his help. You're good at systematizing things, right? Can you help me translate this pile of junk? Simon's memories flooded back. In my previous life, someone asked me to decipher the heavenly demon arts. Of course, I couldn't even see the words clearly, because it only appeared for the air to read. But I know it's divided into 10 levels. Therefore, the secret manual, logically, each level corresponds to 10% completion. This means that 10% completion will contain the instructions for level 1. As for Masuk, this is the technique made for a high ranker. With only 7 levels, Simon crossed his arms in silence. I was planning to read and decipher it myself. However, he had a hypothesis. But if the elixir stone can absorb knowledge, this changes everything. I won't need to decipher it. I just need to prepare my body. And human synthesis will take care of the rest. Because of this thought, Simon asked the elixir stone, how much for 10% completion? It seemed a bit hesitant, not much. About 5,000 achievement points. Simon's eyes widened slightly. 5,000 points. That's cheap. The elixir stone quickly reminded him. But the later stages will cost exponentially more. This is mythic-grade knowledge after all. Simon snapped his fingers excitedly. We can learn the first level right now. That's enough. Let's start crafting now. The system appeared, confirming use 5,000 to exchange. He quickly selected it. A purple aura emanated around him. It carved itself into ancient letters, then formed into a scroll. Simon took the paper. Simon realized with delight it's done. The system displayed a notification, Heavenly Demon Arts. Simon pressed the paper to his chest. Elixir stone absorbed it quickly. It quickly responded, understood. The paper slowly sank into him. Simon watched intently, thinking to himself, strange, this time no constellations are reacting. A moment later, the elixir stone announced absorption complete. But it's a bit complex. I feel like I'm trying to catch smoke. Simon's pupils constricted and the image before him began to blur. What is this? It feels like I've gone back to before my regression. And then the image distorted. A moment later, Simon opened his eyes. Huh. Above him was a clear blue sky. He woke up near a rushing waterfall. Simon was startled. Where am I? A voice came from behind. You're awake. An old man with white hair and a long beard smiled. This old man was worried if your body was all right. Simon stood up, dusting off his clothes. I'm fine. The heavenly demon praised him. Kids these days are not bad. Then he gestured invitingly. Come and sit. Suddenly something caught Simon's eye. He was teleported by the old man, feeling dizzy. His body involuntarily knelt down. What the? Simon turned to look at his original position. How did I get here so fast? He frowned with suspicion. Clearly, Simon took a gamble. I never thought I'd meet a constellation face to face. Like this. The heavenly demon stroked his beard and laughed. You speak as if you know me. His face was full of confidence. How could I not know? The technique I learned before coming here was the heavenly demon arts. The heavenly demon didn't hide it, so it seems. I shouldn't have asked such an obvious question. You're right. I am the constellation called the heavenly demon. System plus 5,000 points for meeting the heavenly demon. It introduced the old man as a dangerous entity. Do not intentionally provoke. If danger arises, teleport back to Earth. Simon frowned cautiously. Even the system is warning me. The heavenly demon clicked his tongue in annoyance. These guys are too cautious. The old man growled angrily. Get lost! Don't you dare taint me with your filthy presence! Simon was speechless, helpless. Like master, like disciple. I can almost see Masuk around here. He then started the conversation. You called me here because of the heavenly demon arts, right? The old man stroked his beard excitedly. Getting straight to the point, huh? You youngsters are brave, but you've misunderstood a little. The heavenly demon became somber. Although the heavenly demon arts are superb, that's not the issue. My interest lies elsewhere. The old man posed a question. Who are you really? Simon asked, confused. What do you mean? The old man hinted in his words just as I said. His throat became dry. Wait, is he trying to probe me? His hands had clenched into fists at some point. Even. Death. And the black sun didn't notice my regression. But now a high-level constellation like the heavenly demon is asking me. The heavenly demon grinned frankly. Are you going to play dumb in front of me? Turns out you're not completely arrogant, huh? The old man asked another question. How well do you know me? Simon recalled Masuk's remarks. Disgusting old man, psycho. A pervert crazy with power. I don't know why I'm suddenly remembering this, he replied vaguely. As far as I know, the constellation Heavenly Demon seeks transcendence. You value the strongest individuals, similar to how things are in the demon realm. The answer pleased the Heavenly Demon. A sharp lad, you are correct. The old man's pupils changed. As you said, I have always craved power and walked the path of transcendence since before becoming a constellation. Simon was startled by the killing intent in those eyes. It reminds me of those terrifying eyes from my past life. Could those eyes belong to a constellation? Related to the Heavenly Demon. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon retracted his presence. Then his power exploded. The lush mountain scenery vanished in an instant. Simon fell into an endless void. It feels like I'm sinking into a black hole. But strangely, I don't feel scared. He thought to himself. Instead, it feels strangely familiar. The Heavenly Demon's smile reappeared. So it seems. You carry his mark. How interesting. A mortal being able to look into the void without trembling. Truly astonishing. So how long are you going to play dumb? Simon spoke frankly. I think this is related to a title I possess. The old man's eyes widened. A title Simon seized the moment. Yes, one of them is one who attracts the gaze from afar. The Heavenly Demon burst into roaring laughter. The old man bellowed. A gaze from afar. Yes, he would describe himself with such ridiculous words. Yes. Simon maintained his composure. So you've encountered this person before. The Heavenly Demon paused for a beat, then gave a devilish smile. Indeed. Simon deliberately pushed further. I see. It seems you lost then. The Heavenly Demon let out a sharp breath. You're a clever little brat. You should. A dense aura enveloped him. Watch your mouth, shouldn't you? Simon tried to withstand the heavy killing intent. It's thick. But I don't need to be afraid, he reassured himself. Because if something happened to me, the Black Sun wouldn't just stand by. But the Heavenly Demon's laughter rang out again. No wonder he's interested in you. The fact that a madman like him is observing you makes sense now. He recounted cheerfully, as you guessed, I lost. And added, and I lost quite badly. So I'm even more curious. What part of you caught his attention? Honestly, I'll confess this to you alone. It took me 1,000 years to get his attention. Simon was startled and asked back 1,000 years. The Heavenly Demon walked step by step. I forgot as a normal human you wouldn't know. He is... The old man stopped, not continuing. Then he became furious again, cursing, Damn it, you annoying flies! The Heavenly Demon waved his hand, shooing the system away. All right, I get it. Let me stop. Go away. It seems we have to stop here, kid. Simon nodded in acceptance. I understand. But kid, the old man explained slowly, haven't you already learned the Heavenly Demon arts? You can be considered my disciple. He was a bit curious, so what you said earlier. The Heavenly Demon cut him off directly. Of course I don't mind. You learning the Heavenly Demon arts. To be honest, I quite welcome it. It is an honor for me to witness the one who carries his gaze continue my legacy. However, you are not my official disciple. So I have a small request for you. The system board announced the Heavenly Demon has issued a quest. Simon couldn't help but be surprised. A quest he hesitated. The system board displayed the quest talent evaluation. The Heavenly Demon nodded, stroking his long beard. What do you think? I've even prepared a contract for you. Simon's mind raced. Find someone worthy of a constellation's sponsorship. What about Masuk then? And what will happen to me after that? If I mess this up, the future could change 180 degrees. Seeing him hesitate, the old man continued. As the one he watches, I believe you will have good judgment. However, there are a few conditions. Simon looked skeptical. Conditions? A faint smile played on the Heavenly Demon's lips. That's right. First, the person must be a woman. She must be young and beautiful within an acceptable range. Being brave or a little rude is also fine. After all, the Heavenly Demon arts are about conquest. After hearing that, he felt dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Fortunately, a sharp scream came from somewhere. Simon's eyes flew open. He shot up in the middle of the room. The elixir stone asked worriedly, Are you okay? Are you awake now? What just happened? Why did you suddenly pass out? Simon was sweating incredulous. I passed out. Then he stammered an explanation that, actually, I just met a constellation. The elixir stone was completely uneasy. A constellation. How can you meet them outside the arena? After thinking for a moment, the elixir stone shouted, "Wait, don't tell me you met that crazy horse." Seaman touched his chest and asked, "How did you know?" It quickly confirmed, "Of course I know. He's famous for being the most muscle-brained constellation. Plus he's crazy about pretty things. You don't know his most famous motto, gender doesn't matter as long as they're hot, anything goes." This line sounded vaguely familiar. What? The elixir stone rubbed its chin, teasing him. "Hey, you weren't seduced by that guy, were you?" Seaman retorted with a grimace. "No, of course not." Only then did the elixir stone let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God. I'm glad you came back in one piece after meeting that psycho. I bet if you weren't good-looking, he would have killed you on the spot. Anyway, if he let you leave unscathed, he must like you. Well, you're handsome anyway. What a pervy old man." The philosopher's stone is still rambling in my ear. I hope that old guy doesn't ramble on about learning some technique or something with you. Simon helplessly held his head. No, actually, he even thanked me for learning it. Hearing that, it made a sly face. He's really a madman, just like the rumors said. Well, that's good for us. Now let's quickly make the essence. You've already learned the technique to control demonic energy, right? Simon quickly stood up. Let's do it. Getting to work. The philosopher's stone asked softly, "You don't need me to tell you the formula, right?" He smiled, adding a few drops to the vial. Of course not. The philosopher's stone's voice became excited. "Do you hear that? Whenever I remove this poison, the serum always screams its heart out. It's like it's saying, 'What are you doing to me?' However, I'm quite pleased with this batch's final product. The poison is completely gone. Where did all that fire go, huh? Good grief, have you surrendered already? Why so easily? I thought you'd put up more of a fight." Seaman shook his head. "Besides, Wei, sometimes you're really weird, you know that." A moment later, the orb was formed. "It's done." The philosopher's stone was a bit confused. "It's a pill, not a liquid," Simon smiled, though he was covered in sweat. "I don't have a suitable container, so I couldn't make it in liquid form." The philosopher's stone let out a laugh. "That makes sense, since you used demonic energy as the base." Holding the pill in his hand, he mumbled, "Time to test it out, I guess." The system window showed the information blood force at grade C. Simon looked intrigued, even though I made it myself. I have to say this is some top-notch stuff. At first I was a bit worried since it's been a while since I last made an essence. But to think I extracted a stat-boosting elixir of this caliber, it's awesome. The philosopher's stone let out a chuckle. Its grade is C because of the shabby ingredients, but its stats are insane, as expected. I knew you'd create something amazing, but you might not get the demonic energy. The success rate isn't 100%, Simon smiled in response. For a normal person, that's true. Then he placed the pill directly on his chest. But with the one-star heavenly demon technique already here, I just need to use it carefully after absorption. The philosopher's stone was enlightened. Right, just trust me. With that, Simoon swallowed the pill. Well then, shall we begin? He swallowed it dry without water. Then he meditated, circulating his energy. The system announced a continuous increase in stats. The cultivation time passed. Simon was once again lost somewhere. He noticed something. Looking at the wisp of fire in front of him, Simon exclaimed, "Found it." Suddenly, the flame darted away. Damn, it's disappearing. Simon quickly gave chase. Can't let it get away. Hurry before it vanishes. He called for backup from the philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the flame. Got it. Caught you, you bastard! Simon panted, catching his breath. Good job. He thought to himself. The system said it was a high probability, but we almost lost it completely. First I need to condense the Dantian, then the Great Meridian. Suddenly, the philosopher's stone yelled. Wait a minute. Do we really have to create the Dantian right below the navel? Simon paused, confused. Why do you ask? It repeated exactly what it had just said. Just as I said. Do we really have to condense the Dantian right away? Simon stopped what he was doing. You're right. I hadn't thought about this before. The philosopher's stone began lesson number 1. Listen up. Anyway, a Dantian is just a form of condensation for storing and using energy right. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. So the philosopher's stone made a suggestion. So why put it under the navel? Bro, you already have the world's best form of condensation. It was a breakthrough for Simon. Come to think of it, from creating divine artifacts to absorbing knowledge, the philosopher's stone deserves to be called the ultimate form of condensation. He smirked and said, You're right. There's no reason not to use you as my Dantian. To be honest, you might be much better than a traditional Dantian. The philosopher's stone agreed, showing off exactly. And also, even if you learn the heavenly demon technique, at your core, you're still an alchemist. You mustn't forget your roots. Simon's eyes filled with confidence. You're right. I am an alchemist. And alchemy is what changed my life. Thank you. It's thanks to you that I've realized everything. He closed his eyes to continue his work. System notification successfully absorbed special demonic energy. Then another notification followed. Dantian and the Philosopher's Stone are resonating in power. He was stunned for a moment looking at the stat window. Everything had skyrocketed. Simon finally understood. So this is what's called binding. Suddenly his eyes glanced at something demonic energy stat is 8. Wait, I just got this stat and it's already at 8. Increasing a stat is very difficult, but this one is already at 8. He silently confirmed in his heart. So being bound doesn't refer to its position in the status window. Then he helplessly remarked, that's right, it affects the stat itself. It's not just for show, it's attached. It's almost half of my alchemy power, isn't it? So does that mean? Simon called out loud, Philosopher's Stone. It glowed red in response. What is it? He asked a strange question. So if my alchemy power increases, my demonic energy also increases. Right. Logically, the Philosopher's Stone had the same thought. Of course, just like how I'm affected when you level up. After all, it's an attached relationship, but it's not perfect. Rounding is not applied, and the stat will always be a number characteristic of the attachment. You increase by 4, it increases by 2. Hearing this, Simon's hand unconsciously clenched. I hit the jackpot, so I just need to know one thing. As long as I increase my alchemy power, my demonic energy will also increase. This makes me even more excited for the next arena. Right. The next day, the system confirmed entry into the Galaxy Arena. Survival with 100 other people. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, survival, what a pain. A comment appeared. What can you do? Anyway, this is the Abyss. Another person gloated. No wonder they call this the dangerous trio of the Abyss. That person emphasized, but the chance is 1/30. But doesn't this guy always get the worst outcome? His luck is rock bottom. The Money King sighed, trying to control his emotions. Now, everyone, watch your words. Survival is a normal event in the high ranks. The comments started exploding. That's right, we're sponsored by the Abyss today, so everyone be careful. A comment was posted, the power of money, huh? Yesterday you were calling the dangerous trio trash, and someone ended with a line, with money you can be king. Don King stood before 3 players. Now then, my dear customers. He put his hands on his hips and confidently declared, as you all know, survival is the worst event for a rank-boosting service. And our party has been disbanded. The blonde man was startled. For real. The man in the beanie frowned and cursed. Damn it, I paid 10 million won. What are you going to do now? The chat enjoyed the show. The customers are pissed. Someone asked a question. What are you gonna do? Money King. Want a refund? Someone else defended Don King. Why? This event is random. Wasn't this agreed upon beforehand? 10 million won is probably double the usual boosting price. Then Don King's voice rang out. Everyone calm down, esteemed customers. You don't need to pay too much attention to the chat. He raised a mysterious smile. Anyway, the reward for survival will be divided according to rank, with 100 participants. The lowest reward will be for 50th place, and the highest will be for first place. The goateed man frowned and retorted, Are you saying you'll get us to places 1 to 3? Don King's eyes lit up as he affirmed, You all are correct. As expected from someone with experience. Your comprehension is on a whole different level. He boldly beat his chest. This Money King might be expensive, but the quality is worth it. The viewers know it too, right? The chat continued to explode with comments. Yeah, even though he's a money grubber, his skills are undeniable. A diamond ranker to be participating in the arena is pretty common. Our Money King is proud to be a booster. That's our Don King. Goatee was pleased with the offer. I trust you because of your skills. He scratched his head and burst out laughing. Saying it like that makes me blush. The blonde man asked another question. So how do you plan to get us into the top 3? He quickly gave a simple answer. We form a team. The blonde was startled. A team. Goatee cautiously reminded him. But the rules. Don King placed his hand on the cliff wall and said, You all don't need to worry about that. It seems we're at the edge of an abandoned mine, according to his experience. So if we hide, well, it'll be hard for others to notice we've teamed up. Beanie rubbed his chin, thinking, That's true. Goatee nodded in agreement. Players at this level don't have sharp senses anyway. Once he had their approval, Don King laid out his simple method. I will eliminate everyone, until only the 4 of us are left. Then I'll kill myself. These words shocked the trio. Then the 3 of us will fight it out. He nodded and explained. That's right. You all paid the same amount. So it wouldn't be fair if I interfered. Right? Excellent handling. The chat box exploded. Our Money King is a true professional, huh? So the customers will fight each other. This is a real pro match. Turn on your personal streams. Elsewhere, a player just logged in. It was where Don King had just been discussing. Just as he entered the instance, the system interrupted the rank-up review process. Simon mumbled to himself. Now what is it? He wondered to himself. They're ending the placement phase. In just one match, are they trying to make me rank up faster? Before my rebirth, I was stuck at level 1 forever. A complete nobody. He had made a mistake once. Simon made a resolution. This time, if I do well enough, I want to climb. That illness is gone. And I've also gained powerful abilities. He confidently clenched his fist. This is a huge opportunity for me. Just then Simon remembered something. Come to think of it, I think I forgot to turn on the recording. Well, there probably aren't any viewers right now anyway. Broadcast on. Instantly the system displayed, "The constellations have entered the broadcast room." He was visibly startled. Huh. Even the constellations can watch. Well then, let's get digging. Elsewhere, Don King was on a rampage. He threw a powerful punch at Simon. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. You've stepped into the wrong place. This punch has near diamond rank power. There's no way a scrub like you can take it. This is why I like bullying the weak. But he had realized his opponent was formidable. Simon was blocking Don King's punch. He dodged it. He even countered with a punch to the stomach. He slid back a distance. Don King clenched his teeth. What the hell? A piece of trash from the abyss can counterattack. The chat went crazy over this. What's going on? He blocked that punch, and even countered. That bastard. This Don King is trying to create more content for his stream again. What are you talking about? Let's get digging. That's Don King's catchphrase before he gets serious. Don King cracked his knuckles angrily. I wasn't looking closely, but it seems you're pretty decent, huh? Simon's expression didn't change as he weighed his options. He parried that attack in such a short time by parrying, a technique that can minimize damage by redirecting the attack's path. Immediately, he noticed the aura and the weapon. Judging by his equipment, he seems to be a warrior-class player. Definitely not an ordinary person. Simon glanced behind him as the Philosopher's Stone informed him, "There are people behind you." Simon's mind raced. I just thought of something. He asked directly, "You're a rank booster, aren't you?" Don King waved his hand. "How'd you know busted?" He replied lazily. "It's obvious just by looking." Don King was now beyond angry. Pretty good. But why'd you have to say it in such a cocky way? Simon became more and more provocative. Should I respect someone who boosts others for money? His eyes gleamed with indignation. Those who climb ranks by getting boosted usually have no skill at all. And the bastards who take money to boost are no better. No, these boosters deserve to be punished more. Because of them, normal players in the arena are the ones who suffer. Don King was fearless, as expected. Someone from the abyss has quite a personality. Look at those eyes. Knowing I'm a booster and still daring to have this attitude. The chat also chimed in. In short, this guy is crazy. With the intelligence of a worm, how could that guy possibly understand? He excitedly read the comments. Goodness, intelligence of a worm is a bit harsh. He's also someone trying to climb the ranks. Don King glared at Simon. What, are you mad yet? Come on, he provoked. He was scheming in his heart. Shaking an opponent's mental state is also a type of skill. A noob like you wouldn't understand. Moreover, veins popped on Don King's hand. How dare you counter my earlier punch, you brat? I must repay this humiliation. Simon let out a lazy sigh. Coming to lower-ranked matches and provoking so blatantly. Aren't you a bit too cheap? His face darkened from the insult. Is that so? It seems to work on someone who's all talk. Are you angry now? Simon replied with a smirk. Not angry. It's just that one of my viewers just gave me a quest. So now it's hard for me to let you go. Hearing this, the contempt reached its peak. Oh my God. Don King held his stomach, laughing his head off. Looks like I underestimated this guy. Even so, he was still curious. Getting a quest at this rank, huh? The chat appeared, brainless. A quest during a broadcast from bronze to gold rank. Damn, hearing that and still smirking. Isn't that hilarious? Our Don King doesn't have a quest. What should we do? If he got quests for killing rookies like this, Don King would already be a billionaire. Nevertheless, Simon's mind was unshaken. That's right. Getting a quest while ranking like this. He lunged forward as he spoke. Means I'm pretty damn good. In a flash, Simon rushed in with a double punch. Don King's face darkened as he thought he took the bait. He forgot who the main character is. I'll counter right now. The two punches collided. Simon's face was determined while Don King was filled with rage. He lightly dodged the punch. Suddenly, Don King charged forward violently. He became agitated and revealed a weakness. This little rat, Simon took full advantage. Don King's internal organs were injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pushed back. He dodged all my reckless attacks and even found an opening. A powerful aura emanated. Don King wondered, who the hell is this guy? His face turned pale. He's definitely not a normal person. The blonde man behind him cried out, "Oh my God!" Beanie also became worried. Sir Don King. Don King couldn't lose face. Damn it, everyone's watching. I need to end this quickly. Don King decided to risk it all. I'll deal with him with all my strength. He charged madly like a rocket. However, whenever he punched, Simon always dodged. He wondered, can you still dodge? Simon gave a fond smile. Is that all you've got? Then it's my turn. He threw a devastating punch. Like a wrecking ball, Don King slammed into the wall. He raged in frustration. No way I was pushed back. Where did he get this power? Beanie ran over and called softly Sir Don King. The blonde asked, "Are you okay?" Don King's pride surged. This is so embarrassing. He would rather die than lose his reputation. This bastard. Stop dodging, come and get some. Simon coldly channeled energy into his hand. Heavenly Demon Technique. The path of the demon is the path of destruction. A brilliant purple light was blinding. His thigh bones snapped in two. Pain and hatred overwhelmed his reason. You damn bastard. He roared in panic. Simon's face darkened, awaiting the next blow. An A-grade trait activated, a punch that seemed to carry his entire life force. Die. His eyes blazed. He's finally getting serious, huh? Normally dodging would be the right decision. But I can't miss this opportunity. Simon's arm muscles activated. Muscle body hot. Finally, he unleashed a deadly move. Heavenly Demon Technique. Imperial Blast. Purple and red light collided brilliantly. Simon roared, encouraging himself. Don King wouldn't be outdone. The cave shook violently from the pressure. A mouthful of red liquid was sprayed onto the ground. Don King took a painful hit. Comments popped up like mushrooms. Unbelievable. What was that just now? The screen was static, so I couldn't see anything. At this moment, he only had one arm left. No way. Don King's eyes were filled with helplessness. I lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, he fell. You have gotten first blood. System notification, additional reward. Seaman breathed a sigh of relief. Perfecting one technique is still quite difficult. The Heavenly Demon immediately rewarded him with 500 million achievement points. He smiled gratefully. Not just for the quest, but this too. Simon's goals grew ever higher. I will work really hard to satisfy the quest given by the Heavenly Demon. System notification, the constellation. Heavenly Demon nods in satisfaction. Other constellations also gave rewards. He was startled when he received 1,000 points. Is it because they are high-level constellations? They're really generous. System reminder title, Choice of the King. He was dumbfounded. There's this kind of achievement, reading through it. Simon seemed to not believe it. My God, a title that can re-roll system messages. Each re-roll gets a constellation-backed title. He thought to himself, does that mean every time I get a sponsorship, all my stats will increase by 1? That's a game-breaking choice. But as good as it is, it also carries risks. If the number of sponsorships decreases, then the choices will also decrease accordingly. Unlike growth-type titles, this one has the potential to decrease. Opening the status window, he scanned through it. It seems my demonic energy is still unaffected. Let's think positively. At least some stats have increased. A smile appeared on his lips. Although I don't know how picky the constellations are, from now on I should take on more quests. Suddenly a sword fell. No way. A stunned blonde man backed away. Don King lost. They don't want to accept that it was a scam, right? Simon looked at the clueless group. These guys are still waiting here. Then he coldly approached them. The group trembled, holding their weapons. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll attack. The spear wasn't held steady for even a second. The more Simon looked, the more annoyed he became. With this kind of noob skill, how did they even pass the tutorial? Truly pathetic. It's all because of skillless trash, like you who pay for boosting. Real players have died in the arena because of you. Killing intent erupted from Simon's eyes. After that, there were only screams. Even a splash of red splattered on the wall. After finishing the job, Simon stood alone for a long time. Suddenly, someone appeared. So strong. Truly excellent. Then John Young, full of danger, approached. Your innate stats are very good. And I see you don't go easy on the weak, do you? Simon paid him no mind. Excuse me. It seems you've misunderstood something. This is the arena. There's no such thing as pity here. Yes. John Young waved his hand and replied nonchalantly. That's right. That's why I like you even more. You know there are many talented people, but they can't make the most of it. Isn't that right? Simon started to get annoyed. What's with this guy? The man took a small piece of paper from his pocket. You see, this world isn't just about strength. Then he held it out. Take this. Simon was surprised to recognize what was in front of him. This is a business card from the mainland. A few words were written on it. Mainland HR Manager John Young. For that reason, he questioned, You're a spy from China? John Young naturally explained succinctly. I was supposed to give this to that streamer Don King. His talent shouldn't just stop at boosting. Simon showed a look of disgust. Then why didn't you give it to him? The man's lips curled with hidden meaning. Of course I would have, if he ever started broadcasting again. Holding the card, Simon hesitated. Mainland. I never thought I'd see this here. For a simple reason, one of the top 2 guilds in China mainland. And it rose to number 2 in the world when Master Rong Li Chu became the guild master. I can't believe I'm getting involved with him. I guessed they would act soon, but it seems it's even earlier than I thought. Just then, John Young hit the nail on the head. It seems you're still skeptical, huh? I understand China's image in Korea. Simon maintained a distant attitude. I guess you do too, since you've participated in ranked matches in Korea. The man laughed upon hearing that. What can we do? International ranked matches. Only start from platinum rank and above. Does it bother you that I'm scouting like this? His eyebrows furrowed. It's not a pleasant action, but it's not enough to be bothered. In his heart, he was sure. because this is an activity that all major countries secretly carry out. This is a common tactic to target potential clients. This John Young guy must be a scout. Then the man changed the subject. By the way, how did you know about this? Because very few countries recruit people like me, even with citizenship. Simon, without any hesitation. I don't think I need to answer that question. The man curled his lips as if he knew. Of course. Then he held up 5 fingers. How about this 5 million yuan? At the current exchange rate, that's 920 million won. I'll pay you up front right now. This is just to show how much we value you. In addition, we'll give you a 500 million won weapon, armor worth over 100 million with a 3-year contract. Moreover, these items will still be yours, even after the contract ends. Furthermore, if you naturalize in China, we will pay you an additional 50 million yuan, 10 times the down payment equivalent to 9.2 billion won. With such attractive benefits, John Young was sure how can you refuse, right? Not even Samsung can offer terms this good for a rookie. The low-level player Simon quickly had an answer. The terms are amazing. He held out his hand ready. So are you interested? Over 90% have accepted these terms. He was still a bit hesitant. In this place called the abyss of the low levels, these terms are of course attractive enough to make someone lose their mind and accept. The contract term is 3 years, and there are no additional clauses for extension. But I know very well how mainland works. Simon took John Young's hand. The man was pleased, thinking the deal was done, as expected. Responding to that look was the force of his grip. But Director John, you know, an HR director should have a keen eye for judging people. The man frowned in surprise. A second later, he was punched in the stomach by Simon. Pain struck and he spat blood. John Young looked on in disbelief. He refused the offer. Then he questioned. Why? He smiled, clenching his palm. Why no reason? The next words made Simon incredibly badass. I just don't like it. Before a mouthful of blood had dried, John Young was on the kill feed. With my past life's experience, I understand you people all too well. He told himself I won't be a fool again. Then he stretched, turned and said, Shall we continue inside? In a small room, warm morning light shone in. Here on the big screen, the game was over. The diamond-aiming warriors. What happened to Don King? Does he really have to give a refund? Oh my god, 10 million won per person. So 30 million won total, right? He got wrecked by that punk from the abyss. Lost in a one-on-one fight with an unknown player. Comments kept scrolling up. From the abyss. And becomes an acquaintance. What abyss? Didn't you see that guy use Kai? Clearly not someone from the abyss. But it didn't really look like Kai did it. Damn it, I'm a co-founder of Don King's channel. His key was clearly very different. Everyone shut up. Anyone have suggestions for dinner? So what's Don King going to do now? I've never heard of this Simon guy. Who watches broadcasts from the abyss anyway? He sighed, full of weariness. Then Don King put on his headset. I'm still broadcasting, gotta pull myself together. I still have a lot to do. He looked at the comments excitedly. All right, everyone. The arena is over, so calm down. Feels like he's been playing dead this whole time. Why did he just show up now? Who was that guy from before anyway? How are you going to handle the refunds? These kinds of rank-boosting streams usually have a loyal viewership, so it should be fine. He's playing the victim, but I'm not so sure. But in my experience, it's clear that the other guy isn't in this rank either. They're ganging up on him, damn it. Using energy from the abyss is a bit over the line. That's right. Even if it's not energy, that kind of power doesn't make sense. He's definitely not in this rank. This is good. I've got public opinion on my side. The comments are pretty chill again. Is that bastard hacking? You sound like a total noob. How can you hack in the arena? Say something that makes more sense. Donkyong clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right. A sly, smug grin appeared on his face. First and foremost, I must apologize to my clients. Normally, my policy is not to give 100% refunds, but this time is an exception. I will refund everyone in full. They immediately believed him. Wait, is this Donkyong guy for real? This dude really takes his rank-boosting business seriously. He then took off his VR headset. All right, that's it. I'm ending the stream now. Thanks everyone for watching today's stream. As soon as he finished, Donkyong slammed the end stream button. He furiously threw the VR headset to the floor. Damn it, energy in a low rank, no way. Donkyong was fuming, cursing silently. To use energy, your stats need to be at least level 100. Damn it, is this for real? Even if he had the innate talent of Kim Si-huk or Lee Du-yong, he gritted his teeth in anger. It should only appear in diamond rank, right? There's no way it would show up. In bronze. I've met a lot of boosters, but this is the first time I've met someone like him. Donkyong ground his teeth, unable to swallow his anger. I worked so hard to get to platinum, enduring all sorts of penalties, and now I get humiliated like this. I won't let you get away with this. There must be something. A divine artifact or something I don't know about. What kind of monster is he? Suddenly he remembered something, his eyes showing surprise. Wait a minute, that's right. Donkyong remembered his words. That's right. He said he had a mission. Simon had said casually. One of my viewers just gave me a mission, so it's going to be hard to let you off now. He hurriedly searched for the stream on his phone. There must be some information on there. Donkyong stared at the screen doubtfully. Who the hell is... When he finished his search, he was endlessly surprised. On the screen, the player's stream was clear. Player Simon, rank undefined infinite. Infinite. That means he's a new player who hasn't completed any placement matches. Donkyong immediately clicked the watch stream button. Inside a dark cave, desperate screams echoed. Help me! A terrified player trembled and backed away. Damn it. How can a guy with no equipment? In the stream, only a splash of crimson blood was left on the rock wall. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way this guy... His level of martial arts is truly terrifying. Simon madly unleashed moves, taking them down one by one. In just a few movements, he consecutively defeated the group. Every movement achieved perfection between offense and defense, even mixed with a touch of the essence of high-level martial arts. Donkyong watched the contents of the stream, bewildered. What on earth has he learned? Simon moved with godlike speed, charging forward. And why is he so good at finding enemies in the dark like that? You'll hit a wall everywhere in this place. This abandoned mine is a complex maze-like structure, and it's also like an ant nest, with areas submerged in darkness. They're called black zones, where there isn't even a single torch. Witnessing Simon charging forward like an arrow, but he just kept moving without stopping. Even while passing through a black zone, he delivered a powerful blow, making him cough up blood. How did you... Donkyong was terrified, not believing his eyes. How can he be unranked? He thought it over carefully. Come to think of it, there are 3 viewers here. But why hasn't anyone said anything? The phone screen lit up. Player Simon's stream. Undefined rank. Donkyong started typing frantically. Hello, anyone there? Someone named Yong replied. Isn't this Donkyong? I was just about to go talk to you. What a coincidence. Seeing this, he was completely bewildered. Huh. Who is this guy? Donkyong immediately asked. Are you Mr. Yong? Yong typed back. Nice to meet you. You ended the stream so quickly I didn't get a chance to say anything. Luckily, he understood. If it's about the refund, I'll send it to your account today. Yong replied. No need for a full refund? I've already sent my info to you via private message. Make sure you check it. He was startled. Donkyong beamed with joy. Oh my god, as expected of Mr. Yong. I'll definitely check it. Awesome. He let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Donkyong stretched and leaned back. Dodged a bullet there. Suddenly, a message notification chimed. Opening it, he saw 2 constellation managers, Zeus and Chianma, had messaged, so noisy. Chianma ganged up, that's right. Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance. Constellations. Are these guys nuts? How dare they use the names of constellations? Donkyong furiously typed a response. Even if it's a concept, this is too much. Using the name of a constellation isn't that crossing the line? You disrespectful punks. What's with your nicknames? Trying to get attention, right? Why are you using constellation names? The 2 constellation managers, Zeus and Chianma, replied with a single question mark. Seeing that message, he grew even more smug. Look at this. Pretending you don't know anything, right? Think I don't know, you're just chasing clout. With my years of streaming experience, Donkyong's fingers flew across the keyboard. You guys are seriously gonna get penalized. At least don't be so blatant about it. Is this okay? My viewers are about to arrive. If you keep this up, the constellation. Huk Yang jumped in. What the hell? This made him even more annoyed. This manager is cussing now too, seriously. Inside the mine, a player was beaten until he coughed up blood. He was punched to the ground, his body bruised. Simon stood triumphantly, his body condensing a powerful aura. I guess that's all of them. The leaderboard appeared. Rank 1, Simun. Rank 2, Park Sechan. He cracked his knuckles. 20 kills. Simon happily checked the leaderboard. With this score, it's enough to coast in first place. However, he was worried. But the mission I received at the beginning still isn't complete. Am I still missing something? Mission show the path of ruthlessness. One cannot turn back by using the heavenly demon arts. Show ruthlessness, Simon pondered thoughtfully. Looking back, this is pretty vague. It doesn't say I have to get first place or get the most kills. He seriously considered it. The path of ruthlessness. It probably just wants to see my potential. Yeah, that's probably it. Then a thought occurred to Simon. Geez, subjective questions are always harder than objective ones. He quickly came to a conclusion. Looks like I'll complete it when the arena ends. Simon suddenly felt something was off. He heard a noise and turned. He looked up. What's that? Next, Simon activated his eye technique. The system notified. Moon owl's body tissue can reproduce the physical abilities of a moon owl. He saw a large vein of silver ore. Simon used the Black Panther's tissue to move quickly. I need to get a closer look. He picked up a crystal. Is this silver ore? Someone reminded him. Could it be that? Simon was puzzled. That person continued, you know, that thing. He startled, understanding. Simon immediately opened the system. Could it be the mineral I'm looking for? Info window. That person asked curiously, Well, is it the one? Simon looked at the info window excitedly. It's really it. The Philosopher's Stone cheered joyfully. What a surprise. Hey, grab it quickly. Simon observed the crystal with delight. I never thought I'd find it in an abandoned mine. He stomped his foot on the ground. First, I have to finish the arena match. Then I'll check it properly. Suddenly, a notification bell rang, catching Simon's attention. He operated the status window. That's right. I think I forgot to turn off the stream. I think I gave manager permissions to those 3 constellations. Simon was utterly shocked when he saw the screen. The comments were a non-stop barrage of insults. Damn it, ban us if you have the guts, you bunch of constellation wannabes. Exactly. Even if you kick us out, you'll be the one who gets penalized. I've watched all sorts of streams, but this is the first time I've seen some crazies dare to pretend to be constellations. Manager. Hoik Yang was furious. Fine, you disrespectful bunch. I'll kick every single one of you out. And he kicked them out one by one. Meanwhile, the constellation Zeus praised nicely done. I like that about you. He was bewildered. What the hell is going on? But Simon was in disbelief. I never expected this situation to turn out like this. I simply gave manager permissions to the constellations because I wanted to maintain the King's Choice title. Are managers allowed to behave like this, Hoik Yang? That's right. Get out! What's the streamer doing? Banmei go on Banmei Hoik Yang. You're banned too. Chianma, this is a mess. After this live stream, but who would have thought it would turn into a full-blown flame war? He could only bow his head and sigh in frustration. Simon muted his mic directly. They've kicked out 100 people out of 4,000, and more people are coming to watch the drama. As expected of the constellations, their way of doing things is truly different. Calm down. First, I need to deal with the constellations privately. Yes, he wearily surmised. So that Donkyong guy I beat earlier showed up and started a fight first. Then a person named Yong Yong joined in with him, right? Zeus nodded vigorously. Simon asked the managers curiously. You tried to ignore it, but Donkyong's viewers flooded in and the level of criticism started to rise. Hoik Yang pouted, nodded, and gritted his teeth, saying they would crush Donkyong if they had enough achievement points. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. We can't do that. At this moment, Simon was deeply troubled. If a constellation interferes before the galactic arena begins, the galactic arena won't let it slide. That's really dangerous. But if I ignore Hoik Yang's complaints, the King's Choice stat will disappear. His expression turned serious again. If that happens, I'll lose +2 to all stats. That's equivalent to 4 levels for strength, agility, stamina, and alchemy power stats. Then Simon carefully examined the system. In that case, the attitude I should take now is... He then smiled cheerfully, trying to appease the difficult manager. Calm down, Lord Hoik Yang. Take a deep breath. From now on, if a situation like this happens again, please don't worry too much. From now on, if a situation like this happens again, please don't worry too much. The screen displayed, Hoik Yang says he doesn't care about lowly humans. Simon smiled amiably. Yes, of course. But I will always be grateful for your concern for me. Hoik Yang blushed at his words. He nodded shyly. Zeus and Chianma chuckled. He sighed in relief. Phew, I got through that. Simon continued walking forward. And I hope that your existences have not yet been discovered. He took slow, deliberate steps forward. This is a world where a country's power is judged based on a single player, chosen by a constellation. In a place where every move is monitored, naturally all things like conspiracies, persuasion, and assassinations occur based on the sponsorship of constellations. It's still too early to confront those things when I've just entered ranked matches. Simon's eyes showed a pensive look, especially those people who think if I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. After all, this is just human nature. He spoke calmly. I'm thinking of something like this. Then Simon opened the system. So if it's not something important, the existence of the constellations must be kept secret at all costs. In the mine, he said calmly, so I'm going to ask all 3 of you. The constellations nodded in agreement. Simon confidently tapped the system. All right. I'm turning the broadcast back on now. Let's begin. The comments buzzed with discussion. Hey, where'd the screen go? Looks like those managers have toned it down a bit, huh? Didn't the streamer tell the managers to do that? If that were the case, they would have turned off the stream with a super serious face, right? The managers probably did it on their own. It's true, no matter where you go, the fans are always the problem. But when his stream came back on, it's back on? Simon warmly greeted everyone. Hey everyone, it seems there's been a slight misunderstanding. He scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, I think the managers were trying to prepare something to help me break out of this boring image. But, actually, this was a script I just sketched out for the constellations. Things just turned out this way. I'm truly sorry. Everyone replied amicably. No, this is epic-level drama. It was pretty fun. Fun. Using constellations to create drama is fun. Whatever this scene is fun. Just enjoy it. A new streamer needs a little bit of this kind of drama to build some hype. Simon smiled, satisfied. The atmosphere has clearly improved. A pop-up appeared. I Am Gold has donated. Stream more, I'll be a regular. System notification. Achievement unlocked. First donation received. Received 100 achievement points. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing that, Simon became even more delighted. I got a donation. I am gold, thank you for the donation. He thought to himself cheerfully. Getting sponsored by Constellations is great, but in the long run, donations and attention from regular viewers also provide a huge advantage. After all, streaming was the main source of achievement points for C-Huck and Mello in my past life. Seeing the stream viewers spike, the system announced, achievement unlocked 5,000. Concurrent viewers. Simon beamed, received 5,000 achievement points. Good. If the stream continues to grow, I can earn achievement points regularly. A comment exclaimed, "What's with that smile? Now that I look closely, this guy's really handsome." Right. His smile is so beautiful my heart fluttered a bit. He stretched his limbs comfortably. All right then, shall we get back to the match? Since I'm new to streaming, I'll be turning off the chat. Please remember to keep your comments civil. All right, let's go. That night at the highest apartment, a brilliant light shone out. Simon was teleported back into his apartment. He slowly removed the VR headset. Having a login device like this is so much more comfortable. Simon excitedly watched the system notifications pop up continuously. Rewards increased based on your performance. Chianma's mission complete. Successfully cleared the Chilling Ruins arena. You received 25 points and became the last survivor. Received 500 achievement points. Philosopher's Stone binding additional XP received. Level up to 5. Philosopher's Stone leveled up by 3, received a weakened open core. He beamed with excitement. The rewards are insane. Gained 5 levels after just one placement match. Simon excitedly thought, and the Philosopher's Stone went up by 3 levels. That means I got 8 levels worth of EXP, right? A few comments caught his attention. The screen's off again, probably because the arena ended. I've never seen a player cross the mine like that before. Has anyone else seen that? It was like he was sprinting. So cool. They were still talking. But this guy doesn't have a cover image or anything, and it looks like he doesn't have a profile picture either. Come to think of it, I don't have anything suitable for a stream waiting screen. He could only smile awkwardly. It's because I just started streaming. I'll prepare a waiting screen soon. Several comments came to his defense. Simon, you don't need anything fancy, just post any picture. That's right. Whether you're shy or not, just upload a selfie. It'll be fine. That would be fun. If it's too difficult, just send me a message. It won't be perfect, but I'll do my best to help you. He had no choice but to agree. Thank you, everyone. This is the first time I've received so much attention. Simon thought happily, I can't believe the person who once suffered from a magic deficiency disease and had to live his whole life at level 1 could make such a comeback. It's truly unbelievable. He politely chatted with the comments. Thank you all for watching my humble stream. By Simon waved. That's all for today. Next time I'll come back better than ever. No, don't go. He's really leaving just like that. But he's so handsome. See you later. He then ended the stream and plopped down on the floor. After all that, Simon felt incredibly good. I could get addicted to this. No, you're mine. Simon soothed the child within his body. Don't worry, kid. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. He then opened the system window. Right, let's check it out. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. Player Simon's placement phase has ended. Platinum rank is suitable. However, adjustments will be made based on your stats and level. He was satisfied with this ranking. Luckily, I didn't fall directly into platinum hell. Simon opened the fridge and cracked open a cold drink. Although the results in each match were overwhelming, it's only been 3 matches. Based on the average level of platinum rank, this doesn't add up at all. He waited for the system to adjust. It seems the placement is taking some time. System complete. The player has 2 options. 1, gold rank plus 10% XP until the platinum matches begin. To silver rank, 30% reduction in EXP and rewards until the gold matches begin. A choice. Simon was about to click. Anyone can see that option 1 is better, right? Suddenly his gaze became sharp. Wait a minute. Simon carefully examined both options. The 10% EXP reward in option 1 is too obvious. But why would they even offer option 2? He silently made a careful calculation. It looks like a choice, but is it actually a penalty? Simon's eyes scanned the text. The arena must have some kind of trick up its sleeve. The Philosopher's Stone urged impatiently. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and check it. He unexpectedly reached his hand into the screen. What if the arena has a reason to force me into silver rank? Seola. Simon directly pulled out a piece of S-rank mithril ore. It exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, the purity is so high. This can be used anywhere." He gave a serious command, Philosopher's Stone appraise it. It asked blankly, the info is already there. Do we really need to do that? Simon's eyes showed his determination. There's something I need to check. The Philosopher's Stone attempted the appraisal. All right, but this is high-grade mithril ore, so it'll take a lot of alchemy power, appraisal tier 10. Upon use, you will enter Hot Mine Nightmare 1-person limit. He was utterly shocked, just as I thought. So it was because of this. It was confused. How did you know this was an entrance item? Simon calmly replied, I didn't know at first. He was overjoyed. Who would have thought? This was an entrance item for a special arena. The fact that it's mithril ore was already great, but if it's an entrance item, that's even better. This kind of precious ore, an item that allows entry into a special arena outside the preset ranking zones. Naturally, its rewards are on a completely different level. Then Simon looked at the two choices, so this is why they gave me option 2. He looked again at the mithril ore's information, and on top of that, it's tier 10. I didn't even know it existed at this point in time. Among the in-game tiers, people usually think SSS is the highest rank. However, there's something even more brilliant. But in my past life, tier 10 would only appear in 2 to 3 years. It carried a brilliant halo. The difference between tier 10 and SSS is just one thing. Tier 10 is a unique rank. Simon considered it seriously. In other words, it's a one-of-a-kind item. And the fact that tier 10 appeared on an entrance item means that the difficulty of this special arena can be reconsidered. He rested his chin in his hand, weighing the options carefully. The problem is just making the entrance gate appear. Based on the system adding the silver rank in the second option, Simon looked back at the ore in his hand. It's likely this item will become useless once I pass silver rank. If that's the case, the best choice is to enter here, after maximizing my potential before reaching gold rank. He then chose an option. However, to get a good reaction while live streaming, I'll need something more exciting. Choice complete. The system announced the match placement. Simon's ranking has concluded. You have chosen condition number 2. Entering silver rank. 30% reduction in EXP and rewards until the gold rank matches. He seriously let the system place him in silver rank. EXP and rewards are reduced by 30% in silver rank. The mechanical voice sounded again. Received 500 achievement points. Simon let the energy surround him. It has begun. Yes, on screen, 2 MCs were chatting animatedly. That's right. Next up is the top player talk segment. Yes, perhaps no one knows about this person yet. The National Arena Representative. The TV show with the highest ratings in Korea. The 2 people on stage continued talking. It's truly amazing. This year's graduating class from the academy is truly astonishing. Every single one of them is like that. That's right. 2 of them have already become rankers, comparable to the players who have dominated the arena for years. Isn't that right? This is a blessing for our country. I'm really looking forward to the next international tournament, often called Gook Day. It has become the #1 channel in the region since the Galactic Arena appeared, becoming a national program. An image of Psyhook taking down a boss with a single sword strike appeared on screen. In a recent broadcast, when player Psyhook single-handedly defeated the boss, it was truly overwhelming. The view count on GanTube has already surpassed 500 million. Everyone was astonished when they heard those words. 500 million? It's only been a few days and it's already at 500 million. Player Psyhook has become a world-famous ranker. In a room, 2 people were watching the program. I was so lucky to be able to see that in person. I'm so jealous. If I didn't have a schedule that day, Park Jin-guk said excitedly. Hey, they're talking about you on Gook Day again. He smiled gently. Sunbae, you don't have to tell me. I can hear it all. He hated how this kid didn't even seem to blink. Psyhook comfortably plopped down on the sofa. Sunbae, today is one of my rare days off. Please don't bother me. Park Jin-guk grumbled irritably. I should be the one saying that, you punk. Why did you come to my office to rest? He nonchalantly stated, I'm your client. He cracked his knuckles in frustration. Well, it seems our player, Psyhook, has dropped his burdens, hasn't he? Park Jin-guk yelled angrily. You punk. Just because you're my client. You think you can do whatever you want. Psyhook was still fake smiling. Come on. It's because I have nowhere else to rest. He was rendered helpless by this attitude. You're disrupting my life. Then Park Jin-guk poured a cup of hot water. He offered the cup to him. All right, my busy Hubei. Here's some coffee to cheer you up. Psyhook scrunched his face and refused. I was about to go to sleep and you're giving me coffee. Park Jin-guk replied annoyedly. That's why I'm giving it to you. Hurry up, wake up and get out of here. He grinned mischievously. In that case, I won't drink it. I'm going to sleep some more. This made him even angrier. This punk. Just because you've been doing well lately. You think you can mess with your Sunbae? Psyhook was still joking around. It's always fun to see you, Sunbae. Park Jin-guk irritably lit a cigarette. I give up. Suddenly, he threw a document down, startling him. Hey, Psyhook asked curiously. What is it? Park Jin-guk exhaled a thin stream of smoke. What else? It's what you wanted. He took out the papers inside. You found it already? He leaned back comfortably in his chair. Let me tell you something. Even though I'm treated like a dog by those pain-in-the-ass rankers, I'm still the broker in this business, you know. Do you understand? Psyhook still had a radiant smile. Come on, why would you say that? When have I ever treated Hunter Park Jin-guk like a dog? He exploded with rage, shouting, You little punk! Then make a deal with me. Not give me charity, make a deal. You're always making me work for free. Park Jin-guk clenched his fist until it cracked. This rich little brat. Rich people really are the worst. he replied slowly. Don't say that you'll hurt my feelings. I paid you with the app last time, didn't I? He flicked his cigarette ash into the cup. Is it really that bad? Then Park Jin-guk spoke up annoyed. I prefer hard cash over some app. If I liked apps, I'd be running in the arena, instead of doing this kind of work. So why do you think I retired, huh? Si-hook still wore a gentle smile. Yeah, I've told you before, my offer still stands. He refused flatly. Forget it. Working with someone like me will only tarnish your image. He pleaded senior, but Park Jin-guk replied firmly, Enough, no means no. Seeing his goal was not achieved, Si-hook fell silent. His whole body exuded an oppressive aura. If someone objects, then we just need to get rid of them, right? Hearing that, he suddenly became wary. However, Park Jin-guk let out a breath and scoffed. He didn't believe the kid could do anything. You planning to kill the entire Korean Association, kid? Despite your looks, your personality is still so twisted. Suddenly, Park Jin-guk thought of something. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. Wait, he exclaimed. Hey, don't tell me, Si-hook just sighed. Why are you so surprised? Then he smiled confidently and said, I'm just trying to take back what's mine. Park Jin-guk was stunned, not knowing how to reason with him. But in his eyes, there was a deep-seated fear. This brat, he's really trying to take over the association. Park Jin-guk nervously swallowed. As Si-hook looked at the documents, he understood that Park Jin-guk knew. He smiled calmly and gently. When this person smiles so naturally, at that moment Si-hook looked up. By the way, senior, is this all you could find? He angrily gritted his teeth. Grit, you got a problem with it. This is when the aura continuously radiating from him is when Si-hook is most dangerous. Park Jin-guk was angry but could do nothing. Just his aura alone is enough to make me sweat. And I'm a diamond ranker. If it were a normal person, they'd be shaking in their boots by now. He still casually remarked, I was hoping to catch a bigger fish. Then Si-hook continued to flip through the documents. I knew you were behind this, uncle. But Song-sam, he carefully considered it. True, with Song-sam's reputation, they'd do a clean job. So clean it's hard to investigate further. He bluntly pointed out the flaw. You're really impatient. I gave you a bunch of clues, and all you got was Song-sam is involved. Just this one line. Park Jin-guk raised his voice in frustration. That's all I could find. My power is limited. If you're so good, find it yourself. Then he sighed again in frustration. But if Sam is involved, shouldn't we ask you? Dung. Si-hook flatly rejected it. She doesn't know anything. Suddenly, he crumpled the paper. Not now. Not ever. Park Jin-guk leaned back tiredly in his chair. I don't know what you mean. But with Yudung's personality, I think she'd investigate and find something. He smirked nonchalantly. I mean, she doesn't know Sam was involved in that accident. The news report continued to play. Next up is the top story in the arena this week. Is it true? Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. A broadcast faking being a constellation. I heard that the 3 managers of this broadcast pretended to be constellations. Let's take a closer look. Park Jin-guk sighed wearily. You two? When did you become so distant? Si-hook put the documents down. I think we've always been like this. Suddenly he sensed something. He glanced over. From behind the door, something dark seemed to be approaching. Si-hook asked, By the way, senior, do you have any other appointments today? He replied casually. What are you talking about? I always mark the day I meet you as a day off, since I hate expending too much energy. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It seems our great night hunter has been tailed, huh? An unusual presence seeped in from the door. Suddenly the door opened and a foot stepped inside. Excuse me. Simon, cloaked in shadows, entered. Is this Park Jin-guk's office? He politely turned the visitor away. Sorry, sir, but we're closed today. Please come back tomorrow. Park Jin-guk looked around, puzzled when he couldn't see him. Where'd that Si-hook kid disappear to so fast? He scanned the surroundings. This kid's gotten even better at hiding. His concealment skill, it's good enough to impress an assassin like me. This is the level of a high ranker. So you understand as well, I didn't know it was your day off. Meanwhile, unaware he was hiding behind the door, Si-hook got ready to draw his sword. Who is it? A tale sent by Sam. He observed Simon's strange dark aura. Or an assassin here to kill me? He smiled cheerfully. I'm very sorry. But I've come all this way, so I have a small request. Simon continued. It's a simple job. But Park Jin-guk firmly refused. Go home. He calmly raised his hand. I want to find someone. He reached a hand under the table and yelled, freeze. Then Park Jin-guk grabbed the blade under the table. Damn it, I have no other choice. Just then someone rushed past. Si-hook decisively lunged forward. He also took this chance to charge. One after the other, the two rushed to attack Simon. Young Si-hook coldly swung his sharp sword. Despite being attacked from both front and back, Simon remained calm. His hat fell off as he swiftly dodged the blade. He froze when he saw the familiar figure. Si-hook stopped all movement in shock, his eyes wide with confusion. He paused and called out in surprise. Simon turned curiously. Seeing him, he was just as surprised. Why are you here? As for Park Jin-guk, he didn't understand anything. His head was full of question marks. In the bright office, everything was neatly arranged. 3 fresh cups of coffee sat on the table. Yes, he then asked about the situation. Right. You came here to find me for a reason, didn't you? Simon immediately confirmed. That's right. I'm looking for someone. Park Jin-guk beamed. Looking for someone. Then you've come to the right place. We're pretty well known in this area. He was quite pleased. That's good. Seeing the powerful aura radiating from him, finding someone shouldn't be too hard. For a night hunter, an SS-class characteristic, his blessing of the night is perfect for assassinations. But Simon, with his deep eyes, observed Park Jin-guk carefully. And like other assassination characteristics, it's also useful for tracking and gathering information. That's why I came looking for Park Jin-guk. Then he looked excitedly at Sehuk's confused expression. But why is this kid here? He awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Sehuk looked down and said nothing. Simon noticed this unusual behavior. The kid doesn't dare look me in the eye. Could it be that he still feels guilty about the accident? That crippled my magic 15 years ago. He turned and spoke up. Hey, Sehuk, what's wrong with you? Did someone eat your tongue? Look up. You know this is Park Jin-guk's place, right? He stammered shyly. Well, seeing this, he chuckled and introduced him. This kid isn't just my junior from the academy. He's also one of my main clients. Simon slowly sipped his coffee. A client. That's strange. In my past life at this point, Park Jin-guk wasn't very close with Sehuk. Then he placed the cup on the saucer. I didn't know you two were senior and junior. You two must be close. Both of them retorted angrily in unison. No, we're enemies. Simon was surprised. What? He let out all his frustration. Thanks to that damn rancor, I'm forced to work for him. I'm his slave. Sehuk clenched his fists in anger. No senior. And you just sighed. If you say so, then you must have had a hard time. Simon cheerfully assumed, by the way, this kid is also great at causing trouble. Hearing that Park Jin-guk was overjoyed, as expected of a senior. You know him so well. He was again displeased. Senior, he replied casually. It's nothing. This kid isn't exactly unbearable. He found an ally and burst out laughing. Looks like I found a client who's my type. Yes, Park Jin-guk got more enthusiastic about the job. So who are you looking for? Is it a foreigner? Simon said frankly. No, they're local. He saw this as a simple matter. That's good. Our success rate domestically is quite high. Do you have a description or any information about the person you're looking for? Simon smiled to himself. Her name is Masuk. Thinking of her, he continued to provide information. Lives in Busan and is 24 years old. Park Jin-guk repeated to himself, Masuk 24 years old. Same age as our junior here. He was curious about their relationship. The name sounds female. Do you know her by any chance? Simon was a bit hesitant. No, not really. However, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Before I was reborn, I knew her. But now, at this point, Park Jin-guk suggested a plan. If you don't know her, then let's find her address first, shall we? Simon still had doubts. Can you find it? He was confident and laughed heartily. With this much information, if I can't find her, I might as well quit. Don't you worry. Suddenly, Sehuk excitedly pointed to the paper in his hand. So, senior, now's a good time for you to retire, isn't it? He trembled with anger. This punk. And then Park Jin-guk quickly regained his composure. Anyway, it'll take a few days, but it won't be too long. Simon was excited. That would be great. I heard you only accept cash. What's my fee? He carefully calculated the cost. Based on the amount of information you provided, this isn't too difficult of a request. And since this is your first commission, and I like you a lot, Park Jin-guk quickly made a decision. So this one's on the house. He shook his head and waved his hand in refusal. I appreciate the gesture, but for free, I can't accept that. You're a diamond rank, aren't you? I can't just freeload off such high-level skills. Simon's attitude made him laugh out loud. God, you're really different from your brother. This just makes me want to do it for free even more. Then Park Jin-guk turned his attention to Sehuk. If you don't like it, then I'll just charge this junior of mine. What do you say, kid? He indifferently turned away. Whatever. But he still disagreed. No, this is my commission, so I can't let him pay. Sehuk was startled. Hyung, it's okay. I have money. However, Simon didn't see it that way. But I don't feel right about it. And this isn't about money. He was at a loss for words. Then he faced him directly. It's about the relationship. Hearing this, Park Jin-guk became quite interested. It seems you plan to be a long-term client of ours, huh? Simon immediately confirmed. That's right. I want to maintain a long-term relationship with the night hunter. He understood and smiled faintly. I see, so that's why you refused the free job. The ever-curious Park Jin-guk said. This makes me wonder even more. If you two are really brothers... Simon felt confused. He closed his eyes in resignation. Then how about we fix this issue? With another condition. His eyes showed some surprise. Another condition. Simon got straight to the point. I heard you've been looking to buy high-grade materials recently. Park Jin-guk was startled. How did you... He was cut off. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm, just as I thought. I just think I might be able to help you. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be bewildered. Help me? Simon affirmed. That's right. to the serious man before him. Night Hunter Park Jin-guk. Despite possessing diamond rank skills, he had suddenly left the arena and was running an office that only accepted cash. His eyes were filled with determination. It was like a detective agency. Thinking of his lonely figure walking under the sunset, why would such a talented person do this kind of work? Remembering his past life, the reason why Park Jin-guk suddenly left at this time was mana sclerosis. The symptom caused the mana in his arm to lose its flexibility. Mana sclerosis is one of the arena diseases, referring to the phenomenon of mana suddenly hardening or completely solidifying. Even the mana in the entire body is affected. Currently, there is no cure for this disease, so it is often considered incurable. But the cure recipe actually consists of very common ingredients. In the old days, those who used magic created it. Of course, I know the recipe very well, because when I was magically crippled, I researched all the healing recipes, thinking about Si-hook's death. Moreover, there's another reason I want to help Park Jin-guk get cured. That's because on the day Si-hook died at the hands of Zhongli Chu, it was Park Jin-guk who was with him until the very end. Now Simon was more serious than ever. So if Park Jin-guk can quickly go with him, then somehow it could prevent all the problems of the Korean inner circle, including the association and up to the Great Six. He immediately asked, according to the list of ingredients, it must be mana sclerosis. Am I right? He jumped in shock. Only then did Si-hook realize the problem. His eyes couldn't hide his shock. He shot up to his feet and questioned them. Both of you what? Senior, you have an arena disease. Yeah. Park Jin-guk frowned with difficulty. Even the list of ingredients. Looks like you have connections to the black market. How dare they leak customer information? Simon remained nonchalant. It's the black market. A place where anything is possible, as long as there's money, right? But now he could only put his trust in him. So you can cure this disease? Simon was confident in his abilities. It's very simple. If you give me these ingredients, I will cure your mana sclerosis. Park Jin-guk was startled. What? Si-hook was no less surprised. Cure it. Is that even possible? Park Jin-guk couldn't believe it. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is really hard to believe. Even diamond rank alchemists can't cure it. So how can you? Simon was proud of his talent. I have no reason to explain that to you, but I can definitely help you. He added another sentence. If you're not interested, feel free to refuse my request. He still hesitated, unable to believe it. Park Jin-guk decided to take a chance. Simon, I want to ask you something. But then he asked in confusion about the reason. Why are you offering this? Didn't I say I'd do it for you for free? He just smirked and then Simon smiled warmly. Maybe it's because I like your directness. Park Jin-guk's heart was in turmoil. I'm going crazy. I can't read this person at all. He calmly held out his hand. So what will you do now? He covered his face and sighed helplessly. Do I have any other choice? Please, I'm begging you. Heal me. Park Jin-guk quickly accepted and shook his hand. I will provide all the ingredients just as you said. A wise choice. Simon confidently said, don't worry, I probably won't need to use that much. Yes, before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him. Please send the ingredients to me. I'll contact you as soon as I'm ready. He bowed his head to see him off. Yes, goodbye. And then Simon and Si-hook left the building together. He looked towards him. Aren't you staying? Si-hook trailed behind him. Hyung, I don't understand. Simon understood. What is it? The fact that I can cure mana sclerosis. He said sadly that too. But why do you suddenly want to find someone? And you're also investigating what happened 15 years ago. He tapped him on the head in annoyance, but Simon wasn't bothered by it. I already said it was an accident. Si-hook clutched his head in pain. An accident. Under the sun, he spoke leisurely. An accident. The suspect was a notorious fake awakened criminal, right? We just happened to find a few crazies. That's all. After being reborn, I've been trying not to contact you. But now Simon's heart had calmed. And above all, that's in the past. I just want you and Yudong to stop thinking about it. He leisurely enjoyed the cool breeze. Maybe a part of me still feels guilty, but that's over now. Stop looking at the past and move towards the future. I never got to talk to Si-hook in my past life. He stared blankly after Simon. Hyung. Si-hook smiled cheerfully and said, I never thought you'd say that. Simon sighed with relief. I'm surprised too, you little punk. Observing his calm demeanor. To change the future, we can't be tied down by the past. This bright younger brother of mine needs to move forward. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from his body, especially since he will become the hope of the earth. The two of them walked side by side. You know that a country's strength is determined by the number of its rankers. Right people have high expectations for you. I didn't know you were so patriotic. He walked leisurely. I'm not patriotic. I'm just worried about my region. Si-hook was skeptical. Region, Simon said frankly, in your status window. Hearing this, he became even more confused. You know it's the only useless thing in the status window. Does that have any meaning? At this moment, he was lost in thought again. It's extremely important. You'll understand when you have to live as a refugee, when you lose your region. The disabled item in the status window, that system message, damn it, that will inform you that you'll have a disadvantage in the achievement shop and some other functions. In the end, it will lead to the most terrible outcome for all, players who can no longer progress. Simon's gaze became more determined. But at this moment, people don't know about its importance. Si-hook is the same. For now, I should find a reasonable excuse. He stopped at an intersection. I have some very important information about the region. He was a bit skeptical. Information. Si-hook smiled warmly. Plus the fact that you've dug pretty deep into Senior's background. Your information must be top-notch, huh? He was curious about one thing. But if that's the case, why did you still go to Senior for help? Seaman felt uneasy. This kid is as sharp as ever. He tapped the bracelet on his wrist twice. I originally wasn't going to tell you about this. Inventory. An item flew out of the inventory. But your brother is a very generous person. Simon took out the mithril ore. Si-hook was curious about the item. An ore. What is it? He prompted him to see the information. Stop asking. Look, mithril ore, grade 10. He was extremely surprised. Mithril ore from the Doria Mountains, right? Simon calmly replied, that's right. This is an entry item. I was lucky enough to get it. Si-hook was stunned. Even I've only managed to get it a few times. He realized with a jolt, wait, if you got it then. He confidently asserted that, that's right, I've recovered. And recently I also participated in the V&K rankings. Si-hook, stunned, understood something important. Your illness is cured. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The arena disease he got because of me and Yudong. That disease that made him lose his future? With only 10 points in the magic stat. He managed to escape that disease. Si-hook still couldn't accept it. No, how is that possible? Simon sighed helplessly. Kid, you keep making me repeat myself. Didn't I tell you let go of the past? He was still worried. But Hyung-hee patted his shoulder reassuringly. You've grown up, haven't you? You don't even hang on me anymore, huh? Si-hook could only nod in agreement. I'm so happy. But Simon didn't forget, pointing to the system. By the way, I found some information when I got this. He then examined it. Is that so? He pointed to the important part. Look here, it's grade 11, a grade that has never appeared before. Looks suspicious, right? He stared dumbfounded. You're right, I've never seen grade 10 before. Then Simon closed the information window. Before entering, I didn't know the details. But they said that losing your region is not a good thing at all. Si-hook thought deeply. If it's an entry item, it must be reliable. Special arenas always have a lot of information. Yes. Then he waved goodbye and left. All right then, I'm going to prepare to enter the arena. Call me if you need anything. Suddenly, he spoke up, stopping Simon. Hyung. Si-hook scratched his head awkwardly and said, because you've completed the ranking, I was thinking, and you've also entered a special arena, so, without letting him finish, he cut him off, warning, if you're talking about power leveling, I'll hit you. Don't you know power leveling will affect your progress? For real? Yes, Si-hook smiled sheepishly. No, I was just going to give you some items. Are you a mage? Magic equipment is usually hard to get in the early stages. Simon confirmed everything. To be precise, I'm an alchemist, but I really don't need anything. Then he turned to leave. See ya. Keep in touch. Okay. Suddenly, Simon stopped in his tracks. He seemed to remember something. Wait, Si-hook. Simon turned around sharply and questioned, what did you do with the materials you got from the arena? He immediately replied, materials, I keep them until I get to Agora. Then I sell them all off or throw them away. They're not very useful. At this, his eyes became serious. That's right. Once you become a ranker, you won't care much about those materials. They're mainly used to exchange for cash. Simon had a cheerful idea. Si-hook. Now that I think about it, there is one thing you can give me. A moment later, back in Park Jin-guk's office, he sighed in frustration and opened the door. Seeing Si-hook return, he shot up. You haven't left yet. He wearily sank into the soft chair. Why? Is today your day off? Park Jin-guk slapped his forehead wearily and sighed. Why can't you be half as good as your brother? Si-hook rejected the notion. No way. I'll never be like him. He said irritably, this brat. Then Park Jin-guk irritably pulled out a cigarette. So what are you going to do now? He asked blankly, do what? He said casually, your brother. Are you going to help him boost his rank? If it's a ranker, boosting someone else's rank should be easy. But the answer he received surprised Park Jin-guk. He won't accept it, but he felt helpless. That's what he said. He doesn't want to be boosted, says it'll slow down his progress. Then his hearty laughter rang out, catching Si-hook's attention. Then Park Jin-guk laughed with delight. The more I see him, the more I like him. Someone who just finished ranking knows about that. He still appeared relaxed. He's always unpredictable. He's been like that since he was a kid. Only now could he confirm it. They really are family. The way he tested me just now, he's no ordinary person. Park Jin-guk slowly walked over. What about support equipment? Did he refuse that too? Si-hook remained nonchalant. Alchemists don't need equipment. He only agreed to let me supply the materials. He understood implicitly. Puffing on his cigarette, materials clever. An alchemist really doesn't need to use much equipment. A calculating look appeared in Park Jin-guk's eyes. He definitely has his own reasons. He seriously considered everything. Although he's low level, I have to admit he's very courageous. He even dared to mention a cure for monosclerosis that no one knows. He's attractive in many ways. However, Si-hook was very curious about the person Simon was looking for. Hey, by the way, that woman's name is Masuk, right? Park Jin-guk answered calmly. Yeah, why? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Please investigate her thoroughly. He casually remarked, hey, once I take a job, you don't have to worry. Suddenly, Park Jin-guk realized something. Wait, you mean separate from your brother's request? He smiled and confirmed. That's right, everything. Her past, too. If she's a player, find her related characteristics as well. He gave a knowing smile. You little punk, I never thought you were this type of guy. Daring to pry into your brother's woman. Si-hook was fuming, senior. Park Jin-guk immediately calmed him down. Relax, just kidding. But why do you want a separate investigation? He had always wondered in his heart. I feel like he's hiding something. He had a sudden thought. Don't tell me that whole treatment thing was a lie. He gave a slight mischievous smile. Not that. It just feels like there's something more I don't know. However, Park Jin-guk was still a bit confused. If so, why don't you investigate it yourself? Si-hook fell silent, but it's the same feeling as what happened 15 years ago. Back then, Simon struggled to instruct them both. You two stay quiet and hide in here. Don't worry about a thing, Hyung. He was desperate, tears streaming down his face as he watched his brother close the door. It's exactly like that time. Si-hook stated bluntly, I don't like it anymore. He never expected it, but he knew the feeling of having to hide behind someone for protection. On the vast streets, the hustle and bustle echoed. Simon walked along humming a tune. The Philosopher's Stone asked curiously, Are you that happy? He was quite relaxed. Of course. We had an unexpected harvest, didn't we? Simon was secretly overjoyed. I just completed the Heavenly Demon's mission, and I also got all the materials collected by the Night Hunter, Park Jin-guk. Thinking of the pile of precious materials, he was ecstatic. Then I don't have to worry about elixir ingredients, for a while. Just the thought of it is enough to make my mouth water. It transmitted its thoughts with amusement. Our boy looks so innocent. But he's got a few dirty tricks up his sleeve, huh? Simon cheerfully placed a hand on his chest. I'll take that as a compliment. The Philosopher's Stone. Mentioned Si-hook, it's a compliment. But that's why I'm worried. Unlike you, your handsome little brother seems to be genuinely naive. What if someone tricks him? He sighed, dismissing the notion. Naive, please. Just let them try to mess with him. It sighed dramatically. My God, are you jealous? The Philosopher's Stone secretly comforted him. Don't worry. I'm all yours. I'm a pure maiden, you know. Simon shook his head, walking through the crowd. All right, let's drop it. The orange-gold hue of sunset covered the city. Returning to the apartment building where his small flat was, in the room potion-making tools were spread across the table. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking. For now, let's put the elixir aside. The matter of curing monosclerosis. If done right, this could be a huge score. Simon sat down at the table. Arena diseases, even ranking up, can't cure them. So there are many people still suffering, especially high-level players like Park Jin-guk. He slowly clenched his fist. The demand for arena healing is immense. It's not that I want to see the sick as a money-making tool. Simon carefully weighed his options, but considering the budget for future activities, a high income is necessary. Thinking of those cunning bastards, of course, my goal is still to stop the ones who killed my brother, and were also responsible for the destruction of Earth. John Liu and the Great Six and that mysterious pair of eyes, remembering the scene of him dying in the previous life, especially Si-hook. I have to save him, I absolutely must. And those system notifications. It must be related to Si-hook's characteristic. To prevent similar things from happening, I must become stronger. Simon clutched his chest. Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, he was more serious than ever. Let's start crafting. It laughed with glee. I've been waiting for you to say that. System notification. Insufficient alchemy power to perform alchemy. Simon thought doubtfully. I currently have 10 450 achievement points. The system popped up. Do you wish to accept? He stared at the system. I was planning to keep about 1,000 points in reserve. Simon was lost in thought. But the growth of the Jade tablet in this alchemy session is huge. He touched the system screen. A whole 20% increase. Simon pressed an option. But now, even with only 20% completion, it's already had such an effect. Imagine it being twice as strong as it is now. And then streams of dark energy gradually condensed into his body. The completed Jade tablet fell into Simon's hand. Jade tablet completion 40%. Great. The completion rate is up to 40%. Suddenly, a notification popped up. The Black Sun looks at you with a proud gaze. The Deus and Heavenly Demon lick their lips. The Black Sun has sponsored 500 achievement points. See that, you pervy old geezers? This one's mine. He suddenly understood. So constellations can send messages when they sponsor you. Simon reached for his VR glasses. Well then, after putting them on, we should get going, shouldn't we? A mechanical voice echoed, Welcome to the Galactic Arena. Special Arena Hellfire Mine. Entry item Mithril Ore will be consumed due to restrictions. The waiting time will not be limited. Simon observed his hands. The effect of a special arena is adding a waiting time. He turned to look at the surrounding space. But there's nothing in the waiting area, huh? The Philosopher's Stone said, of course not. This is just a temporary space. It asked suspiciously, by the way now, are you really going to enter the special arena? Isn't that a bit hasty? Simon confidently asserted, don't worry. I plan to enter once the completion rate of the Jade Tablet reached 40%. The Philosopher's Stone remarked, human synthesis has doubled in strength, so that should be enough. He cheerfully chimed in, and my achievement points have nearly doubled. Simon confidently manipulated the screen. So it should be enough to enter a silver-ranked special arena. However, he was at a loss. But what should I title the broadcast? Remembering the keyboard war from last time, the last incident was chaotic enough. To be honest, it ended with dissatisfaction over the Abyss broadcast. However, Simon still pressed the Go Live button. I'll just leave it blank like before. After all, I'm a low-rank player, and haven't chosen a region yet. As soon as he went live, comments started flooding in. Streams on, Simon. We've been waiting. They were extremely excited. Just got back from the arena, bought some chicken and beer. Isn't this the guy who pretended to be a constellation or something? What constellation? The streamer already explained it, but it was a newbie mistake. Thinking back, it's still hilarious. But they still remembered the mods. Didn't this guy get power leveled? Who cares? Hurry up and pretends to be a constellation. I miss it. He was pleased with the comments. Good thing I didn't use an aggressive title. Otherwise, it would have been chaos again. The comments were getting impatient. Streamer, what are you doing? Hurry up and turn on the camera. At least turn on the mic. There are over 1,500 viewers already. So unexpected. A comment joked, the waiting screen is still the same. Simon smiled faintly. I should get a new waiting screen. He turned on the screen, smiling cheerfully. Hello, nice to see you all. Everyone was in an uproar. He's here. Hello, Silver Flash. Simon clapped his hands happily. Today we're going to a special arena instead of the usual ones. Everyone was curious. A special arena. Is this clickbait again? Silver Flash in a special arena. He's crazy. For real. No way. Don't tell me he was hanging around the black zone for this. He smirked confidently. So please understand if I can't read. Chat in the arena. Let's begin. Simon held up the ore in his hand. Start arena. The ore gradually vanished. Item has been consumed. He thought with interest. Without an entry item, you can't enter a special arena. Now that I've seen it, I understand. Space fractured. Simon has been transported to the nightmare of the Hellfire Mine. Survive this nightmare. He stood before a deep tunnel. Arena starts. Comments flew by. No matchmaking. It started right away. That's right. It seems to be a solo item. Then isn't he screwed? A silver ranker. How can he clear a special arena alone? He beat Donkey, though. He's definitely not just silver rank, Simon observed cautiously. Surviving the nightmare of the mine, it's a bit different from a normal survival event. He slowly stepped inside, as expected of a special arena. It doesn't give a clear objective, just a vague hint. Simon reached out a hand to inspect the place. So in this case, if I complete the hidden conditions without knowing, the completion reward will increase. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. For now, I can't feel any mana in the air around here. Simon walked alone into the quiet mine. The nightmare of the mine. However, he remained vigilant. It's possible that a nightmare-level event will occur in this mine. Simon calculated seriously. Or beings that can cause nightmares. A pair of glowing eyes appeared ahead. Hearing a sound, he glanced over. A giant foot stomped on the ground. A draken holding an axe strode forward menacingly. Simon was startled, unable to believe it. A draken. It was a ferocious dragonkin. If it's a draken, a creature. The lowest level dragonkin only appears in high gold rank. Clearly, it deserves to be called a nightmare in a silver rank dungeon. Before the showdown, the comment section was excited. You're kidding me. For real. A draken. Even for a special dungeon, this is too much. Isn't this silver rank? Why is a dragon-type creature appearing? This is gonna be fun. Let's go. The heavenly demon grins. The dais is not pleased. Even the black sun grits its teeth in dissatisfaction. He hesitated slightly. I'm not sure why, but it's already swinging its axe. The draken roared arrogantly, "Human, I will kill you!" Simon taunted back, "Well then, let's test that." It furiously charged at him. The axe swung down swiftly. Simon calmly snapped his fingers. It was immediately affected and stopped. But the axe was now embedded in the ground. The draken was startled. Where'd he go? It looked up towards Simon. Body simulation Black Panther. He laughed. Looking for me? If you can't find me, get ready for a beating. Body simulation ogre. It roared. Human, how dare you? The draken's tail whipped forward with momentum. Simon struck its tail head on. He punched it so hard a part of it was crushed. The draken roared in pain. It angrily picked up its axe. Human. The Draken raised its axe and roared, "By any means necessary. I will kill you." Then it struck down, but Simon dodged. In your dreams. He leaped from one spot to another. Simon's gaze turned sharp as ice. Is this my last turn? He raised his leg high and kicked straight down at the Draken. It was defeated and a series of messages followed. Simon smiled to himself. I didn't think it would go down in one hit. Body simulation is truly a game-breaking skill. The Jade tablet has reached 40% completion and unlocked. A new body simulation skill. Just like the name, it allows me to synthesize multiple body types at once, Simon thought with amusement. Completely different from synthesizing. Multiple normal layers. The potential for power growth is also remarkable. The system announced messages about the constellations. But Simon jumped in excitement. Whoa, I can't believe just taking down one. Draken gives 1,000 points. Normally it's very difficult, but he looked at it. No, this isn't just one Draken. It seems all three of them really hate dragons. The constellation Deus nods in satisfaction. The constellation Black Sun chuckles. Chuckled, the three constellations are whispering secretly. Which means, Simon speculated, the Dragon King. He must have had some conflict with them. In my past life, while Germany was going through a great war, that was the first time they appeared on Earth. Even the greatest dragons bowed before them. They destroyed Germany and wiped out half of Europe in just one day. But the whole world remembered that moment well. Whatever the reason, if the constellations hate dragons, this is a huge advantage for me. Simon slowly walked away. Dragons, appearing as low-level bosses in this arena. This means I'll get a lot of sponsorships and benefits thanks to the relationship between the two factions. Suddenly, he stopped. Simon was surprised. A scream. Elsewhere, an axe was stained with blood. Other Drakens laughed excitedly. This is fun. He raised his axe high. Just one more hit. But before he could act, earthen spikes pierced his chest. The other two immediately turned to look. The newcomer was Simon. Human! They quickly charged. Kill him! Simon calmly snapped his fingers. You thoughtless brutes. One of them was immediately defeated. The remaining one roared in fury. You vile human! It swung at Simon. I'll tear you to pieces. Suddenly its eyes widened as if it realized something. With just his small hand, Simon had blocked their giant axe. He taunted. You're a Draken, all right? My hand's trembling a little, but it's no big deal. The axe slowly flew out of its hand. The Draken was furious. How can a human like you possess such power? Seeing the axe above its head, it panicked. Wait, but without hesitation, Simon sent it to the afterlife. Farewell. A system notification. Alchemy power +1. He calculated, I guess a special arena won't nerf monsters like in the goblin fight. Even if it's just a low-level dragonkin, it can still withstand a hit. When I combine two types of power, as expected, a dragon is still a dragon. But messages of praise flooded in. Simon was confused. Why is it chaotic again? He thought, ever since I beat Donkey, I've only used my body. I really need a mod to control the chat. But asking the constellations to come back and mod is a bit nah. I'll just say it straight, yeah. With that thought, he stood before the chat and spoke. Everyone. I'm not a warrior, I'm actually a mage, no. Not a spirit mage. The flood of messages made Simon feel helpless. It's chaos again. Simon, still focused on the system interface, didn't notice the person behind him. All right, everyone, calm down. I can't reveal my characteristic, but I can confirm my profession. I really am a mage. A faint groan caught his attention. Along with it, a plea. Please save me. Simon's eyes widened in shock at the person before him. Wait, this person. Looking at the young girl before him, Simon guessed a dwarf. He recalled. Come to think of it, the entry item mentioned, this place is a sanctuary for dwarfs. She was so severely injured that she had coughed up blood. Simon rushed over. There's no time to think. The girl gritted her teeth against the pain. Damn it. Simon held his nose. Ugh, the wound is serious. It's a miracle this person is still alive. He observed and remarked, mine dwarfs and also dragons. Looking at the ferocity of those dragons, they probably wanted this person to suffer extreme pain before dying. Her whole body was covered in cuts and stabs. If I leave this person here, she definitely won't make it. The Philosopher's Stone advised him this person could die any second. How about we try to find other survivors? But Simon thought that wasn't a good idea. It's not out of some shallow compassion. It's not that I don't feel anything. But this person is really strange. The entry item, the Mithril Ore of Doria, clearly stated this place is a sanctuary for dwarfs. This means dwarfs will be key characters in this dungeon, especially since the dungeon started. It's impossible for a player of silver rank to get here this fast. This means this dwarf was supposed to die, because no player would have met her. But Simon's eyes were filled with determination. That's exactly why I'm saving her. The system announced the constellations are observing Simon. He didn't care and called his inventory. The Philosopher's Stone was puzzled. What are you going to do with these materials? I left all my alchemy tools at home. Looking at the medicinal herbs, Simon was satisfied. This is enough to make it. Forgot I'm an alchemist. It sighed. Right. Now that you can synthesize humans, I completely forgot. Simon scratched his head shyly. All right, I promise I'll focus on alchemy more. But for now, let's focus on saving this girl. The philosopher's stone whined. Promise it's a deal. Don't you get seduced by that sly black sun? Simon agreed. Of course. I don't know why it's so wary, but fine. He looked down at her again. Anyway, this girl, she probably doesn't have the strength to sit up anymore. I have enough ingredients, but if I want to concoct a potion, it'll take quite some time. I need to find another way. Simon placed a hand on his chest, asking the philosopher's stone for help. I want to transmute something. You want to use it to heal this girl, but her wounds are too severe. A normal transmutation won't be enough. I know that's why I'm planning to use achievement points. What achievement points? Now everything has changed. What should we do? Her external injuries are the biggest problem, so I have to find a way. Simon figured it out. Ah, right. John Wick, his weapon can do it. A tool with unparalleled healing power. That's John Wick's main weapon, currently the second-ranked healer-type ranker. The sacred artifact of the constellation Asclepius, who sponsored him. That's the tool that brought John Wick to the position of the second-best healer in the world. This should be enough. But the system displayed insufficient alchemy power to proceed with alchemy. Simon calculated. Even though Asclepius is a lower-tier constellation than Zeus, the price is still on par with Astrope, huh? It's even more expensive than I thought. The philosopher's stone explained. Originally, your assumption was correct. It should have been cheaper than Astrope, only about 300 points would have been enough. But in that case, its level isn't high enough to save this dwarf. So you need more points to increase its effectiveness. Right, that's right. Normally, this would be an extremely laborious task. But you understand why I'm doing this, right? At my current level, even if I pay a decent amount, I still can't create something strong enough to save her. So I increased the exchange rate a little. Luckily, 500 points was enough to cover it. Phew, that's a relief. When trying to create something that defies common sense, the price of equivalent exchange skyrockets. After defeating that power-leveled platinum ranker, I've gotten a bit stronger. But in the end, I'm still only level 12, so there's still a long way to go. Well, whatever. Compared to my past life, when I was a useless bum, this is much better. The rest is just a matter of time. My progress is already very fast. All right, let's do this. The system announced beginning alchemy. The staff of Asclepius is gradually appearing. Simon was surprised. Oh, 33%, this is better than I thought. The philosopher's stone was smug. Of course, I added 200 points. It was originally only 25%. Wait, so Astrope cost a whole 500 points for 10% completion. But compared to that, the staff of Asclepius has a much higher completion rate. Perhaps the rank of the constellation directly affects the recreated divine artifact, huh? Yes, exactly. But don't tell anyone. The constellation. Asclepius is very interested in this unexpected creation. The constellation Asclepius observes carefully. The injured dwarf. The eyes of the constellation Asclepius light up upon realizing your existence. She was being healed. Simoon focused all his energy on healing the girl's wound. The stab wounds on her arm gradually closed. Simon was stunned. Her wound is completely healed. Truly amazing. This is even better than what I saw on the broadcast, in my past life. Once done, it vanished. Simon was a little disappointed. Too bad I don't get the points back. But at least its effect was good. As long as I saved her, it's fine. But the messages from the chat were still surprising. Simon slowly approached the dwarf. She slowly opened her eyes. Oh, where am I? Simon cheerfully asked, You're awake. Seeing him, she recoiled in shock. Human. Why are you here? Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, right. The Drakens. The Drakens are going to attack us. Simon reassured her, calm down. You're safe now. She was confused. Huh. What do you mean? Then he gestured for her to look ahead. She only saw their bodies lying everywhere. Wait, don't tell me you defeated all of them. Yep, all the ones nearby. Once again, he affirmed, so you're safe now. But she rushed to hug Simon's leg. Her trembling hands clutched his pants. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, please, please save my people. Hearing this, Simon was taken aback. Huh. In the dark cave, sounds echoed. Drops of bright red blood splattered accordingly. A Draken was defeated. The dwarf girl was impressed. Whoa, unbelievable. So cool. You wiped out all those Drakens in the blink of an eye, Simon asked. Marnell, are we going the right way? She replied cheerfully. Yep, we're almost there. Just a little further and we'll reach the heart of the mine. I'll lead the way. Simon was intrigued. The heart of the mine. So my guess was correct. It must be related to completing this special arena. A moment later, Simon stopped. Wait a minute, Marnell. Are you sure we're going the right way? This place is blocked by a wall. Are you sure this is the right way? He speculated it looks like someone sealed it. How strange. Marnell replied cheerfully. You know the elders always say that. A good dwarf must be able to dig a good tunnel. She placed her hand on the wall. Give me a moment. The wall immediately crumbled. Simon's eyes widened in amazement. Watching her exert her strength, Simon was surprised. A secret passage. Marnell confirmed, yep, only the elders are allowed to use it. But this is an emergency, he exclaimed. Wow, you did say going through the main entrance would take a lot of time. She explained exactly. This place is infested with dragons. The elders will understand. Simon chuckled to himself, such a bright and energetic kid. Marnell urged him on. Hurry up, I hope her faith won't be shaken. She informed him after we cross this path and reach the heart of the mine. We just need to reactivate the defense system, and those dragons won't be able to move around freely. Yes, then we just have to wait for reinforcements from Anvil to arrive. Even the hard of hearing would be able to hear it. Suddenly Marnell's face fell. No way. The area ahead was a pile of rubble. No, it can't be. Marnell ran forward. No, please, she sobbed. At least the core has to be intact. But her eyes widened in shock. But the core in her hands was broken. Marnell's eyes were wide with shock as she collapsed. Simon assessed the situation internally. With this reactivating, the system is impossible. Then suddenly he noticed something. Wait, this shape, it looks familiar. Remembering from before, right? The item I got in the last arena, Marnell despaired. We're done for. We're really done for. All hope. But before she could finish, Simoon called out Marnell. Is this the mine core you're talking about, huh? In his hand was the weakened mine core. Marnell was utterly astonished. Huh, so this mine core is meant to be used here, huh? The chat was also in a constant uproar, witnessing this scene. Simoon was cheerful. I really hit the jackpot this time. Marnell let out a sigh. She spoke up, Savior. This is it. It's similar to the one used in the heart of the mine, but we can't use it. Simon also knew the reason. Because it has no mana. Right, she confirmed exactly. Actually, it's not mana, but earth energy. The mine core is a crystallization of earth energy. Oh, really? Simon calculated. Usually a weakened mine core implies it lacks mana. Earth energy means it's related to the earth, huh? If I can replenish it with earth energy, I can see the true power of the mine core. And the comments kept scrolling non-stop. The viewer count is over 8,000, Simon marveled. My stream went from 2,000 views, and now it's over 8,000. Sharing information is really useful. And in return I get fame from the stream and complete achievements. So I'm not losing anything. In fact, I'm gaining even more. People were competing to donate to Simon. His eyes widened in surprise. The Crafting Guild donated 100,000 AP. That's insane. Is the mine core really that valuable? The system continuously announced achievement points being received. Someone's voice called out Simon. He was thrilled. Huh. Over 10,000 viewers already. The special arena is really something else. Then he corrected himself. No focus. Kim Simon is still in the arena. He handed the core to MacNeo. We still have a chance. She was in disbelief, but this core... Simoon explained, I can fix it completely for you, don't worry. MacNeo's eyes widened in surprise. Really? He pointed towards the pile of rocks. Can you handle that thing? We need it to activate the core right. MacNeo hesitated for a bit, and then she pulled herself together, showing her determination. Understood. The Earth engine isn't completely destroyed, so I can fix it. I'll go get my tools. Simon silently called out, Elixir Stone, can this mine core be fixed? It replied, of course. If you transfer Earth energy into it, it will quickly return to its original form. Convert Earth energy into power. The Earth energy will enter the core on its own. Transfer energy into the core. Is that possible? Not everything, but it's possible with Earth energy. I can't believe it actually works. Let's start. That's right, Earth energy has a very simple structure. You'll grasp it quickly. Golden lights began to float upwards. Simon closed his eyes to feel it. So this is what pure Earth energy feels like. The core in his hand slowly levitated. It glowed. The system announced Mine Core. Simon was surprised. It's self-repairing. No wonder they use it as a power source. Suddenly he noticed something. Over there, a hammer was raised high by MacNeo. She was constantly making repairs. Suddenly, MacNeo also noticed and looked towards Simon. She asked, Who, Savior, do you need my help with something? Simon held out the core in front of him, surprising her. You've already fixed it. Then MacNeo returned to her work. Just a sec, I'm almost done too. Simon was speechless. With that kind of strength, even 10 Drakens wouldn't be a problem. She turned around. Huh, what did you say? Simon quickly denied it. It's nothing. Where should I put the core? MacNeo pointed. See that indentation in the center? If you put it inside, the engine will activate. Simon held the core and walked over. All right. He placed it in the center. Let's begin. Immediately, a powerful beam of light shot out. This took Simon by surprise. From the core, a pillar of light erupted, shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the entire dark room. A blinding beam of light, as if burning, spiraled upwards. MacNeo was overjoyed. Thank God it's working again. Simon looked up, feeling a profound shock. That is, before his eyes were countless cannons, lined up in neat rows. Cannons, MacNeo explained in detail. To be precise, they're turrets. Because this place houses the Earth engine, it has to be carefully protected. He pointed in one direction, his voice filled with curiosity. But what is that monstrous thing? A sharp cutting blade created sparks from friction. That's a proximity cutter to deal with intruders that the turrets can't handle. There's always one of those installed near the turrets, MacNeo said with a smile. By the way, that blade is super hot. Even if a large bull touches it, it'll be sliced in, half in a flash. Yeah, and so the little girl just kept rambling, on and on, leaving him speechless. I see. After a moment of analysis, MacNeo concluded. So, once all the defense systems here are activated, the security system of the entire mine will also be turned on, and it will attack any unauthorized intruders. The next second, the cannon system activated and fired continuously. Cannonballs were fired, aiming precisely at the beasts, dealing with them instantly. Simon looked around and unconsciously exclaimed, "This method really works. Look at all those cannons." MacNeo was very confident. Of course. The system announced, "You have completed the special arena in an unexpected way. Destiny has changed 180 degrees due to your actions. The Forbidden Dungeon maps will be removed." Simon was completely astonished. They're even deleting the Forbidden Dungeon map. I've never seen a map get wiped out like this before. Then he paused. No, wait, there was one time. In my previous life, when Sehyuk completed the Special Forest Arena, this immediately reminded him. It was a nightmare map called the Sunken Forest. A vast forest with bizarre weather and powerful monsters. One of the worst maps in the game. But my little brother, one of the top players, wiped out the dragons and their source, and completely erased that map. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. However, that happened a year after the official arena began. But the official arena hasn't even started yet. And yet they've already deleted a map. This doesn't make sense. Then the system continued to announce. The Galaxy Arena has held an emergency meeting. Reason. To hold a lengthy debate to judge player, Kim Simon. The decision will be announced after the completion of the next arena. Next, the constellations also chimed in. Constellation Black Sun. The kid finally did something. Big and Constellation Heavenly Demon. This is nothing to celebrate. What if they take action? That's right. Those insects who only know how to cheat won't dare. Then we finally made them pay back their karma. Constellation Rios. If so, then the Dragon Realm will also end. The more they talked, the more confused he became. Karma Dragon Realm. So, does this mean I'll become a target for the Dragon Clan? His hands clenched into fists. But who cares? Those guys from the Six Lands Awakened Guild, and those eyes have always been my enemies. And it announced again, 3 constellations have sponsored 5,000 achievement points. His jaw dropped. 5,000 maybe because this is a special arena. Suddenly a voice cut in. Savior. MacNeo, seeing the changes in his body, was extremely worried. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Your body is..." Just like that, his entire body slowly faded away bit by bit. To the little girl's astonishment. No, he smiled gently to reassure her. "It's okay. I'm just about to return to where I belong." MacNeo's tears streamed down her face. "You have to go." The little girl wanted to hold on, but she told herself silently. No, he has to return to where he belongs. Calm down, I'm a dwarf. Dwarves must not forget a debt of gratitude. The little girl called after him. "At least can you tell me your name?" He lifted the corners of his lips and gently uttered 2 words, Simon. "My name is Kim Simon." The little girl looked up at him. Kim Simon. She stopped crying. "I will remember it." Before completely vanishing, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to the little girl. "Take care, MacNeo." MacNeo rubbed her tears away with her hand. "See you again." When he was gone, only the lonely little girl was left. Kim Simon. Kim Simon. Kim Simon. Night fell, and only the light in his room was on. "All right, everyone, today's stream is over. I'm signing off now." The comments continued to appear. "That was an awesome stream. Thanks for the valuable info. Not trying to be morbid, but farewell." After signing off, he put down the live stream device. He stretched his arms. It's over. He tiredly flopped onto the bed. There were so many viewers, so now replying to every message is exhausting. He also suddenly realized that, now I understand why, big streamers don't care too much about chat quality. Who would have thought today's stream would hit 18,000 concurrent viewers? Sheesh. The more I interact, the more the audience seems to grow. He pushed himself up to a sitting position. Maybe I should be more careful from now on. I also need to prepare some waiting music and a background image for the end of the stream. A system message appeared. You have completed the special arena in an unexpected way. Received 1,000 points. Simon wondered. But what does "in an unexpected way" really mean? It explained, because this was not the intended method of clearing, the rewards will be adjusted. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. So does that mean no one has ever restored the Earth engine before? He smiled brightly. It seems that rescuing MacNeo was the right choice. But no matter how talented the Galaxy Arena is, they didn't expect a silver-ranked player to be able to take down a Draken so quickly. And they certainly didn't expect MacNeo to survive. He thought pensively, and once again, maybe there are things they can't freely control? If they could, they would have intervened already. The elixir stone popped out, shaking its head in exasperation. Honestly, Kim Simon, you have no self-awareness at all. He was a bit confused by its meaning. What do you mean? The elixir stone connected the dots. Think about it. In the arena, you didn't follow the predetermined outcome. You created a completely new outcome. He listened silently and only uttered a single word, and it was speechless. My God, and is that all you're going to say? It nagged. Do you even realize what you've done? He scratched his face defensively. I don't know. A creative way to complete the arena, I guess. See, you're not self-aware. Suddenly he remembered. Wait a minute, elixir stone. Don't tell me you know something about this arena, do you? Of course, but I'm not telling. Try and guess why. Why's that? Simon came to a realization. Come to think of it, the constellation Black Sun mentioned karma, but still no reward. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but sigh. No, still adjusting. It didn't forget to remind him, you know, Simon, this means the reward will be much bigger than you. Think, how about this? Why don't you request the reward first? The focus returned to his eyes. He was startled. I make a request. He remembered. I've never thought about requesting a reward from the arena before. Even the top-tier players at their peak didn't do that. The elixir stone added, normally you can't. But this time your achievement is quite significant. He seriously considered it. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Let's try it. You might have a chance, really. The elixir stone laughed persuasively. Of course. They're probably panicking right now trying to figure out what to give you. He nodded. If they're struggling, they might be more likely to accept my request. Right. He placed a hand on his chest. So what should I ask for? No need to think. You already know the answer. Then Simon paused. Wait, you mean yes? Go ahead and say it. If the reward hasn't been decided yet, I would like to propose one. After loading the system, paused the adjustment. The thought in his mind grew more resolute. The elixir stone was right. They're still struggling to decide. If that's the case, without further thought, he made his request. I want to take Mithril as my reward. After all, this is a mind map. And it's also an entry item, right? However, the system still hadn't responded. Pausing adjustment. Why isn't it answering yet? Is it not possible? After a moment, the system finished processing. Request has been accepted. The reward is... But at that very moment, he spoke up. Wait. Don't give me raw mithril ore. I want it refined. If possible, give it to me in bar form. The system immediately responded. Request has been accepted. The reward for the special arena has been awarded. You have received a mithril ingot. The elixir stone's rank has increased to B. His eyes lit up with immense joy. The elixir stone's rank increased to B. Your level has increased by 10. Leveling up like this was something he had never imagined. This is insane, and my level went up by 10. My level is really low, but to go up 10 levels in one go, and the rewards weren't over. You have received the reward Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood too. No. Before he could stand there drooling, the elixir stone urgently prompted him. Hey, check the mithril bar first. What if the purity isn't high enough? He glared at it. Elixir stone, be honest. You just want to keep it for yourself, don't you? Having been caught, it stammered an explanation. Come on. Do you really think I would do that? I don't need it right now. The elixir stone continued to chirp in his ear. It's for the future. Do you have any idea how valuable mithril is? It can be used for alchemy tools, enchanting, and even casting magic. When it reaches platinum rank, it can be used for anything. That's right. Mithril is a must-have for alchemy. He held the mithril bar in his hand. Here, how does it look? The elixir stone observed it carefully. Look at that color. The purity must be 100%. Ow, I bit my tongue. Let me just lick this a bit to heal it. Seaman held the bar in his hand, his heart filled with anticipation. Now what should I do with this? This is going to be very interesting. The workshop suddenly seemed to be collapsing. Saga's voice was tinged with anger. What do you mean they suddenly disappeared? The subordinates chirped their explanations. Well, we really don't know either. Half the dwarves who were working suddenly vanished. A large rock fell from the ceiling to the ground. Sagas frowned, looking at them menacingly. You bastards. But before he could do anything, a voice echoed. My goodness, Sagas. Your personality hasn't changed a bit. You're going to scare the little ones. Sagas recognized the woman. Why have you come to such a humble place, Lady Davina? Davina smirked. It seems you don't welcome me. Oh well, it's understandable. This place is in trouble, isn't it? Sagas tried to ignore her. This is none of your concern. Davina continued to interject. None of my concern, you say? Wasn't there just a report about the Black Workshop? This statement started to enrage Sagas. Lady Davina, the Black Workshop is under my control, and I serve the 3 Dragon Kings. Davina crossed her arms and replied, and you still haven't forgotten that the Black Workshop originally belonged to our Lord Nidhogg, right? She stepped forward. Her voice was comforting. Sagas, don't be so tense. Don't you think I came here because I wanted to? Sagas scoffed internally. as if this woman came here by chance. So she is the messenger of the 5th Dragon King Nidhogg, a messenger who carries the Dragon King's will, would never act without a purpose, which means he suddenly realized her intention. No way! Could it be that the Dragon Kings already... Davina confirmed. That's right. They already know about the problem that happened there. Hearing this, Sagas felt a little worried. I just received the information about the dwarves disappearing. How did he predict this? And send a messenger here. Davina smiled faintly. Sagas, you're so smart, how can you still not understand? Then she reached out her hand and did a little magic. She said it's true that the cracked stones mended themselves. You even went and destroyed the communication device yourself. You know the Dragon Kings know everything. They've reached the divine realm, so of course they know. Davina's eyes darkened, especially Lord Nidhogg. He always knows exactly what happens in his territory. Why are you so scared? Her voice put pressure on Sagas. This isn't your fault, is it? So, relax, someone else will come and handle this. Someone else. Sagas nodded in silent agreement. That's right. So as the foreman, you just need to recover the dwarves who have disappeared. Davina's face grew stern as she listed things off. This is a list of places they might have gone. There are more than we expected, she said as she handed over the item. So because I've pointed out the exact locations like this, Sagas held the red stone in his hand. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. I will definitely catch them quickly. Clutching the orb, he was determined. Since the lady herself pointed out the locations, it shouldn't take me too long. Davina turned her back. All right. If necessary, just call for more reinforcements. Sagas asked again. Lady Davina, are you not coming with me? Davina teased him for a moment. What's wrong? You don't want to be away from me. Too bad. I have to meet someone else. Sagas was startled and repeated, You mean the person from before? Davina confirmed once more. Yes, and coincidentally, the source of the problem is on Earth. Things are going quite smoothly. Simon hurriedly poured the potion. Just a little more. He was extremely careful. Just a little more. When the last drop hit the bottom, it suddenly emitted powerful sparks of lightning. Simon reassured the elixir stone. It's okay. It's okay, I've already taken the anesthetic potion. He endured it while praying, please. The elixir stone praised him as he finished the last vial. As expected of you. Right on time. And the exact dosage. Simon was smug. If I survived in this world, when I was only level 1, then this is a piece of cake. The elixir stone was contemptuous. See, I told you you really have no self-awareness. Just say something like, I'm a genius. Simon played along. All right, I'm a genius. Happy now the elixir stone was pleased. Very good. He finished the last step. Now let's put it in. As Simon poured the refined basilisk venom, he thought, that was 2 drops, right? Yes, now mix them and cap it. The potion was done. With that, the steps were complete. The system displayed the information, name unregistered. The elixir stone was overjoyed. Dude, this thing is amazing. Simon laughed and said, I'm satisfied. Then he turned to look at the pile of experiments. As expected of a diamond-rank gangster, the ingredients that Park Jin-gook sent over are not only high quality, but there's also a lot of them. Simon squinted slightly. This means he prepared a lot of things to treat his illness. Thanks to that, the remaining ingredients are more than enough to concoct the final panacea. He stretched, feeling refreshed. The panacea can wait. First, I need to name this thing. Obviously, a cure for monosclerosis hasn't appeared yet, so it doesn't have a name yet. Simon confirmed named the potion. The system congratulated item created. He smiled happily. I think there's also a title for being the first person to create a new item, right? Simon stroked his chin, thinking. And I heard this can be applied multiple times, more before I regressed. I saw it on a stream of a famous crafting player dream. There are still many arena diseases without a cure. If I take this opportunity, I should hurry up and create more. Simon held the newly crafted potion. First, I need to give this to the Night Hunter. He grabbed his coat before leaving. The elixir stone suddenly asked, Are you going to deliver it right away? Simon didn't deny it. He contacted me while I was making the potion. He opened his phone to check messages from everyone. Seeing them, Simon sighed. When did these 2 message me? But he quickly replied, I should reply before the kids message again. All right, thanks. Now let's go. Just then a notification popped up. Park Jin-gook, Simon, I found the target. Simon was astonished. Found her. Could it be Masuk? The system announced Galaxy Arena, 50-person dungeon stage. Simon looked around. A forest. He glanced around. It seems no one has entered yet. Simon pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. By the way, he only now began to read it, while remembering his conversation with Jin-gook. Simon Hyung here is some important information related to our target. Simon said as he read, It seems there's more information here than just her address. Yes, Jin-gook replied with a smile. Consider it a complimentary service. I thought you might need it. Knowing the situation will help avoid unnecessary trouble. Simon was impressed. Very professional. Outwardly, he responded politely. Thank you for your consideration. No, because you handled my request. I have to repay you properly. Jin-gook was confused. What do you mean? Simon pulled out the newly crafted potion. Take it. Jin-gook was stunned. No way the cure for monosclerosis. He trembled as he clutched the vial. How did you? He really made it. Then he looked up at Simon with gratitude. Can I really be free from this accursed disease? But if it's just to repay me, why would you go to this extent? Are you wanting something from me? Simon smiled faintly. As expected of the night hunter, your intuition is very sharp. He held out his hand in a formal greeting. That's right. He quickly proposed. Yes, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Jin-gook, are you interested in doing business with me? The elixir stone said distrustfully. Business? Are you serious? I don't trust that Park Jin-gook guy at all. Using the dark attribute is one thing, but he also looks like a thug. What if he backstabs us later? Simon saw through the elixir stone. You just don't like his appearance, do you? It hesitated and refuted. No, not really, but honestly, his face just looks so sketchy. I'm good at reading people. Simon reassured it. Don't worry, he's surprisingly trustworthy. Yes. Then he immediately changed the subject. I need to create a place where I can mass-produce medicine. The more we make, the more research equipment we'll have. The elixir stone understood. Okay, I get it. Suddenly, Simon heard a noise behind him. A trio of cheetah-like people complained, "What the hell, an outdoor map? Damn it! If so, bring the tracking device." Simon assessed them. It seems they're from a guild. My last experience with a trio wasn't good. At all. The cheetah trio was confused. But this was supposed to be a 5-person activity. Why are we missing one person? One of them noticed and pointed. Over there, a pair of slender legs stepped out, with mysterious wine-red hair. The cheetah trio and Simon were surprised. That person is... Masuk brushed her hair back and muttered to herself, "Damn it, an outdoor map." Simon was astonished. Masuk, what is she doing here? The cheetah team members stared at Masuk. She asked irritably, "What are you looking at?" Look down, before I gouge them out. These words successfully scared the trio. The R.I.P. Simon comments appeared. Simon's screwed this time. Farewell. What's wrong? Who is that woman? Judging by his expression, he must be really shocked. She's pretty infamous on the higher floors. A real crazy bitch. This 5-person arena is really doomed. The female cheetah member retorted, "Can you speak properly? What kind of way is that to talk when we've just met?" Immediately after, there was a loud stomp. Masuk shouted angrily, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Her eyes gradually turned red. "Who the hell are you?" The cheetah trio was both panicked and scared. They shouted, "What do you mean we're your teammates? Didn't you read the system message?" Only then did Masuk seem to realize system message. After a moment of checking, Masuk muttered, "This is so annoying, teamwork." Then the cheetah group continued to speak. "Do you get it now? We have to clear this place together, so stop being so rude." Masuk smirked. She replied, "All right, my bad." Seeing their stunned expressions, she asked again, "What? Do you want me to apologize a second time or something?" The comments continued to roll in. "Yep, that's Masuk for you, never changes. I ran into her last time, still have PTSD from it. You can never predict what she'll do." Here Simon just smiled lightly. "Masuk, you're the same as always." But the cheetahs wouldn't accept it. "Unbelievable. Who apologizes so bluntly like that? Are you even really sorry?" "Right." Masuk was still nonchalant. "Of course. What more do you want me to say? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The cheetahs were at a loss and just gave up. "Forget it. We don't need an apology like that. We're going to go our own way." Masuk quickly agreed. "Sounds good to me." Just then the system announced, "Match found. The arena will now begin." Simon was surprised by the location, Evergreen. At the same time, the cheetahs came over to talk to him. "Excuse me, you're Kim Simon, right?" Simon was a bit surprised. "Do I know you?" "Of course," they replied warmly. "We've all watched your stream." A comment mocked, "Look at that guy switch up so fast." He immediately knew who to suck up to. And the best part is Kim. Simon doesn't even realize how famous he is. The blonde one spoke up. "You don't need to say anything. Just team up with us. It seems you don't know about that woman." And then started bad-mouthing Masuk. "She bounces between the bronze, silver, and gold ranks like it's nothing." "That's right," the whole cheetah group chimed in. "Exactly. They don't call her the mad woman for nothing. Did you see how she apologized? That's nothing. The real problem is trying to coordinate with her in a fight." Simon said casually, "I'm well aware." He thought to himself, "And everything you're saying is true. But I was just worried about how I was going to find her. Meeting her here is a real surprise," Simon decided. "I should start building a relationship with her now." Elsewhere, Masuk was fuming. "Damn this stupid team event," Simon considered. "I have to complete the quest the heavenly demon gave me." Just then, constellations have entered the stream. He looked at the system and smiled. So the constellations are paying attention. Heavenly Demon has donated 100,000 AP. Stunned by the number, Simon's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 100,000 AP for a single quest. The cheetahs tried again. "Simon, If you go with that madwoman, you'll only suffer. We've been working together for a long time, so we're more reliable. Simon replied flatly. I refuse. Sorry, but I think I'll go with her. The cheetahs were bewildered. Why? The chat was floored. Wait, bro, Simon, you serious? No matter how good you are, you can't party with her. Hey, don't tell me she's your type. Simon immediately explained. Someone just donated 100,000 AP for me to go with her. The whole group was stunned. What? 100,000. The chat went wild. Holy crap. 100,000 AP. No way a silver rank player got a 100,000 AP donation for real. That sponsor is loaded. Is it that Constellation impersonator again? Who would turn down 100,000? The cheetahs exclaimed together, That's insane! Ignoring their chatter behind him. 100,000 AP, that's like 100 million won. For 100 million, who would say no? Simon smiled to himself. I thought the quest would be to team up with Masuk and clear this arena. The amount he donated is insane. The heavenly demon really favors Masuk. Simon was even more pleased. Not surprising at all. By the way, if I add the AP from the last broadcast, how much do I have now? At the edge of the deep green forest, Masuk walked ahead. Simon followed behind. With a tail following her, Masuk was extremely annoyed. She turned around angrily to warn him. Hey, you're following me like a total creep. Simon explained, I already told you it's because of a quest. Masuk scoffed and glared at him. I've warned you. If you get yourself killed, don't come crying to me. Got it. Simon just smiled brightly, loud and clear. Masuk cursed. Damn it. Just then a gust of wind blew by, catching both of their attention. The Philosopher's Stone spoke up first. Master, Simon replied, I feel it too. The guardians of the evergreen forest in the silver tier. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. Are those humans? The spirits gathered and sneered. Why are such vile creatures that harm nature like you here? Well, no surprise there. Let's get rid of them quickly. 4. Simon hesitated. 4 spirits, this looks dangerous. Anyone who has ever encountered them even once knows. They aren't the cute little things they look like. The lead spirit commanded. All right, everyone, it's time to clean up. Now don't leave any piece of their flesh behind. Otherwise, the forest will be defiled. Kill them all. Simoon observed, thinking each guardian will summon 2 thorny vines. A total of 8. Adding the guardians themselves. We have to deal with a total of 12 enemies. And on top of that, their coordination is extremely dangerous. The spirits laughed. Vines attack. The thorny vines attacked the 2 of them one after another. Simon looked at the girl beside him. Let's see how Masuk handles this. Just then a thorny vine stabbed down at her. The comments witnessing this were amazed. She's taking the hit head on, as expected of Go. Masuk, damn, oh bro. Hey, do something. At this rate, she's going to die. Seeing Masuk injured, but still standing firm, they continued to spill the tea. Actually, wouldn't it be better if that troll just died? Simon stood still. He calculated her skill should be activating soon. The spirits mocked Masuk. Look at all that blood. We're about to clean up the trash. It aimed at Masuk and shouted, Now let's end this farewell. Unexpectedly, she caught the vine, a wicked smile spreading across her face, as if scorning the spirits. They gaped. What the? She really blocked the vine. As soon as the words were spoken, a red flash shot past, beating the spirits to a pulp. The comments exploded again. That's insane. Watching those cute little things get decapitated, my heart can't take it. Look at that killing intent. Help someone here is crying over the monsters. The thorny vines were also cut down one by one. Simon smiled proudly. Her fighting style is even wilder than the first time I met her. It's been a while, but she's still just as strong. As the vines fell, the little spirits trembled. Impossible. You're not human. It accused you're a monster. Masuk had revealed her true nature. The spirit screamed in fear, fall back, then turned to command the thorny vines. What are you idiots still standing there for? Quick, stop her. Stop that monster. Stop her before it's too late. At the same time, the little spirit quickly thought, all right, time to run. I can't handle that monster alone. I need to go get backup. But before it could fly, a thorny vine pierced through it. Simon from behind said, Where do you think you're going? He sorted things out in his head. Masuk. The longer she fights, the worse her condition will get. Her skill helps her stay on her feet, but when the battle ends, she'll collapse. It won't be long until she finishes off the rest of the vines. Simon saw the result. She's already finished them all. He sighed helplessly. Here it comes. I knew this would happen. One of the most dangerous and powerful class traits, Chiansal Seong. The two stood facing each other. Simon also had to admit. So, this is the power of the S-class trait Chiansal Seong. It activates the deepest fears of living creatures, or more precisely, their survival instinct. The Philosopher's Stone signaled. Master, sorry to interrupt, but now is not the time to analyze Chiansal Seong, Simon replied. Sorry, it's the first time I've seen Masuk's skill with my own eyes. The Philosopher's Stone questioned, So what now? Simon didn't understand. What do you mean? It screamed frantically. What do you think I mean? Masuk, looking crazed, charged forward. The Philosopher's Stone pointed directly at her. Obviously deal with that rampaging girl. The Philosopher's Stone frantically reminded him, "Hurry up! What are you going to do?" Simon just smiled lightly. This kid really worries too much. Then he snapped his fingers to activate the Black Panther skill. Masuk swung to attack but missed completely. Simon teased as he dodged. "Seems like she's playing around with me, huh?" The Philosopher's Stone worried. "Master, are you just going to keep dodging forever?" He replied, "Of course not." Masuk started to grimace in frustration. She sped up to attack, swinging her sharp claws as she roared. Simon used his arm to block the attack. He grabbed Masuk by the neck and said, "Sorry, Masuk." Simon slammed her entire body to the ground. The impact seemed to knock some sense back into her. Finally, Simon just looked at her and said, "You really are reckless. Chet, damn, he's strong." Damn it, now I see he's clearly stronger than Masuk, by a lot. This guy looks so innocent, but he's surprisingly sharp. So what? Is he supposed to just stand there and let someone kill him? People who have never faced Masuk wouldn't understand. Even if you cut off all 4 of her limbs, she'd still bite you to death. Suddenly, Masuk let out a hiss. The Philosopher's Stone had a bad feeling and said, "Don't you think you should be more careful? It seems the effect of Cheongsal Seong isn't over yet." Simon reassured it. "Don't worry. In that state, she can't touch me. There are at least 20 wounds, plus a broken finger bone, a cracked rib, and severe blood loss." At this point, he had to admit something. If it were any other normal player, they'd already be dead. Her endurance is truly respectable. Masuk lunged up again in front of Simon. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, time to end this. When the system asked if he should eliminate Masuk, Simon replied decisively, "Of course not." A ferocious scream echoed from within the forest. Simon thought helplessly, "She's so stubborn. She just keeps fighting until she passes out." He calculated, "First I have to heal her." It was thanks to Cheongsal Seong that she lasted this long. If its effect wears off, Masuk will be in danger. Simon opened his inventory. The Philosopher's Stone was surprised. "Wait, are you planning to use medicine on her?" He admitted without hesitation, "That's right." The Philosopher's Stone quickly warned, "But you only have ingredients for D-grade items. How can you save her with that?" Hearing that, Simon was startled. "Right, I completely forgot." Simon hesitated slightly. "That means there's only one solution left. It's going to cost me achievement points." But looking at the system window confirming the exchange, he wondered, 300? She wasn't as injured as that dwarf. The price is lower than last time. The Philosopher's Stone said, "This must be the normal exchange rate." The Philosopher's Stone checked and confirmed. "Yes, considering the level of the constellation, Asclepius, I think it's reasonable." Simon didn't question it further and went along. "All right." Here the staff appeared, stirring up the comments. "So bright. What is that? Are you new here?" "It's okay if you don't know. This guy's channel isn't professional yet. There have been many historic moments. Too bad you missed them." Simon aimed the staff at Masuk. The comments exploded again. "Wait, is he healing her? Damn, how is that possible?" Even platinum rank healers would struggle to heal those wounds. Newbies always overreact. "Please, sir, heal my face too in your dreams." "Drop the address, bro." The energy of Cheongsal Seong is fading. One of Masuk's bright red eyes faded, then returned to normal. Simon was a bit surprised. "The energy of Cheongsal Seong is fading. The staff of Asclepius. It is only supposed to heal external wounds." The Philosopher's Stone guessed. "Master, it's probably just because Cheongsal Seong's effect wore off right." Simon couldn't think of another reason either. Makes sense. Cheongsal Seong usually activates with killing intent, or when the user's life is in danger. Masuk looked at herself and asked frantically, "What the hell? How did—" Simon put the staff away and smiled lightly. Judging by her reaction, this must be the first time she's experienced this. "I need to quickly connect Masuk with the heavenly demon." Suddenly, the forest filled with screams as goblin monsters were slaughtered left and right. They only had time to scream run, but the result was the same. As he fought, Simon wondered, why are there so many monsters lately? Behind him, Masuk couldn't help but be curious. Is he using magic or something? Then she gave a wicked smile. "I don't know who this guy is, but Masuk won't lose to someone like him." Just then, a white bear appeared. Masuk felt a spark of excitement. "I'll show you." She flared with a sky-high aura. Who's the boss when it comes to punching? But before she could do anything, blood splattered on her face. The bear turned into a donut and fell right where Masuk was startling her. Damn it. Simon was proud of his accomplishment. Finishing blow. Masuk said angrily, "Hey, that was mine. How dare you steal my kill?" He replied more importantly, "I think we're the only two heading to the center." Masuk glanced around but still grumbled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Simon explained, pointing at the 3 bodies on the ground. "The 3 from the Cheetah Guild. No wonder there were so many monsters. It seems they ran past without fighting them, so the monsters chased after them." Masuk understood. "I was wondering why there were so many monsters gathered at the entrance to the center." Simon continued. "They made a big gamble." Masuk frowned. "What a bunch of idiots. acting all tough and then pulling a stunt like running away. If they didn't have the skills, why not wait for us? Simon looked at her suspiciously. Are you actually worried about the people you were just yelling at? Masuk denied it, not at all. A portal appeared before them. The system announced, the entrance to the evergreen forest has opened. Simon turned back and said, let's go in first. No matter how many members, we still have to take first place. He stepped through first, joking, if you don't want to, then bye. Masuk hurried after him. Hey, wait up, you bastard! She complained in Simon's ear, you have no team spirit at all. The system confirmed. You and she are the first team to reach the forest. He said with satisfaction, good. We got first place. The chat buzzed again. Nice. Did he really think he wouldn't get first place? User Lambo has donated 500 AP. The way he thinks is on another level. I'm watching someone else's stream right now, and they're still struggling with those 3 guardians. They arrived in a beautiful forest. Simon looked around. This is the silver tier area, so the boss should be that thing, right? Masuk stepped forward. Is this where the boss will appear? That's enough of a warm-up. Let's go take it down. Simon sensed something was wrong and tried to warn her. Go, Masuk, wait! Masuk was annoyed. What now? Didn't you say we need to get first place? Are you scared or something? She was too busy showing off to notice anything. Let's hurry up and kill the boss so we can go home. Simon suddenly yelled, Masuk above you. Only then did Masuk look up. A loud crash landed right where she was standing. Simon was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, he could still hear Masuk cursing. Damn it, what the hell was that? Simon suddenly said, You dodged it, huh? Masuk was confused. What? They both looked at the monster before them. The boss. Before Simon could finish, Masuk charged forward. Hey, if we get too close, it'll be dangerous. Let's keep a certain distance from it. If you don't stick to the plan, the big shot, Masuk boasted. You big bastard. A thing like you resorts to cowardly sneak attacks. You're dead meat. Simon sighed in frustration. Is there anyone who can stop this stubborn woman? The treant attacked, but Masuk dodged it. It was surprised by her quick reflexes. And before it knew it, Masuk was right on top of it. Simon could only smile as he watched. She once told me that before she met the heavenly demon, she lived like a lone wolf. But I still really like her personality. The Philosopher's Stone worried again. Master, aren't you going to do anything? Even though she's really good. The opponent is still a fallen treant, Simon replied firmly. All right, I'll step in. But right now, even if I do, it won't stop her. Masuk landed a final punch, but it had little effect. She was shocked. What? Looking at its wooden body, it's not even scratched. A root swung up from the side, directly knocking Masuk down. She clung to the tree trunk to avoid being thrown off. Simon observed and assessed. Just as I expected. The fallen treant has very high physical resistance. For melee fighters like Masuk, this is a clear disadvantage. To defeat it, we need to follow the strategy precisely. The treant roared and moved. It cried out, Mommy, so thirsty. When a fallen treant awakens, it will always search for a water source. The treant wailed, so thirsty water, but because it is a fallen treant, clean water is like poison to it. Cleansing its blackened body is like purifying a zombie or a demon. Even its super high physical resistance will be purified. Simon had already realized this. This is the basic way to deal with a fallen treant. Wait until it drinks water. Masuk, having been left behind, scowled. Hey, you thing. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going in the middle of a fight? With no reply, she immediately charged. Masuk yelled at the treant. Stop, you bastard! Her eyes filled with killing intent. She attacked the treant fiercely again. Its roots were displaced in an instant. Seeing this, Simon couldn't help but be surprised. The fallen treant was stopped by just one punch. In that moment, I saw the heavenly demon technique. Simon gaped as the system displayed the information. The constellations. Unbelievable, the quest details have changed. The treant turned angrily. How dare you stop me from drinking water? It held its ground firmly and yelled, You! The treant solemnly declared, I will kill you. It attacked Masuk again, but faster. Simon managed to grab her just before danger struck. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Masuk was bewildered. Since when were you? Simon instructed her, fall back. This thing is now beyond your ability to handle. Masuk refused to listen. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see that thing? Was stunned after just one punch from me. Simon just smiled faintly. Really? Then there's no other choice. He let go of her and warned, try not to die. Masuk was questioning him, not noticing what was in front of her. What are you talking about? A root immediately whipped her. This time Masuk coughed up a significant amount of blood. Before passing out, she only managed to curse at Simon, you bastard. He looked on, but wasn't too surprised. Cheonsal's song has been activated, so she definitely won't die. Simon smiled to himself. Even though she was attacked unexpectedly, she still managed to get into a defensive stance to block the hit, but he returned to a focused, confident state. Well, then it's my turn. The treant was now rampaging brutally everywhere. Simon calculated its physical resistance is very high, but luckily its stamina is not good. This is the chance to activate Ogre's might. He believed this was fate. to end everything in a single punch. The treant roared, "You, I will kill you!" As he ran up, Simon said, "Masuk, watch closely." He raised his hand in front of the treant and continued, "This is how you're supposed to punch. Heavenly demon technique." The hard bark cracked open. The treant lost a part of itself. Then there was an explosion in the air. Simon stood calmly before the treant's corpse. He smiled as he received a reward from the Philosopher's Stone. The next notification startled Simon. A hidden boss is an anomalous creature that possesses power unfitting for its current rank. The Hog. Goblin I met in the Goblin Outpost was like that too. But Simon's face turned serious. This time will definitely be different. This creature will definitely be much stronger than the Hogoblin. His eyes filled with killing intent. It's coming now. Warm sunlight shone down on the quiet lake. Suddenly, the water's surface rippled. Waves of water shot up continuously. Something was pulled up by the current, soaring high into the air. Simon was stunned by the sight. Muriel excitedly bared her sharp teeth. "The thing on land is dead. Finally, it's out of my sight." She floated gleefully in the air. "So lucky. I'm so jealous." He was shocked to realize a dragonkin, easy peasy, showed his annoyance. Heavenly Demon frowned deeply. Black Sun gave a murderous smile. Simon looked at the admin messages. Come to think of it, the constellations don't seem to like dragons very much. He looked up to observe Muriel. Meanwhile, this hidden boss is also related to dragons. "This is giving me a headache." Arrogantly pointed straight at him. "I saw everything. You're the one who killed that tall guy in a single blow." But in Muriel's eyes, she couldn't hide her excitement. "I'm very grateful, so I will give you a gift." Then she launched an attack. "Be grateful and accept it." Simon's eyes widened in astonishment. He leaned back and quickly dodged to the side. Seeing the attack shatter the ground, Simon was utterly terrified. "A surprise attack like that! I almost died." Muriel laughed smugly. "You dodged it," he thought to himself. "This is a hidden boss that uses magic. If this continues, it's going to be a pain." Simon pushed off and soared high. "In that case," then he shot forward. "I'll end this quickly." She laughed with delight. "How brave, I like that." Muriel charged straight at Simon. "I'll punch right through you." The two sides, carrying immense power, rushed towards each other. And then a terrible explosion occurred. He was knocked back, falling straight backward. Simon lay frustrated on the cracked ground. What the hell? That thing can counterattack head-on. He tried to gather his strength. "If I keep holding back, I'll be beaten to a pulp." Just like that, giant pillars of earth and stone rose up. Muriel continuously dodged the pillars. "Now what is this?" This move made her even more interested. "You use nature magic too. Could it be you're my friend?" Hearing this, Simon was startled and utterly amazed. "She can dodge that easily. And what is she talking about, a friend?" Muriel laughed arrogantly. "Then I definitely have to kill you." She unleashed her magic. Charging like a bullet, "Come here, my friend. I will eat you deliciously." Just like that, Muriel shot straight towards him. Her fist shattered a patch of ground. "You dodged too. Looks like you're pretty good at running." Though Simon managed to dodge, he was still injured. "So fast." He moved nimbly, backing up several meters. "Is she even faster than me?" However, Muriel charged forward enthusiastically. Muriel is a good person, so she'll definitely make her friend feel comfortable. She condensed a sphere of dark magic, so you don't end up like me. Muriel kept attacking while Simon continuously dodged. "She's even faster and stronger than Ma Suk's Cheongsal Seong. Quick, think of a way." But as she swung her claws, he leaped back. Muriel relentlessly fired off strange magic. "Everyone, let's kill our friend quickly." A beautiful, vibrant garden. In just a moment, the lush green leaves flew up. They transformed into sharp weapons and flew towards Simon. His pupils shrank. Simon used his power to shatter some of the grass blades. "This is magic so dangerous." Then he tried to escape from her. "I don't even have time to think anymore. If I didn't know how to use magic, this fight would have been over a long time ago." The comments section was in an uproar watching Simon fight with magic. Are those movements real? Even for a mage. Dodging all those spells is really hard. Damn, at this point all I can do is laugh. I'm about to reach platinum rank, but I don't think I could beat him. I'm really curious about this guy's status window. He was exhausted, breathing heavily. But Simon's eyes became more determined than ever. In the current situation, a counterattack is almost impossible. If that's the case, then he condensed his power into a sphere of energy. Next, Simon entered a ready stance. "I'll win using transformation." He carefully waited for her to get close, creating a space where she couldn't dodge with her speed. Extraction Stone. To perform the exchange, 500 achievement points are required. Time to get serious. With that, Simon pressed the button and brilliant golden lightning rained down. This display made Muriel's skin crawl with an itch. The continuous bolts of lightning shattered the earth and rock. The storm of lightning shredded her wings. She excitedly rubbed the spot where the lightning hit. "Is that supposed to be an itch? You call this lightning? If you were my friend, you wouldn't be able to use lightning." It was only then that Muriel concluded, "So you're not my friend, are you?" He smiled confidently. You're only just realizing that now. Then she cackled and counterattacked. You tricked me. You lied to me. Muriel shot forward with incredible speed. I'll kill you right now. His spear crackled with lightning. That's my line. Simon aimed his spear forward and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. The bolt dumped all of its damage onto her. Muriel screamed in agony from the blow. Now unable to resist, she collapsed. But Muriel still tried to stand up. How Muriel struggled to resist. My body can't die from something like this, she panicked. His silhouette was clearly reflected in her eyes. Simon flew forward, raising his spear high. Did you really think that was it? I still have one last move. With overwhelming force, Simon brought down a heavy blow. Tyrant King's Strike, Heavenly Demon Arts. A massive explosion of lightning erupted. Muriel was burned to a crisp. Hidden achievement. Defeat the hidden boss. Unlocked. You have defeated Muriel Zeus. I never thought you could use my lightning like this. Heavenly Demon on Earth, they call this teamwork, right? It seems I've unintentionally teamed up with you. The Black Sun said, that last lightning strike was awesome. So satisfying, kid, do it a few more times. She turned to ash and was swept away by the wind. Masik, witnessing the scene, was in complete shock. He's insane. Seeing Muriel disappear, she still couldn't believe it. So damn strong, is he really in the same silver rank as me? Masik began to activate her magic. That last attack was mostly magic, but my senses are telling me otherwise. This wasn't magic, it was a technique. Her brow furrowed as she became serious. Can I even copy something like that? Under everyone's gaze, Masuk entered a state of deep concentration. I know I was singled out in the arena, and I faced a lot of disadvantages, but I was still able to climb up to the silver rank without falling. That's because she activated the skill from her eyes. I can copy skills. Thinking of the other players' skills, from players stronger than me. Their skills, their movements. Masik absorbed it all with her eyes, even their breathing. I learned every single detail, and finally I was able to replicate it. However, faced with Simon's immense power, but what is this? No way. She touched her forehead, feeling a sharp headache. Okay, what should I say to this guy now? After all that trash, I just talked, my reputation must have hit rock bottom. Masuk covered her face in frustration. After all that trash, I just talked, my reputation must have hit rock bottom. That guy's definitely going to be cocky about this. He approached and called out Masuk. She thought in despair, I knew it, he's here. Then Simon handed her a potion. He took the blame. Sorry about before, you got hurt there, didn't you? Here, drink this. Masuk was utterly flustered. You're apologizing to me and giving me a potion. Why? Simon gave a slightly awkward laugh. There was really no other way before. You get it right. Drink the potion and relax. She took it in a daze. Masuk could only sigh helplessly. Is that all you're going to say to me? Unbelievable. He looked confused. What do you mean? Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Call me trash, you psycho. Tell me I should quit the arena. Aren't you going to say things like that? Simon let out a relaxed laugh. Oh, so that's what this is about. Then he said something that made Masuk jump. It's because of your trait, right? I get it, it couldn't be helped. She thought angrily to herself, wait a minute. Why is this guy acting like he knows me so well? I'm getting kind of pissed. Looking at Simon's gentle expression, it feels like we've known each other for a long time. At that moment, Masuk was trembling with anger. And what's the craziest part? I don't hate it. She decisively opened the bottle. Whatever. Masik chugged the potion. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. After drinking, she spoke up. Hey, I have something to ask you. He looked puzzled. What is it? Masuk coolly wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth. Do you know me? She smirked, probing him. I've never told anyone about my trait. But you act like you know me inside and out. Simon jumped, startled. Is she always this sharp? I let my guard down. I really didn't think she'd ask that. She's gotten better. He scratched his head sheepishly. It's because of my trait. Masik pressed him. Your trait. What is it? Do you have a trait that lets you peep at other people's traits? Simon turned his face away, trying to be evasive. Something like that. But not exactly. She sighed in frustration. No wonder you jerk. Masik stood with her hands on her hips, looking stern. Hey, why haven't you left yet? The arena match is over. You should be outside collecting your rewards by now. He cheerfully tapped on his system window. I still have something to do. Hearing that, she grew curious. Something to do. Masik looked at the system window that appeared. What's this? Seeing the system notification, player, Simon has sent you a friend request. She couldn't help but be surprised. A friend request. He grinned, hitting her right where she was most curious. You want to know more about the final move I used? Right like a thirsty plant. Masuk was stunned. How did you? Simon said warmly. Accept and I'll tell you. Masik was overjoyed. Really? You'll really tell me? Yep. He agreed decisively. That's right. But I won't be the one to tell you directly. There's someone more suitable. She fumed. What? You changed your mind that fast? Simon quickly tried to persuade her. What are you talking about? I meant my teacher. He can explain everything in more detail. So hurry up and accept the request. Hearing that, Masuk brightened up and quickly accepted. A teacher. Okay. I accept. If it's a teacher, he must be even stronger than you, right? He rejoiced internally. So simple-minded. Just then the heavenly demon frowned. The arena system won't work. I have to meet her in person. Simon took note of this. In person. Why? All right. The heavenly demon sighed. This isn't an official arena yet. To contact a sponsor directly, it costs a price. He smiled brightly. There's something like that. So in the past, when players met constellations, the constellations had to pay for it themselves. New information. Over here, Masuk cheered excitedly. Hey, I accepted. Hurry up and tell me, come on. Yeah, but Simon just waved and left. Got it. I'll send you the address later. You have to go meet him in person. She yelled in frustration. I have to go meet him in person. What a jerk. He turned sharply and threw a line over his shoulder. This can only be taught in person. Masuk was so angry, she wanted to punch him. I knew you were messing with me. Spill it. Before long, the data transfer returned Simon to his apartment. He stretched his arms and let out a small groan. Simon yawned as he let the system summary complete. Evergreen Forest Arena. Boss defeated successfully. Reward level up by Extraction Stone level up to 6. Simon looked at the system screen excitedly. Now what are the rewards? Received Evergreen Forest's Heart Spring Water. Fragment of a contaminated seed. He stared at the reward, stunned. Fragment of a contaminated seed. What's that? Let's see player result. Simon, competing in this galactic arena, receives Stigma. His eyes widened in utter shock. This is Simon immediately thought of Sihuk. Sihuk's third trait. But why? He collapsed heavily onto the floor. Unbelievable. Later, Simon sat stunned in his chair. Stigma. The extraction stone also sensed his distress. Stigma. What are those guys thinking? Simon quickly checked the system. By the way, extraction stone. It seems like you know something about this. It replied wearily, not really. I don't fully understand the operational network of the arena either. The extraction stone pondered seriously. But giving out stigma like this, they're definitely plotting something. He agreed with this line of thought. I find it very suspicious too. Simon considered it carefully. From what I know, stigma is supposed to be a unique trait. It continued. That's right. Due to restrictions, I can't give you the full details. But there should only be one in this world. He was lost in thought. I thought I was going to be penalized by the arena, but they gave me another trait instead, and a unique one at that. However, Simon quickly dismissed the thought. Is the arena trying to make me compete with Sihuk? No way, forget it. I'll think about this later. He tapped the screen to check his rewards first. Simon comfortably enjoyed the warm sunlight streaming into his room, poured all the remaining traits into alchemy. The system displayed the information. Fragment of a contaminated seed, rank F. He stared at it intently. This is the reward for killing the hidden boss. Looks pretty plain. The extraction stone grumbled. Look closely. Someone intentionally contaminated it. Seeing the seed exude a contaminated aura, Simon was surprised. What? It was intentional. It immediately confirmed, that's right. This isn't an ordinary seed. I can guess who did it. What? His eyes bulged in disbelief. It spoke up. Dragon Force. And it was a high-level dragon that broke it. This caused Simon to fall silent. Dragon Force is a form of aura similar to regular mana. The problem is only dragons can use it. He smiled faintly with delight. So why would it destroy this seed? Should I dissect it to find out why? Simon spoke gently to it. Extraction stone. Can you appraise this? He used his power to take out the seed fragment. Sure. Simon listened intently as it spoke. Of course. It looks like it's been damaged in every imaginable way. Luckily, this is still within the capabilities of alchemy. He decided to let the extraction stone handle it. All right, I'm counting on you. It replied cheerfully, leave it to me. The extraction stone condensed its power, letting mana flow throughout Simon's body. The contamination on the seed fragment vanished. It transformed into a fragment of the World Tree seed level 10. He jumped, startled. The World Tree. And this is a portal item. Simon jumped to his feet, excited. Extraction stone. You said this fragment was heavily damaged by Dragon Force, right? That's right. All right. Satisfied, he put on his jacket. Okay, so if I go in there, I might find out the reason it was destroyed. Simon strode towards the door. But if only gold-rank players can enter, the light behind the door slowly faded. I'd better rank up fast. At Park Jin-guk's office. A surprised voice yelled out, Are you really going to do this? He said sarcastically, I really didn't expect the Night Hunters to treat us with such an attitude. He retorted angrily, I don't have an attitude. You guys are the ones with the attitude. I'm pretty sure I told you more than once. Right, Park Jin-guk directly kicked him out. I have nothing to say to you, so please leave. The man tried to persuade him, Come on for old time's sake. Help me out. He grew angry, activating the mana within him. What the hell, man? Park Jin-guk raged, his mana flaring. Just because I've been inactive for a while, you think you can ignore what I say is that it... The man tried to defend himself. I didn't mean, but he didn't want to hear it. I said, get the hell out, you bastard. The man was terrified. He trembled and quickly asked the SS rank trait. Blessing of the night. It's real. He fled in a hurry. You're really cured of manasclerosis. Hearing the door close, Park Jin-guk just felt a headache coming on. What a pain. Si-hook walked in cheerfully. The Scorpion Guild and an old comrade. He snapped angrily, "Old comrade, my ass. When the hell did you get here, kid?" Park Jin-guk continued to vent his anger. He just wanted information on the cure for manasclerosis. That's why he came here spouting all that nonsense. Rumors spread like wildfire. He scowled. And the Scorpion Guild wasn't always like this. He asked curiously, "Really?" Park Jin-guk's expression turned serious. Even though they're like this now, before the old guildmaster passed away, they were actually a pretty good guild. Si-hook placed a glass of water on the table. "By the way, Sunbai, you're really recovered. To be honest, I didn't think you could completely recover from manasclerosis." Then he changed the subject. "You know, usually there are side effects or something." He was not pleased. "Are you saying you doubt the power of your divine big brother?" Si-hook responded with a flustered, forced laugh. "No, that's not what I meant." Park Jin-guk flashed a sly grin. "Then what? Why don't you believe it?" He took pleasure in teasing him. "You punk! You always call him Hyung. Hyung! But it turns out you were looking down on him, huh?" Si-hook was annoyed. Sunbae Park Jin-guk looked triumphant. "This is the first time I've seen you get mad. Over a joke. Turns out the VIP really is his weak spot. I'll have to use this." Just then, someone pushed the door open and walked in. He rushed to greet him. "Hello, I've been waiting for you." Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but be surprised. "You knew I was coming." Park Jin-guk ran out to welcome him. "Of course. If the VIP is coming, I'd sell the country to serve you." He was a bit embarrassed. "Since when did I get a V in front of my name?" Then he went to make 2 cups of coffee. "You're not just a client anymore, you're my comrade." Park Jin-guk cheerfully raised his coffee cup. "Even after you did me such a huge favor, you still call me a comrade?" Park Jin-guk was truly at a loss for words. Simon casually tapped a few times on the system. "By the way, you remember the business we discussed before, right?" He grinned excitedly. "Of course, I've committed it all to memory." Suddenly, Park Jin-guk was startled. Looking at the pile of materials on the panel, he was astonished. All of this, Park Jin-guk couldn't believe it. "You made this much." He remained calm. "The production process didn't take that long," Simon added confidently. "There were just a few ingredients that required a more troublesome refining method." His heart was filled with disbelief. "No, but a silver ranker can already refine materials." Park Jin-guk also recalled his match. "Usually, only platinum rankers or higher can do that." He just called it a bit troublesome. But based on the skills I saw in the broadcast, it was probably high-level refinement. Simon confidently discussed the deal. "Anyway, Jin-guk, as we agreed, I want you to sell these through an authorized dealer." "Of course. If we sell them on the black market, we'll get a pretty high price." Park Jin-guk was a bit hesitant, but there's one problem. He looked skeptical. "A problem?" He hesitated, then answered. "Yes, the thing is, you know, it's thanks to you that I was able to recover." Simon quickly understood. "Is it about the source of the medicine?" Park Jin-guk was intimidated by his presence. "Yes, you catch on quick. Thanks to it, I've been swamped with visitors lately. Everyone is asking me where I got that medicine." Simon sighed softly. "It can cure an almost incurable disease, so it's not surprising that they're all flocking to find it." Suddenly, Si-hook interjected, "I can help you, Hyung." Simon looked over at Si-hook. He excitedly proposed an idea. "Just say that I was the one who provided the medicine, and everything will be solved." "Right," Simon reminded him. "That means becoming a meat shield. Will you be okay?" Si-hook shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows, but I don't think anyone can threaten me." He had no choice but to entrust it to him. "Okay, I'm counting on you. Si-hook." He beamed. "This isn't just a favor anymore, Hyung." Then Si-hook dropped a pile of materials on the table. "This is..." Simon was stunned. He looked at the precious materials. Snake root mushroom divine herb. Even a vision polyhedron. Simon practically drooled. "Just a rough estimate. That's probably worth tens of millions of won." He asked with delight, "What do you think? I'm pretty useful, right?" He immediately confirmed. "Of course, you're one lucky kid." Over here, the gentle sunset light enveloped the mansion. Sunshin gritted his teeth angrily. "I get it. Things have been too noisy lately anyway. Isn't that your area of expertise?" The old man ordered furiously. "Whether it's an accident or an assassination, you people handle your own messes. Just send the completed shipment for this quarter. Done." Sunshin pressed the button to end the call. Then he threw the phone away. "Those lucky bastards who got awakened, how dare they? This is why. None of those damn Chinese bastards are any good." Young brought documents into the room. "Don't you know? Words like that are especially dangerous for people in high positions like you." Sunshin was still furious. "The person who never shows up is suddenly here. Speak. What do you want?" she said wearily. "Are you asking because you really don't know?" The old man understood and gave a sly smile. "Dogs should stay in their kennels. All you bastards can't solve a simple problem. And now my own granddaughter is causing a ruckus." Young slammed the file down. "I won't waste my breath explaining anymore." Sunshin picked up the documents to look at them as she spoke. I don't know what you've been doing until now, but don't use the Sung Sam Guild's name in ridiculous deals like this anymore, Du Young declared boldly. The Sung Sam Guild belongs to me now? The old man questioned her directly. You already knew Simon possessed that kind of ability. She feigned nonchalance. I didn't know. As you can see, my brother since that accident contracted a disease that made him unable to use mana. Sunshin knew about that too. That's right, then why did you come here and run your mouth off to me like this? The old man's tone was full of insinuation. Don't tell me he's recovered from that disease, Du Young said frankly, so I've heard. Sunshin jumped surprised. He shouted in alarm. Really? He's recovered. She felt a sense of dread. Why is he suddenly so interested in my brother? Either way, I can't let him and my brother get together. Du Young saw the old man as a predator. I've had more than enough of his brutal methods. He'll no doubt target my brother who's just started to shine and use him as a stepping stone. Then a thought occurred to her. Or maybe this is also a way for him to control me. I need to wrap up this investigation immediately. And on television, the two MCs bantered back and forth. In this national team selection, there are so many exciting and unpredictable things. Isn't that right? That's right. Because there's news that Korea's most famous ranker will also be participating this time. The three of them watched the show intently. This has also attracted international attention. Currently overseas, Simon turned to ask Sihook. You're participating in the national team selection this time too, right? He replied calmly. That's right. Didn't I tell you already? He smiled with great confidence. Seeing as you're aiming for the NRA, how could I not know? Sihook gave a forced smile. Was it that obvious? He stretched, loosening his muscles. I wasn't really interested in the first place. What a sly fox. It looks like Du Young made her move first. Sihook leaned back in his chair wearily. I know. Unlike Du Young, you don't even have a guild. Simon slowly stood up under his gaze. That's right. But Sihook, he asked seriously. You're planning on using Toto again, aren't you? He was taken aback. Then Sihook scratched his head in embarrassment. It's true I can't hide anything from you. How do you know everything, even when I haven't said anything? He was a bit flustered. Well, it's because I thought the other matches were too complicated, so I placed a small bet on my own match. Simon laughed cheerfully. Look at this kid putting on a show, but doing everything behind my back. He faced Sihook and asked him directly. So how did you bet? He was always proud of his abilities. Naturally, I'm going for a perfect victory. And with that, the aura around Sihook changed. Honestly, in a one-on-one, there's no contestant who can beat me. Park Jin-guk cackled, interrupting the conversation. Isn't this junior of ours getting a little too arrogant? He was startled. You scared me. He added, actually, I bet the same way for our junior. Then Park Jin-guk cheerfully pointed at Sihook. He might be a little crazy, but you can't deny his skills, right? He probably won't even need a fourth match. Simon sighed helplessly. You really think so? He looked bewildered. What? Then Simon's eyes revealed a meaningful glint. My thoughts are a little different. On the day of the national team selection, a loud roar echoed. The two of them stood before the entrance to the arena. Listen to those cheers, Park Jin-guk said with amusement. Sihook, so are you going to change your bet? He walked on nonchalantly. No, I'm not changing it. He gave a sly, teasing smile. This brat is completely ignoring his precious brother's words. Sihook challenged him back. What about you, Sunbae? Aren't you ignoring your VIP too? Park Jin-guk laughed heartily as he walked towards the light. Well, this time I'm not listening to our VIP either. Hearing the roaring crowd in the stands, honestly, no matter how amazing Simon is, I can't imagine you losing. The two of them waved, soaking in the crowd's enthusiasm. Right, of course, that kid changes his tune so fast when he sees a camera. He looked at the person standing arrogantly in the arena. And your opponent is the Vice Guild Master of the Jongan Guild, and he's always pissy about everything. No matter what a ranker like you, losing to a first-generation guy like that, it just doesn't make any sense. The MC announced cheerfully. All right, the national team selection that everyone's been waiting for. Now, we will officially begin this highly anticipated match. The crowd in the stands was ecstatic. They roared as the Vice Guild Master drew his weapon. Sihook, it's been a long time. Kim Jong-un exuded a strange bloodthirsty aura. This is our first time fighting, isn't it? He faced him without any hesitation. That's right, it's strange that we've never faced each other in the arena before. If we had, it would have been quite interesting. The Vice Guild Master sneered arrogantly. You rose to your current position so quickly, in such a short time, so it's understandable. You rookie. Sihook remained silent, inwardly scorning him. He slowly drew his sword. Is that so? Sihook dashed forward, delivering a sharp slash. After finishing him off, he smugly sheathed his sword. Park Jin-guk's jaw dropped in shock. The audience was just as surprised. Holy crap, did you see that, as expected of Sihook? He ended the fight in a single blow. They were utterly shocked. How can his swordsmanship be so clean? He thought to himself, sorry, Hyung, but the money you lost, I'll... Suddenly, Sihook's eyes caught sight of a figure. The man swiftly struck him with a heavy blow. The Vice Guild Master smiled slyly. This is why rookies shouldn't get so cocky. Sehook's eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? How did my shadowless blade? He recalled Simon's warning. Sehook, even if it's you can't win with a 3-0 score. You'll probably lose the first match. He couldn't believe it. No way. Just like that, Sehook collapsed onto the floor. The crowd went from one surprise to another. Then everyone roared wildly. The two MCs immediately hyped up the atmosphere. What is this? A huge upset has occurred. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Kim Jong-joon has defeated Sehook in the first round, but on the screen, the two were chatting animatedly. It's not that Sehook performed poorly, but that Kim Jong-joon's performance was just too exceptional. Don't you think so? That's right. The way he dodged Sehook's moves was truly... Simon was very pleased. I was quite worried that with the information I provided, the future would change. What a relief. He recalled the technique his brother had used. So in the end, he still managed to learn it somehow, even the shadowless slash. But Simon kept watching the match. Sehook looks like he's in a slump. It can't be helped. The gap between them is just too big. He must be in shock. Yes, I'm pretty confident that Sehook will go all out now. His opponent was terrified. That powerful energy, one of Sehook's 3 traits, the SSS grade trait Heavenly Martial Star. From diverse techniques to added traits, this is an insane trait. It allows him to understand and interpret the origins and forms of everything related to martial arts. His opponent collapsed to his knees. What a terrifying trait. Kim Jong-joon. This time, he was cut into 4 pieces. Sehook delivered a decisive final blow. Simon grinned happily. So overwhelming. As expected of Sehook. He turned the tables with a 3-1 victory. Is this the scene where the first generation falls? He clicked on the Toto button on the screen. Now let's see how the betting is going. I currently have 175,000 AP points, worth about 200 million won. The betting predictions also heavily favored Sehook. As expected, a lot of people bet that Sehook would win overwhelmingly. He calculated excitedly. If I consider the reverse odds, how much would that be? Seaman was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He was horrified. No way, what is this? A shower of gold coins rained down as Simon cheered. Jackpot. You have received 4.6 billion in winnings. Simon's eyes widened. 4.6 billion stone of extraction. If there's anything you want to buy, just let me know. It's on me today. It was ecstatic. Really? I was already happy with what you did, my beloved master. First, let's go home. Seaman returned to his apartment. Now that I think about it, with 4.6 billion in hand, shouldn't we move to a bigger place? Seaman considered it. A bigger place, huh? But this was a gift from my brothers. It still doesn't feel real. The stone of extraction spoke up. Jung, I know you're excited after getting the money, but shouldn't you be checking on something now? Simon suddenly remembered. That's right. This is no time for daydreaming. I even used achievement points to synthesize the enhancement device. Simon peeked inside to check. Is the process still going okay? The stone of extraction urged hurry up and check. From what I can see, the process seems to be going smoothly. Hurry, hurry! Simon reminded it be patient. He took out 3 items. The stone of extraction was excited. Look at their colors. The purple one is a B+ grade moonstone essence, and thanks to the enhancement elixir, it has additional attributes too. The others must be similar, right? The red one is a body elixir, and the blue one is a steel body elixir. The stone of extraction was thrilled. This one is even a grade higher. Simon exclaimed, yeah, and it's even A grade. Adding mithril must have made a big difference. The stone of extraction agreed. Yes, that's right. I was so surprised that you could refine mithril into a consumable form. Really, yes. There's no way a human could refine mithril. No. Even races that specialize in magic can't do it easily. You're amazing. All right, shall we upgrade our power now? Simon drank the red vial. After drinking it, he exhaled in anticipation. The system quickly updated. Simon was excited. I can feel my body getting much stronger now. Good thing I focused on stamina when mixing the ingredients. This should probably reduce the burden of transformation. Achievement unlocked my creation levels up. 3rd place achievement points and a title upgrade. The second option also increased by another 10%. Simon was satisfied. This is really great. Now I really want to jump into the arena to test it out. Let's see how much stronger I've gotten. Let's go right in. Welcome to the Galactic Arena. This round's event, Survival Mode. Simon gradually appeared. Number of participants 100. The others entered one by one. The chat started buzzing. It's Kim Simon. The moment the notification popped up, I clicked it. I hit the jackpot. Haha, nice to meet you all. This is my first time trying survival mode, so I'm pretty nervous. Being teased by everyone, Simon became flustered. Of course, but you can never be sure. Lately, I feel like my matchmaking has been a bit tough. System. This match is a promotion match for you. Simon jumped and shouted, Huh, a promotion match. He was confused. Why did they suddenly announce this out of nowhere? Simon said smugly. I guess it's because I'm too strong. He laughed cheerfully. Oh well, it's fine. I needed to get to the gold rank sooner or later anyway. All players are ready. Map Dark Sewers. Footsteps began to move. One person held his nose. Oh, this smell is going to make me puke. Another person warned, shut up. What if someone hears you? Ah, sorry, but damn it, it's crazy dark in here. I can't see a thing. Just be quiet and follow me. I'll lead the way. I wish I had a tracking skill like you. This is a dark zone, so we have to get as many skills as we can here. Once we have enough, we can dip. You mean we're just going to hide here to avoid dropping ranks? That's right. Just try it. Have you seen the announcement board in the arena? We're matched with those two monsters. Hey, but is it okay to publicly matchmake like this? What if we run into famous guilds? This is a dark zone. Won't they? Die before they even find us. But what if they find us first? This is a narrow corner. Whoever dares to ambush here has to show themselves. Wait, what's that up ahead? He trembled all over, pointing ahead. Don't you see it? Something over there just moved. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. It's probably just some lizards. I swear there's something there. At that moment, the thing appeared behind him. In an instant, blood splattered onto the face of the person in front. He jumped and turned around. Dae-hun, he backed away in fear. What is that? Get away, I said. Don't come any closer. A fireball shot towards him. However, the other person only needed one hand to block it. The flame was quickly extinguished in his hand. This completely stunned the boy. The figure's cunning face broke into a sinister smile. He took down his opponent with a single blow. Wait, you're on the other side. The sounds grew louder. A player has been logged out. Simon looked at the result with satisfaction. He opened the system window to check the situation. His eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? Rank 1. Choi Jin-soo, 13 kills. Rank 2. Kim Simon, 10 kills. Choi Jin-soo, I didn't expect someone to surpass me, Simon thought to himself. Choi Jin-soo. Why does that name sound so familiar? The Beast King, Choi Jin-soo, a former UFC heavyweight fighter, currently a high-ranking warrior in the guild, ranked 2nd in Korea, right after Holy Trinity. And he also possesses the SS grade trait Beast Form, which allows him to transform into any beast. Right at this point in time, he's also in the silver rank, so that makes sense. Jin-soo was also a late-blooming warrior like Masuk. That explains it. Simon held his head and sighed. Man, I was just starting to enjoy the stat increase, but it looks like I'll have to work hard now. His smile started to turn sinister. Simon quietly called out Stone of Extraction. Hurry, Hyung. Simon raised his hand. The system announced insufficient energy. He agreed to replenish it and snapped his fingers. The Eye of Odin immediately appeared. Simon was pleased, just as I predicted. Just like the replicas of high-ranking constellations, its completion is only about 10%. I knew the constellations of Asgard would be interested in this. But that's the other faction, isn't it? The eye immediately glowed. It flew straight into Simon's eye, surprising him. Simon held his face in pain. His eye gradually opened. Finally, it opened fully. One of Simon's eyes had turned yellow. The constellation Odin looks at you and gives an innocent smile. The Eye of Odin requests to be bound to you. The Stone of Extraction asked Hyung you're going to accept, right? Simon confirmed, of course. Odin is famous for having many powerful artifacts among the constellations, and there's a reason why I chose to create the Eye of Odin among such powerful artifacts. When the Dragon King appeared in Europe, he destroyed half of Europe in just one day. As a result, Europe was on the verge of total collapse. Simon's eyes gleamed. But under the command of Fabian, they succeeded in using the Eye of Odin to expel the dragons. I see it. That's its weak point. They eliminated the core of their descent more accurately and drove them away. A high ranker from Germany sponsored by Odin Fabian. This time he revealed why he chose the Eye of Odin as his main holy relic. Simon thought smugly. Even now, it's still the most suitable item for me in the current situation. It is linked with the Stone of Extraction trait and become a trait. My vision has become clearer. This is truly insane. Now I understand why Fabian was able to find the Dragon King's weakness so quickly. Simon quickly left. All right, let's hurry and find that guy. Elsewhere, the bodies of players lay scattered, Jin-soo remarked. At this rate, the top spot in the arena will be in the palm of my hand. Suddenly, he sensed something. Looking at the system window, he was intrigued. What the he's already gotten? 24 kills. That guy was just in second place. Kim Simon looks like this guy knows how to fight. The claws on his hands slowly grew longer. His face also transformed into that of a beast. Jin-soo had turned into a werewolf. This is getting interesting. I hope he's a berserker. Suddenly his ears twitched as if he heard a sound. Looking towards the entrance, Jin-soo noticed someone. His eyes focused on the prey before him. His excitement reached its peak. Outside the entrance, the footsteps grew closer. Inside, Jin-soo was intrigued. It's him. He dashed towards the cave entrance. I can't believe he walked right into the lion's den. Suddenly something stopped him. Jin-soo realized magic's annoying. He dodged all the attacks. The other guy still hadn't shown himself, but he's able to accurately predict my movements. Jin-soo thought impatiently, where is he? Where the hell are you? Looking at the shadow before him, he finally found him. So you're there. He bared his fangs and lunged. you little rat. But a bright golden light appeared in front of his mouth. A second later, the area exploded. Jinsu was heavily injured. On the other side, Simon smirked. This is insane. The closer I get to him, the clearer I see. Wow, this is great. I haven't even mastered this item yet. And it's already like this. Jinsu was confused. What the? He's accurately predicting my movements. What kind of power is that? He charged forward again. These little tricks won't work on me. You damn mage. Simon smiled slyly and denied no. I'm not a mage. Can you handle this? A giant fist formed from the wall behind Simon. It quickly punched forward. But Jinsu used his claws to slice it in three. This surprised Simon. Unbelievable. The next second, Jinsu had him by the neck. Got you, you bastard, he growled. You're Kim Simon, right? Always hiding and taking cheap shots like a rat. You were hard to catch. Now die? Simon used his small arm to block Jinsu's punch. Jinsu was surprised. His arm strength? Who the hell is this bastard? Simon thought to himself, as expected of the Beast King. Jinsu is no pushover. I barely managed to block him just now. I need to find his weakness quickly. Jinsu cursed in frustration. You bastard. He opened his mouth wide towards Simon. You think I'll fall for that again? Jinsu was opening his mouth wide towards his opponent. Simon was using the Eye of Odin to find his weakness. The Stone of Extraction announced Hyung the resonance process is complete. They're good. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Choi Jinsu. Simon used the Heavenly Demon Art's sky-shattering fist. He struck him and Jinsu immediately coughed up blood. He couldn't accept it. Damn it, I can't believe I lost. Simon calculated. The energy consumption for this is truly enormous. The arena rankings now showed Simon at the top. He was thrilled. I can't believe I defeated a future high ranker with my own hands. That felt amazing. If I hadn't been able to create the Eye of Odin, this wouldn't have been possible. The chat once again praised him. Simon scratched his head in embarrassment. Thank you all for the support and donations. Please refrain from cursing and spamming. It's too chaotic. Everyone, please chat calmly. Then he messaged the chat moderator. Kick out the toxic people. The chat immediately calmed down. Suddenly, a sound caught Simon's attention. He pressed his ear against the wall. Is someone fighting nearby? It sounds like it's coming from inside the wall. Simon used the Eye of Odin to observe. He touched the wall with both hands. I should check it out. The system announced, this is an area inaccessible to players. Inaccessible. Behind this wall, what could possibly make the Galactic Arena issue a warning? Further interference will result in the arena taking action, or you will be penalized. All right. Simon turned to leave. All right, I'm leaving. Leaving now. It's a bit of a shame, but I'd better leave it. Suddenly, a message arrived, catching his attention. Why is there a sudden light from Mithril? Simon wondered, why did this thing appear? Ownership of the Mithril piece has been confirmed. Verification complete, access granted. Does that mean I can go through? The next second, an explosion occurred. Rubble and dust flew everywhere at Simon's feet. It was the corpse of a Draken. Someone approached, sighing. You couldn't control your power again. Max Neo complained. Uncle Marker is going to scold us again for destroying the barrier. Suddenly, she noticed Simon. She quickly called out Savior. Then Max Neo ran and hugged him tightly. Savior, it's been so long. Simon was embarrassed. Ah, yes, it's great to see you again. But why is Max Neo here? This is a 100-person survival map. I thought I'd never see you again. Could this map be related to the dwarves? The system displayed a notification about the constellation's opinions. Simon was confused. Based on the constellation's reactions, could this be because Max Neo is alive? The comments were also confused. Dwarves. Why is he suddenly talking about dwarves? Aren't dwarves only in the platinum rank? But it seems he knows that dwarf. Max Neo blushed shyly. Savior, I'm very happy to see you again like this. But I'm afraid I have to get back to work. Her hands trembled. Last time, thanks to your help, we were able to drive away the Dragon Clan. But in the end, we still couldn't protect Doria. So the battle with the Dragon Clan isn't over yet. Simon listened intently. Suddenly, the system announced the constellation Odin has issued a quest. Quest help the dwarves deal with the attackers. Simon immediately placed a hand on Max Neo's shoulder. I'll help you. What? She refused. No, I'm fine. I can handle the dragons myself. Simon remained firm. But I want to help. Max Neo laughed. Having a strong person like you help would be great for me. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Do you wish to enter? Yes. There are only a few survivors left, and I've already dealt with Choi Jinsu, so the #1 spot isn't a problem. Leaving the current arena. Entering the northern sewers arena. Elsewhere, bodies lay scattered amidst curses. How many times do I have to tell you for you to understand? A Draken was furious. Didn't I tell you to finish it quickly, you idiots? His subordinate quickly explained, I'm sorry. If you give me another chance, I'll definitely eliminate those rats. But the next second he was eliminated. It snapped another chance. Who's talking about another chance? Then he quickly knelt. Lord Saku, I sincerely apologize for making you come here in person. Humph, the figure spoke. You always expect too much from Drakens. Don't you know their intelligence? Yes, it's all my fault. It's interesting. You're quite smart for a Draken. There's a reason you rose to this position. Thank you for your praise. I shouldn't talk anymore. It's a waste of energy. I'll give you a gift. You need a map to find those creatures. He praised as expected of you, great dragonkin. Use this map, go there, and capture all of them. Then you will catch the eye of Lord Sagas. He bowed deeply. I will obey. Back with Simon, the two were almost there. Max Neo was still cheerful. It's so much easier with you helping Simon. At this rate, we can take care of all of them today. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Simon quickly became alert. He managed to catch the incoming arrow in time. Careful. Simon deduced, this is a Draken's bow and arrow. They've joined the fight too. From above, a command rang out. Fire. A volley of arrows flew straight towards the two of them. Simon was puzzled. It feels like they're only targeting Max Neo. He used a large rock to shield her. Then he opened the eye of Odin. Simon saw a total of 9 of them. He quickly jumped away. Simon was confident. With this, I can definitely handle them. Simon quickly dashed past a row of Drakens. He raised his fist. Then he took them out one by one. Simon didn't forget to check on Max Neo. Are you okay? But she shouted, watch out, from behind and took down a Draken behind him. Max Neo stomped on its corpse and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she reply, yeah, I'm okay, Savior. Simon was speechless. Haha, what a relief. Normally, do dwarves possess such incredible strength from a young age? Something is very strange. Just then another one appeared. Draken. Simon was startled. He looked at the Draken before him with suspicion. What now? It pointed straight at Max Neo. So it's you. The arena participant personally mentioned by Lord Sagas. Mentioned. Simon didn't understand. What an arena participant? He guessed. So does that mean this place is Max Neo's arena? So that's why the warning appeared. Because Earth isn't an official arena yet. They've blocked all direct communication. But even so, I have to deal with this guy first. Suddenly, Max Neo dashed forward from behind. She quickly jumped up. The Draken also roared and charged. The hammer in Max Neo's hand slammed straight into its head. Then she landed safely. Max Neo turned her head and asked cheerfully, how was that, Savior? But Simon's Eye of Odin had spotted something. He warned Max Neo get down. Fortunately, Simon created a shield in time to protect her. Outside, an ice attack was launched by someone. Saku appeared confidently. Oh my. I came here to catch the little rat underground, but it turns out there's a human here too. The system announced that he was a hidden boss. This greatly surprised Simon. Hidden boss. The Draken from before with a lump on its head spoke up. I apologize, Lord Saku. I will definitely take care of that dwarf girl. He agreed. Fine. I should also test the abilities of that intruder of unknown identity. Without hesitation, Saku launched a powerful attack. Ice magic in the form of sharks rushed towards Simon. He also charged forward. I thought you were just an alchemist, but you've got a few tricks, huh? But you're still just a human, right? I'll personally show you how inferior your race is. But Simon's hand caught his. This action surprised Saku. He became angry and the ground beneath his feet turned to ice. You bastard, Saku quickly retreated. He became wary. What's with this human? He dared to block my attack a second time. Saku gritted his teeth in frustration. If that's the case, I'll use a power that you can't possibly block to crush you. The Stone of Extraction was terrified. Ah Hyung, that's tier 6 intermediate magic. Run away, because he's a half-dragon. Its power will be even more terrifying. Simon considered. This is a situation where I was suddenly dragged into another race's arena. Not only that, I've even encountered a hidden boss. Simon was determined. You know what this arena means to me. Yes, most would retreat here. Saku charged forward. Consider it an honor to experience my power. Simon raised his hand to block. He called out Stone of Extraction. It understood and replied, yes, I'm ready. If I also defeat the hidden boss, here, how big will the reward be? Saku was confused. What is this bastard trying to do? Simon summoned. Come forth, Astrape. The spear surprised Saku. This power? He quickly called out Ice Shield. He struggled to defend himself. Damn it. How can a lowly human summon Astrap? Of course, compared to the real thing, I can still withstand its power. And if he's used that much power, his condition must not be good right now. Thinking this, he charged forward. This is the real end. A powerful ice attack flew towards Simon. He stood there calmly. The real end run. The next second, a series of lightning bolts struck where the two were standing. After Simon summoned his spear. There's no way I can give up on the reward. Saku was shocked. No way. How can there be another Astrapea this? I can use it an unlimited number of times. He was confused. What kind of nonsense? Goodbye. With that, a volley of lightning bolts obliterated Saku. Achievement unlocked. Defeated a hidden boss. Quest from the constellation Odin has been completed. Simon sighed in relief. Phew. So I exchanged for Astrapea a total of 2 times. Max Neo ran over at that moment. Savior. He asked, how is it? Did you take care of the other guy? Yes. The system announced that Simon would soon return to his world. His body was slowly fading. Ah, Max Neo. was sad. Savior. Are you going back to your world? Simon cheerfully continued. Max Neo just now. I noticed that you're also a player in the arena. She was surprised. Huh. How did you... If I had known earlier, I should have let you handle that half-dragon. Handle Savior. I think you've misunderstood something. This isn't my arena. What this isn't your arena. This truly surprised Simon. Elsewhere, a conversation was heard. The thread of fate has vibrated once again. This is the second time. The third Dragon King. Adolphus questioned Nidhogg. This happened in your territory. You kept boasting that everything would be fine. What exactly is going on? He replied, It must be because that servant of yours Sagas caused trouble. The fourth Dragon King Vritra exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me Sagas has failed. The invincible Sagas, is he dead? No, I can still clearly feel Sagas's presence. He's still alive. I knew it. It seems it wasn't Sagas but one of his retainers who failed. I've sent Depina there to investigate the situation. But according to the report, they've found the dimension where the one who made the thread of fate tremble is living. They were shocked. It's a place called Earth. Earth? If it's Earth, isn't that the place that the first Dragon King rules? Exactly. Depina says the first has already contacted the relevant parties. Just as expected. Depina is much more reliable than the others. We still have some good news. Meanwhile, Nihawk makes sure the Black Forge doesn't stop operating. Richa continue to expand the arena's influence. Furthermore, when the next news from Depina arrives, we will meet again. Scene changed to Simon's room. So it wasn't Max Neo's arena. He was still thinking. The system clearly said Northern Underground Gate Arena. But once again, the usually meticulous system couldn't classify what that event was. Could the arena have designed it specifically for me? Anyway, I should check the rewards first. Looks at the system window. He grumbled, the rewards are a bit stingy, huh? Oh well, whatever. My goal was to get to the gold rank anyway. The system announced he had reached the gold rank. Simon was thrilled. Oh wow. Achievement store. I wonder what the reward is. Received reward Fallen Spirit. So this is the real prize. Jumped up 8 levels just like that. Suddenly a strange sound caught Simon's attention. The table was covered in paper cranes, these origami things. One of them was unusual. Simon also noticed. Wait, but a second later the room exploded. Everyone was shocked, not understanding what happened. What the hell? Why the sudden explosion? At that moment, a man was watching from not far away. An explosion like this never gets old. He is Clerk. At this rate, there probably isn't even a body left, right? If only I could have dropped a nuke on this whole area. What a shame. If you did that, you would be permanently expelled from the organization. These words made him turn his head. A paper airplane approached. Who are you? Simon activated the Eye of Odin. That trick won't work a second time. The paper airplane was incinerated. My move was blocked by just one finger. No, that's impossible. But more importantly, he wondered, how did you survive that explosion? That, Simon replied nonchalantly. Is there any reason I should tell you? Jess Clark. He was even more surprised. Impossible, how do you know my name? Simon teased Humph, so I hit the nail on the head. But Clerk started to get scared. Who are you and how do you know about me? Simon sighed. Well, I also know there's an organization that will impose a very heavy penalty if you do things outside of your mission. He understood the implication. A heavy penalty. Is he threatening me that I'll be penalized if we fight here? Then he provoked him back. Don't worry. Killing someone who knows about the organization will get me a reward instead. Here. Simon snapped his fingers. I told you it's useless. The Eye of Odin glowed, but the cranes one by one were impaled by a sharp flame. A second later, they were all burned to a crisp, then fell to the ground like ordinary pieces of paper. Clerk was shocked. What trick did you use? He clenched his jacket. Damn it if it's come to this. As Clerk threw off his coat, I thought I'd have to use this to deal with someone in the diamond rank. The coat seemed to be surrounded by magical energy. This surprised Simon. He was full of contempt. I can't believe I'm wasting this on a silver ranker. Then he charged. Desperado never fails. Glory to the great bomber, Mogadam bin Abdullah. Simon was confused. Are you trying to self-destruct? He laughed with glee. You figured it out, but it's too late. Let's go to hell together. Simon gathered power in his hand. Sorry, but he delivered a powerful blow that Clerk couldn't resist. You're going alone. Another huge explosion occurred on the rooftop. The people around were terrified. What another explosion? Is this a sign that war is about to break out here? Simon let out a sigh. He exclaimed that was too close. I didn't expect him to try and self-destruct. The rising star of Desperado Jess Clark. Desperado is a global criminal organization founded by diamond rank players, or elites. In my past life, they were also notorious for their crimes, and yet one of their members tried to kill me. He resolved I have to find out who's behind this. Simon took out his phone and called his younger brother, Si-hyuk. Hey, are you busy right now? Something's come up. As far as the eye could see, everything was proceeding as normal. Looking out the window, a thought came to him. So this is the famous Gayan Palace, huh? The penthouse is right in the middle of Gangnam. Simon stared intently outside. Magic. Defensive magic has been cast on the windows and doors. I've truly never seen anything like it. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. All right, let me handle it. I'll speak to the organization myself. Si-hyuk thought from the sofa. This kid seems to have made a fortune, huh? Simon hung up and turned to look at him. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? He replied, exasperated, I already told you I'm fine. How many more times are you going to ask? Suddenly, someone came closer and invited enthusiastically. Come comb our VIP guest. Just ignore that kid and have a seat. Let me get you some tea. Si-hyuk was a bit embarrassed. All right, thank you. Simon watched silently, thinking to himself. Sunbai is acting like this is his house again. But as the tea was poured into the cup, a mystical blue stream could be seen flowing out. The rising blue steam left Si-hyuk completely stunned. Indeed, the tea had a strange phosphorescent color. This is elven tea, isn't it? He laughed with delight and introduced it. As expected of a top-tier alchemist, you recognized it immediately. This tea is made from rare ingredients, obtained from spirits. He drank it and his whole body began to radiate spiritual power. Are you sure you want me to drink something this valuable? I heard that even the wealthy can't get their hands on this easily. Elixir effect. Agility +1 temporary. He gave a friendly smile. Who cares? It's not mine anyway. Simon was slightly annoyed. Sunbae, its owner, is right in front of you. What are you saying? The conversation was cut short by a loud noise that startled everyone. It was Yoo-jung. She was panting, looking very rushed. Hey, Kim Si-hyuk, where's Appa? Everyone froze on the spot. Simon couldn't take it anymore. Broken again. He sighed and said, Is today break the house day? Or something. They started discussing. Huh, really? They discussed heatedly. They even sent an assassin from Desperado. That's right. At this, Si-hyuk's face turned serious as he surmised, there must be some power behind this, and we need to find out who they are. Hearing that, he looked worried. This isn't going to be simple. I'll go investigate. Yoo-jung boldly volunteered me too, Oppa. He glanced over silently. Simon thought to himself, she must already have a guess. He took a sip of tea and asked, Has the organization said anything yet? They should be investigating everything by now, right? Simon crossed his arms and answered, They've already left. I heard they're going to conduct an internal investigation. Then Si-hyuk put his teacup on the table. As you guessed, Uncle won't let this go easily. Simon started thinking about their father, a first-generation player and also the founding chairman. My uncle, the one who succeeded him as the second chairman. The thing that allows a criminal group like Desperado to exist is their powerful backing. After a moment's hesitation, Simon decided, Hyung, if you don't want to see him, you don't have to go. I'm a ranker now. I'll try to handle everything. However, he flatly refused. That's not necessary. This isn't some ordinary assassin, this is Desperado. After his Hyung seriously suggested it, call the association. Tell them I'm on my way. He knew he couldn't just sit back. Scene changed to Korea, awakened association. Arriving there, Simon couldn't help but worry. But Hyung, are you really going to be okay? He asked. What about? Simon scratched his head and said, You know you're not comfortable around him. He chuckled lightly and sighed. You've grown up, so you've learned how to beat around the bush, huh? Then Si-hyuk said playfully, Just say it straight. You're scared of that old man. Simon gave a strained laugh. You're unbelievable, Hyung. He had to admit the truth. Just as Si-hyuk said, when I was little, I was terrified of my uncle. Because I was an illegitimate child, he was only strict with me, treated me like I didn't exist, and called me the shame of the family. Passing by a guard, bowed politely. Young Master Si-hyuk, you've arrived. I used to hate and fear that uncle. After much thought, he gave a faint smile. The formal doors opened. Si-hyuk stood majestically before them, but not anymore. I'm living my second life. He was extremely determined, and he is no longer someone I have to fear. In the room, Mujin was trimming a bonsai tree. He glanced over with a terrifying gaze. You're here. His body was filled with a powerful aura. The chairman of the Korea Awakened Association, Kim Mujin. He spoke coldly. I don't recall summoning two of you here. Kim Si-hyuk! At that moment, Mujin's expression was incredibly sharp. Simon laughed nervously. Oh, really? The association wasn't clear, so I thought I was summoned too. Seeing this, the guard beside them looked uneasy. Young master, please wait a moment. He stood up and made a few sarcastic remarks. It's all right. You lost your parents when you were young, so this is understandable. Being taunted, Si-hyuk didn't get angry. On the contrary, he retorted boldly, Isn't it because we're in a similar situation? You're really empathetic, uncle. Hearing that he was silent for a moment, Mujin ordered, You get out. The guard obeyed. As you wish. Si-hyuk continued the conversation calmly. By the way, your hobbies have changed a lot. I've never seen you grow bonsai before. Mujin turned back irritably. What do you want now? Ignoring him, he continued defiantly, But there's one thing about you that hasn't changed at all. Since this is a rare family meeting, let's put aside our grievances, shall we? Si-hyuk smirked. You're older now, so you should understand, right? Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. Mujin was enraged, his aura becoming terrifying. Kim Si-hyuk, have you really gone mad? He furiously threw his hand out to attack. Disgrace of the family. Then Simon also began to act. A battle broke out right in the room. He quickly defended against the attack from Mujin. Things gradually settled down. A sharp plant tip was pointed near Si-hyuk's neck. Seeing it with his own eyes, he finally believed. So the rumors were true. How did you get your power back? The man changed his question. No, how did you cure that disease? He nonchalantly pushed the plant tip away with his finger, while answering casually, I just got lucky. Yes, he continued. But that's not what's important, is it? You summoned me to the association because of the terrorist attack. Right, hearing this, Mujin came to his senses. He asked blankly. Getting straight to the point, are we? Fine, in that case, let me ask you. What is your relationship with Desperado Si-hyuk? Was utterly shocked. Mujin exposed him bluntly. Don't deny it, I've read the report. He was stunned, speechless. He's asking me directly. Does this mean it wasn't him who ordered them? But he quickly regained his composure. It probably wasn't him. He would have been more careful with his power. Si-hyuk thought of two other powerful forces. Then it can only be America and China. He wants to see who else besides him is connected to Desperado. Seeing that he couldn't answer, he seriously changed the subject. Let me ask you instead. How do you know about Desperado? Growing angrier, Mujin slammed the table. Are you kidding me, kid? You think the chairman of the Awakened Association wouldn't know about that notorious criminal organization, but now he was furious. You brat who knows no bounds, you dare in front of me. Si-hyuk continued to ask, have you checked with the American side? He kept probing. Or the Chinese side. Mujin sat down calmly. What do you mean? He looked bewildered. Why are you bringing up those two countries? Si-hyuk didn't expose him directly. Someone like you must already know why I'm mentioning America and China. Mujin's facial muscles tensed, revealing his fury. Do you realize how dangerous your words are? If I find out you're lying, he replied with a smile, then I'd be very happy, uncle. If I dared to slander entire nations right in front of the chairman, you'd have more than enough reason to throw me in prison, wouldn't you? At that moment, he thought, anyway, the fact that he's been in contact with Desperado all this time is true, although he still hasn't realized America or China are involved. If I use this point well, after a while, Mujin buried his face in his hands and sighed in frustration. He agreed. All right, your words are not entirely without basis. But Si-hyuk listened, stunned. If I find out you're lying, Mujin was warning him menacingly. You'd better be prepared. A few days later, thanks to Si-hyuk and Yu Jung, I got my own place in Gian Palace. The explosion caused by Jess Clark turned all my things to dust. But that's right, Oppa. Oppa, you made the right choice. Why do you two look happier than me? Furnishing the new house wasn't too difficult. Consider this furniture a housewarming gift. That's right. I had a feeling you'd buy it yourself, so I got it ready for you. Thanks, you two. Seeing everything ready, like this makes me feel like I've fallen into a trap. It feels a bit strange that everything went so smoothly. Be careful, that's expensive. But this is good, too. That evening, the space had become quiet. Simon popped open a can of beer. He chugged it down. Simon leaned back in his chair and sighed. I can't believe I get to live in a place like this. The extraction stone spoke up. Appa, shouldn't you treat them to something? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Thanks to them, I was able to move in here for less than market price, so I have to find a way to thank them. It wondered, what are you planning to give them? Those two don't seem like they're lacking anything, Simon countered. It might seem that way, but they both want one thing. In my past life, I lived among high-level rankers, so I know exactly what they want. If I use that method, I'm sure they'll both like it. The extraction stone was surprised. Huh, isn't this the room you said you'd use as a laboratory? That's right, it teased. Oh, I get it now. You're going to make elixirs for them, right? Simon sighed. You catch on quick, kid. High-level rankers can fall behind with even the smallest gap, so they're very interested in items and elixirs. Plus, I know all the recipes for elixirs that haven't been discovered yet, so this is the perfect opportunity for them. Appa, so what are you going to make for them? Before that, I have something I need to talk to Yu Jung about. Suddenly, something caught Simon's attention. Hey, what's this? My aunt Yu Jung's mother is also a patient of the arena's disease like me, even though I can't yet. I want to let her know that one day, her mother's illness can be cured. Wow, that's amazing. Yu Jung is also a ranker, so I'm sure she can easily find the ingredients. Simon called his inventory. For now, let's prepare the necessary items. Suddenly, Simon's eyes widened in amazement. Appa took something out and wondered, what is this? It looks so familiar. The constellations immediately froze at the sight of this item. It was the F-grade mutation serum. What is it that makes the constellations react like that? Compared to what I've been through, it must be something really good. Appa, it's because it belongs to the dragon race. An item of the dragon race. But why is it a quest reward? And it's only an F-grade item. Simon reached inside. Don't tell me, Appa. He took out the dragon's blood. Simon pondered. Both items have in common that they were received from the arena, related to the demon's nest, and are also related to dragons. There's definitely something. There must be a way to use this mutation serum, but what could it be? Thinking so hard made him yell, "My head hurts." He opened the fridge. This isn't good. I need to get something to drink. The extraction stone reminded him, Appa don't drink beer. I know, I'm just so frustrated. So I want something refreshing to drink. Suddenly, he saw something it looked like milk. Simon was surprised. Why didn't I think of that? Then he called the philosopher's stone. Let's perform some alchemy. It panicked. Wait, you want to synthesize that thing? Simon asked cheerfully. What do you think, is it possible? It continued. Honestly, Oppa, there aren't many items that can handle time. Especially reversing time, that's the hardest part. And eternity is even more impossible. Simon sat in a corner confused. So what should I do? Well, there are two ways, and one of them is to ask its owner. He was confused. Ask, that's right. One of the entities that has been observing you recently knows. Is that so? Zeus, we don't have the hourglass of Kronos. Hey, you don't have it. The extraction stone was helpless. So that's our only way. Oppa, do you know what the hourglass of Kronos looks like? No, not at all. But can't we just synthesize it the way we've always done? That's right, but the hourglass of Kronos is very different. To craft it, you need at least 500,000 achievement points. This time, it was Simon's turn to panic. What 500,000? Forget it. The hourglass of Kronos can even affect the time of the gods. Simon paced back and forth. So how about we craft a part of it? A part, like just 1 or 2 grains of sand from the hourglass. The constellations immediately burst out laughing at Simon's words. He was bewildered. Huh, why are they so sudden? The extraction stone too. Seriously, Appa, did you really think of crafting it like that? What's wrong? Is that idea weird? Not just smart. It's beyond expectations. Synthesizing it, grain by grain, will reduce the cost and make it compatible with the serum. Really, all right. Let's start crafting right away. Simon needed 5,000 points to complete it. He accepted. Of course I do. The next second, a handful of golden sand appeared in Simon's hand. The extraction stone reminded him. If you don't use it quickly, it'll disappear. Simon hastily uncorked the vial of blood with his mouth. He quickly dropped the sand inside. The two substances immediately mixed together. System notification: blood of Tiamat legendary. Simon held the vial of blood in his hand amazed. He was completely surprised. Blood of a dragon god. But the time limit. Suddenly the vial began to shake violently. A drop of blood fell to the floor. It looked around as if searching for something. Simon was surprised. What is that? Why is the blood moving? As soon as he said that, it jumped straight onto Simon's chest. He clutched the spot in pain. The blood of Tiamat begins the assimilation process. What? The divine soul trait has reacted to the blood of Tiamat. Simon's eyes turned crimson, but then, unable to bear it, he passed out. As soon as Simon fainted, he was transported to some other space. Heads with 2 glowing eyes were staring intently. Dragons. No, they're dragon gods. But why are dragon gods here? The first great dragon Crux spoke up. It's over, Father. Simon's chest throbbed in pain every time he heard the word father. Am I really sharing a body with the Dragon King? Simon was terrified. What the hell, don't tell me I've become the dragon god, named Tiamat? No, Crux shouted back, again. You act as if you know everything. Do you really not understand? You have been defeated. Tiamat believed it was fate. Mine was just more cruel. Once you reach this position, you will understand. He retorted, no. I will not become a dragon god. I refuse to become as weak as you. Even if I defeat you and become a dragon god, I would only be one of them. Isn't that a waste? Hearing this, Tiamat was surprised. What are you saying, my son? Exactly as I said. We, the dragon race, are superior to any other race in the universe. We are living proof of that. And yet we are satisfied with just 1 seat. How? How does that make sense? Crux, you still don't understand. This is a conspiracy by those lowly insects who fear our superiority. We have always been worshipped as sacred beings, or as gods in countless dimensions. Don't we have the right to claim a higher position than those constellations? Tiamat was annoyed. Nonsense. Even with that right, the dragon realm can only have 1 position. This is the law. But Crux sneered. And that's the most ridiculous part. What about the 4 in that place? And who is the one controlling them? That place is an exception. That world is a lawless place. Exactly, there are always exceptions. So I want to find my own exception, Simon realized. It's that I. He said, this is much easier than I thought. The way the gods of that place seized multiple positions, Tiamat roared, you brat, have you gone mad? We have always warned you all to be careful of them, especially the one you've allied yourself with. Father, you still don't understand. We, the dragon race, no longer need your teachings. It dealt a fatal blow to Tiamat. Simon was affected as well. Die in silence. Leave what you have kept to us. The dragon realm will return to the time before the birth of the dragon god, and from those names that aren't even worthy, we will reclaim the seat that belongs to us. Farewell, Father. The end. System notification. Blood of Tiamat has successfully resonated with the Philosopher's Stone. Simon jolted awake as if from a nightmare. He put a hand to his forehead, rubbing it to ease the headache. Simon was worried. The dragon race. I never knew their conspiracy was like this. So everything that happened in the past was caused by the dragon race. Thinking back, it was strange that China didn't make any moves back then. It must be because the dragons were behind the Six Lands Alliance. Now I understand why they wanted to kill Hyuk so badly. At first I thought it was because of Rong Liu's ambition, but it seems that's not it. In Tiamat's past, the dragon race was probably involved. It must be because of the seat and qualification that Crux mentioned. They killed Hyuk because he was a candidate to become a constellation. But it's still too early to conclude. First I need to find out if the dragon race is allied with China. If I knew whether China or Japan wanted to assassinate me, it would be much easier. Simon turned his head to look. I'm sure they'll find it too. Simon looked at the system window. System notification. The dragonification trait has been added to the Philosopher's Stone. He wondered, dragonify serpent eyes. What the heck is that? There's so much I can't process it all at once. He thought again, Dragon Force, huh? This must be a unique trait of the Dragon Clan. No player has ever possessed it before. Looks like I'm the first. Elsewhere, pieces of meat sizzled on the grill accompanied by a grumble. Tisk, is that guy dead or alive? Masuk was annoyed. I've called him like a dozen times and he's not picking up. She switched to texting. Hey, what's going on? Why did your house get bombed? The address you gave me matches the one on the news. Dude, say something, you dead or what? Answer me seriously. The meat on the grill was now burnt to a crisp. She was still engrossed in her phone. Ah, damn it. I'm gonna lose it. An old woman came over and tapped her on the head, scolding. Hey, you're not the only thing getting heated. So is the meat, you girl. She angrily turned around, Grandma. The old woman instructed sternly. I told you to grill the meat, not burn it. We can just grill some more. Her grandma pinched her cheek. Are you talking back to me now? You think we have time for that? The kids are waiting. Hey, that hurts. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a new message. Her mood brightened instantly. A message came in. Kim Simon replied. Sorry, I was busy and couldn't check my phone. You were right, the place that got hit was where I lived. I'm still investigating, so please don't make a big deal out of it, okay? Masuk was annoyed, sounds like an excuse to me. Did he not see all the messages I sent fine? Are you hurt? Kim Simon replied, no. But wow, you sent me a ton of messages. Were you that worried about me? Masuk immediately blushed. Yeah, right, worried. But she played it tough. Are you kidding? As if I'd worry about you. I was just afraid you wouldn't teach me that skill. Kim Simon laughed. That sounds more like you. Masuk even surprised herself. What is this reaction? What's wrong with me? From behind her, her grandma's eyes lit up. This girl. Masuk shyly hid her phone. I was wondering why you burned your favorite meat today. So that's why. It was because of that boy, wasn't it? She tried to deny it, Grandma. It's not like that. Her grandma persisted. Where is this kid from? Masuk got even more flustered. I told you it's not like that. Dishes were being washed in the sink. Her grandma urged her, I think that boy wants to see you. Leave things here to me and go back to Seoul. You need to have your own life too, right? Masuk was annoyed to hear her say that. What are you talking about? Stop reading so many dramas. Well, while you're at it, go see your father. Grandma. Why would you bring that up? You really don't know. Is it wrong for me to tell my own granddaughter to visit her parents? I didn't mean it like that. Masuk turned away annoyed. And it's too late anyway. That relationship is over. Her grandma sighed helplessly. The bond between parents and children isn't something that can be easily broken. So hurry up and go to Seoul. This is my last wish. Masuk remained silent. Meanwhile, Simon smiled cheerfully. Honestly, she's as stubborn as ever. He considered his plan. After Masuk gets here, I'll link her with the Cheonma. She'll gain power and friends right away. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Now that I think about it, it's about time for the gold-ranked match, isn't it? The system immediately announced. Based on arena data. Next is the first match of the gold rank. Simon was excited. I'm already getting hyped. Time remaining 22 hours, 26 minutes. He quickly sat up. Simon decided. I guess I should finish setting up the lab before the match begins. Scene change Myth Guild. Seoul City Industrial Complex. Someone let out a tired sigh. Are all the members here? He confirmed, yes, sir. This time there are only 2 contestants for the gold rank debut. Yes. The Myth Guild Master Jinsun asked, Where's the other guy? Kang Yu, yes? The man asked again. His voice strained. Where is the other guy? I don't see him in the report. The man stammered. Ah, about that. He has postponed his decision to join the guild. Postponed. Kwang In reported. It's probably because of the last ranked match. You mean the survival battle in the underground gate? Yes, sir. Although he placed second and was promoted to gold rank, he said that he still feels he's lacking in many areas. So, he decided to focus on his training. More. But Jinsun's eyes were sinister. Training, huh? I knew it. My gut feeling was right. Extend Choi Jin-soo's sponsorship for another year, on the condition that he participates in this match as our sponsored talent. But Guildmaster 1 year will be very expensive. He's not even a guild member yet, and he's already receiving this kind of treatment. He slammed his hand down angrily. So what you're saying is that we should hire a mercenary instead? Is that it? Do you know anyone who can do the job? Kwang In hesitated. Well, there is one player, sir. Who is it? The player who defeated Choi Ji-soo in a one-on-one fight during the last survival match. The Guildmaster was shocked. You mean Kim Si-mun? You know him, Guildmaster? That guy is pretty famous. Do you remember the former chairman of the organization? Of course. He was the strongest player of all time. That's right. He was ridiculously strong. And his descendants are the same. You're talking about Kim Si-hyuk. Wait. Kim Si-hyuk. Kim Si-mun. That's it. Kim Si-mun. He's also the son of the organization's former chairman, so you're saying he's the chairman's illegitimate son. That's not important. We don't know if awakening is closely linked to bloodline or not, but that illegitimate son Kim Si-mun was born with extremely high base stats. In Magic, his max stat was 10. Really? Even now, very few people awaken to a max stat of 10. Correct. But he faded away before he could even shine. You know the terrorist attack 15 years ago? After that incident, I heard he could no longer interact with magic. Anymore, you mean exactly. If he can fight now, it's likely he's recovered. And it's highly likely that this is related to the cure for the arena's disease that recently appeared on the black market. Then we must recruit Kim Si-mun. Information about the cure. Forget it, for now just focus on Choi Jin-soo. Anyway, he'll be participating in this gold rank debut match. Kang Ji-soo and Cha Hoon-gu alone can't possibly defeat him. At the very least, we need Choi Ji-soo to secure our ranking. I understand. Kwang In left. The man turned and lit a cigarette. Then he exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes were filled with contemplation. He looked at the family photo hanging on the wall. In it was a daughter who looked just like Ma Suk. System notification. The gold rank debut match in Korea has begun. Summoning participants. The gold rank debut match has finally begun. That's right. So many people have been looking forward to this event. Well, then we have to check out the contestants. Commentator Seong. That's right. As everyone can see, among the guilds participating in this debut match, the two most promising candidates are the Scorpion Guild and the Myth Guild. The Scorpion Guild. That's right. It's the guild with the rising stars of the magic world, players Yu Ah-yeon and Yu Ah-jun. And the Myth Guild is led by player Choi Ji-soo, along with Kang Ji-soo and Cha Hoon-gu, correct. All of them are super famous players. Right. Exactly the players you just mentioned are all high-ranking and very promising. But there's another important point we need to make. And that is another rising star, the solo player. Unaffiliated with any guild player, Kim Si-mun. He has never lost the top spot and has received countless olive branches from other guilds. Tick, can you believe this? How dare they treat us like we're just extras? Ah-yeon advised Ah-jun. The public only believes what they see. So just show them what we've got. Yes, all the contestants have arrived. The debut match is about to begin. Si-mun was teleported in. A beach this time. The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. This map isn't a problem for you either, right? You can turn into an aquatic creature, or whatever you want, Si-mun confirmed. That's right. And more importantly, the rewards for this match are extremely tempting. Battle-themed survival. Number of participants, 110. Area floating archipelago. Si-mun couldn't help but feel excited. Looks like I'll have to go all out here. System notification. Eliminate other players or survive. Until the time is up. The players began to charge and fight. Just keep struggling. A water map like this is easy pickings. We just need to wait for the others to kill each other, right? Yeah, even the survivors won't be a problem. You should feel lucky that I got a water-related trait. It doesn't even use mana. So don't worry, this trait is passive. In a survival mode, like this, we don't need to waste energy early on. We're so lucky. We just have to stand here and wait to steal the final blows. Suddenly, something made her panic, sis, behind you. Someone's fist was flying towards them. It punched right through the other person. She lost her water bubble and began to sink. The two were shocked. What the hell was that, sis? But a second later, the same thing happened to them. I can't breathe. The bubble popped. Si-mun was pleased. I have to admit, this thing works really well. Who is it? This part needs magic to survive. How could he do that with his bare hands? Elsewhere, the MC's voice echoed. While the gold-ranked debut match has just begun, a fierce battle has already broken out on Island 7. Who will be the victor here? Wow, Choi Jin-soo. What will he show us this time? This is so exciting. The man was annoyed. Son of a bitch, he was mine. That person was Cha Hyun-woo. He said casually, so the Hansung Guild has been defeated. Sorry. Wow, Cha Hyun-woo is an undeniable dark horse. The Myth Guild is seriously strong. Super strong. They wiped out 3 teams in an instant. It's truly unbelievable. The Scorpion Guild is also performing exceptionally well, with the synergy of Yuayon and Yuajun. How many more teams will they wipe out? They are truly on a world-class level. Both guilds are fantastic. Who will take first place? I'm so curious. Let's stay tuned to find out. A shaky footstep approached his teammate. This is insane. Wiped out in a blink of an eye. No way, what kind of monster is he? Suddenly a voice made him turn his head. What are you looking at? Seaman kicked him to the ground, shattering it on impact. It's him. What kind of power is this? He said casually. If you're already complaining about this, you haven't seen real power yet. 3 seconds later, a massive explosion occurred. Whoa, insane. This skill is impressive every time I see it. All 10 comments were praising Seaman. All taken care of. Seaman called up the leaderboard. He scanned it and saw he was still in 3rd place. Seaman considered. Looks like one person can't take on 10. The Heavenly Demon Arts is great, but it absorbs too much dark energy, so I can't use it continuously. Should I use my achievement points? Suddenly a system notification appeared. The constellations who support you are whispering. 4 constellations have given you a quest. Achieve 1st place in the battle. Seaman smiled with satisfaction. Whoa, lucky me. Now the tables have turned. He summoned the Philosopher's Stone. It replied eagerly, I'm here. You think so too, right? You can definitely take them all down. I'm ready. You lack sufficient alchemy power for an equivalent exchange. Seaman was startled. Wait a minute. 2,000 points. He was bewildered. But Astrope only cost 500. That's so much. The Philosopher's Stone sighed. It can't be helped. Normally it would be equivalent to Astrope, so 500 would be enough. But you're targeting all the islands, right? Just like with the Scepter of Asclepius last time, right? I've temporarily boosted its power. Right. Even though it costs a lot of points, it has the power you need. That's right. If I want to take out the entire archipelago, I have to do this. Seaman began his signature classy finger snap. But the ocean waves began to roar and surge. It seemed to have become a tsunami. Seaman walked on water. The constellation Zeus smiled with satisfaction. Now in his hand was a scepter. Seaman raised it, preparing to strike it down. His expression was filled with excitement for this moment. Shall we go open the way? As the words left his lips, he plunged the scepter into the sea. Lightning bolts shot out in all directions. Elsewhere, Cha Hyun-woo was injured. Player Cha Hyun-woo has been injured in his left arm. Yuajun exclaimed, good, but the healer Kang Jisoo is still alive, so he'll be healed right away. She ran over advising, wait, let me heal you, damn it, The front line is engaged in a fierce battle now. The outcome of the battle will depend on whether Choi Jinsu is defeated or not. That's right. I'm really looking forward to the result on Island 2. The 2 teams are competing for the top spot. Yuajun is casting a spell now. Do you want to face me head-on this time? Don't be ridiculous. Cha Hyun-woo, now recovered, shot an arrow to create a distraction. Is this revenge? The arrow was about to fly straight into Yuajun's eye. Yes, however, Yuayon blocked it as if she had been waiting for it. Thanks so much for revenge. Yuayon is incredible. She's both tanking on the front line and supporting Yuajun's spellcasting. That moment right there was the highlight of the match. Player Kang Jisoo. It seems her divine power is about to run out. The outcome is truly unpredictable. The winner here will take the #1 spot. Who will win? Suddenly the ground shook violently. They were all taken by surprise. What's happening? The ground is suddenly shaking. The screen is also shaking violently. We can't see anything. A wave gradually approached. No way. A tsunami. Ladies and gentlemen, a giant tsunami is crashing down on the island. A tsunami. A mysterious tsunami has submerged the entire archipelago. Commentator Seong, as one of the first-generation players. What is happening? Has there ever been a tsunami like this on the floating archipelago before? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The archipelago has never experienced anything like this. After Island 7, even Island 4 has been swept away. The entire archipelago is being swallowed by the tsunami. The teams occupying the islands are also being swept away helplessly. There's nothing they can do. At this rate, even Island 2, where the battle is taking place, will be submerged. Show us Island 2. Despite this, Yuayon and Yuajun managed to put up a barrier in time. Elsewhere, Cha Hyun-woo was also swept away. Choi Jinsu had surprisingly turned into a shark. Everyone was swept into the sea. And so as the waves gradually subsided, Simon remarked, good. Looks like everything's been cleaned up. Now what's left is Ayan and June. Ayan and Choi Jinsu too, huh? He was a little surprised. I expected Choi Jinsu to turn into a sea creature, but Ayan was unexpected. Well, this is her gold-rank debut match after all. She should at least be able to do this much. One of Simon's hands had transformed into a dragon's claw. He was excited. Then shall we finish this Sargon's body tissue? Looking at the system panel, Yuajun screamed in shock. What the hell? It seems Kim Simon himself caused the tsunami. The rankings have changed. We don't have a chance anymore. How are we supposed to beat him? Hey, you! Ayan smacked him on the head. Hey, June, are you crazy? She was annoyed. What's the use of panicking before we've even fought? Have you forgotten what the guild gave us? But sis, look what he's doing. With just one wave, he overturned all the lives that we worked so hard to take. How can we beat someone like that? At this moment, Simon was charging towards them. Ayan reminded him, use your brain, you idiot. If he had enough power to create that wave, why hasn't he approached us until now? It means he doesn't have enough power to use that wave again. Right. Please pull yourself together and use the holy relic. 2 bracelets touched each other. It emitted a strange energy, ice heart. That energy radiated outwards. Jun's jaw dropped as he announced, "It's working, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Simon was still charging forward. But he was affected by that thing. Simon was confused. What the? Why did my body transformation suddenly stop working? I can't breathe. This is too strange. He quickly called the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone explained this is a curse. It's a type of seal that can block all main energy channels. It must be the work of the Ayan sisters. If so, then use it right away, replied the Philosopher's Stone. Simon's hands clasped together and his body began to transform. One of his eyes also lit up. Simon let out a soft breath. He had dragonified. Whoa, this is crazy, isn't it? It feels both light and heavy at the same time. Meanwhile, Ayan clenched her fists with determination. It's time. We've stopped his charge. Let's start right away. Pour all our strength into this. And finish him in one blow. Ice Vortex Boundary. First place is ours. Simon watched amused. Oh, looking at this scale, it must be a Tier 5 spell. As expected. Their combo must be on par with Holy Power, huh? But I have Dragon Force. What's this player Kim Simon? He's charging straight into that giant vortex. If it were me, I would have run. The two sneered. That madman. He wants to charge through head-on. Does he think this is just a normal Tier 5 spell? Eat this. He can't stop it. Instantly, something mixed into the seawater. It quickly attacked Simon. The eye of Odin lit up. Simon threw a punch straight ahead. The 2 sisters were horrified. This is it, Simon delivered the finishing blow. So farewell. They were instantly defeated under Simon's claws. Unbelievable. Player Kim Simon showed no mercy and defeated the pair from the Scorpion Guild, all by himself. Choi Jin-soo witnessed it, his jaw dropping in astonishment. No way. Absolute power. Player Kim Simon. Now only Choi Jin-soo remains on the battlefield. It's a one-on-one situation. Can player Choi Jin-soo defeat Kim Simon? Now in his eyes, Simon looked like a bloodthirsty monster. He charged forward aggressively. What is this? This immense pressure. It's not human, it's a monster. Simon grabbed him by the neck. He greeted him. It's been a while. Choi Jin-soo-si. Personally, I have a lot of respect for you. He hadn't expected this. All this time I've been training to take this guy down, but my body won't move. Well then, thank you for your hard work. What kind of monster is he? Streams of fresh blood shot out. Choi Jin-soo was knocked out in a single blow by Kim Simon. The last survivor has been decided, the final winner of the match. The gold rank debut has been chosen. Simon stretched. A piece of cake. System notification, the final island will now appear. Simon was extremely surprised. The final island. The sea began to churn. A castle gradually emerged from the water. A special condition has been met. The final island will now appear. Simon spoke. I don't know what the condition was, but let's go. He marveled so fast. This form is definitely faster than human transformation. Simon quickly jumped up and reached the palace. The eye of Odin began to scan. What now? Let's take a look. What's inside? He suddenly realized. This is 2 sea creatures whispered to each other. A human? A human? He seems different from the previous ones. Simon was surprised. Are they Nagas? Aren't these high-level dragonkin that only appear in the diamond rank? The only thing I can be relieved about is that they're only warrior class. Warriors. His eyes suddenly widened. Simon managed to dodge the spear they had just thrown. It gave a compliment. You're quite fast for a land animal. This is very interesting. Let's see how long you can dodge. They charged. Simon gritted his teeth, confused. Both of them are attacking at once. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Odin to find their weakness. The 2 Nagas had to stop before the sudden light. Those eyes, Simon snapped his fingers. This is it. Taking advantage of their hesitation. A bolt of lightning struck the Nagas. Each of them was pierced by the lightning. In an instant, they were defeated. Suddenly, a voice spoke out praising Truly Magnificent. A system notification due to an unexpected situation. All broadcasts and communication channels will be temporarily cut until the situation is resolved. No communication channels will be available. Simon spun around startled. The newcomer was Princess Asa, possessor of the Emperor's Gaze. Not only do you hold Poseidon's trident, but you also have Zeus's holy relic. Simon was surprised. The Emperor's Gaze. Is she talking about this god's eye? This must be why they hesitated to attack me. Simon assessed. But this Naga is not like the usual ones. The races of Naga are ranked by the number of arms they have. And this one has 8. In my past life, only high-level rankers could handle something like this. With my current strength, can I really do this? She smiled cheerfully. How arrogant. Even though you possess the king's eyes, they are still imperfect. And yet you intend to challenge me. Simon was startled. You can read my thoughts, she corrected him. More accurately, it's empathy, although I can't see clearly, into one who bears the emperor's gaze, the bearer of the emperor's gaze. May I ask your name, Kim Simon? Ah, I see. So you are indeed Kim Simon, the one who humiliated those arrogant dragon lords. Twice, you're talking about Manos. It seems you know about that incident too, changing the fate of those dwarves, right? Because of that, the Black Forge suffered very serious damage. Simon didn't understand. Fate. The Black Forge, she added. Thanks to what you did, the 5 dragon lords have begun to act. One of them, Defina, has already made a move. Her words became increasingly confusing. A dragon. If just one dragon appears, an entire city could be wiped out. Judging by your reaction, it seems you've already encountered them, but you're still alive like this. It must be thanks to the Emperor's gaze. If that's the case, then those Chinese bastards have allied with the Dragon Clan. They've used the Dragon Clan's influence to command Desperado. Asa warned, but don't let your guard down. Defina is a real dragon. No matter who you are, it will be difficult to deal with. I think so too. The Council's interference is getting stronger and stronger. I have much more to say, but I must go now. She kissed the back of Simon's hand, the Naga princess. Asa has bestowed the Naga royal blessing upon you. Your underwater abilities in dragon form have increased. Your influence with the Naga race has also increased. Simon was extremely surprised. This is my Azra's contribution to the future king. King, what is she talking about? So next time I hope to hear your real name. But I just told you my name. I am speaking the true name of the danger. A high-ranking Dragon Clan member is only complete when they obtain their true name. Absolutely do not let any Dragon Clan member see these eyes of yours while you're alive. Not even one. The special situation has ended. The gold rank debut match has been concluded. Simon. Wait, that's it. The gold rank debut match, an event with the draw of the Olympics, was over. The press was focused entirely on one person. At the Seoul Special District, a voice rang out from the Sungsam Guild. Miss, are you really going to leave it like this? Didn't you say that you would personally handle the player's issue? Kim Simon, now every news outlet is talking about him. Please, at least say something. Du Yong. I know he's strong, but I really didn't expect it to be to this extent. A new player who just ranked up to gold was able to easily take down a Naga. No matter how high his skills are, it just doesn't make sense. They seemed to freeze for a moment back then, right? And his light-based magic is also unusually powerful. I'm dying of curiosity. I thought I was starting to understand him a little better, but now I don't have a single clue. How on earth did he do it? Now that I think about it, Senior, Jin-hyuk did say that he'd met my brother before. Does that mean Kim Si-hyuk was there too? Park Min-cheon spoke up. Miss, I will find a way to approach and recruit him. Du-young stopped him. No, Manager Park, don't worry. Go handle the other cases. But I'm going to see him myself right now. Du-young. If I meet him in person, I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. Scene changed to the Continental Union. Inside, someone announced, all right, please take your seats. The vice chairman of the Special Strategy Division spoke. I believe everyone knows why we have gathered here. In the recent gold rank debut match, there were several truly outstanding rookies. Among them, the one we need to pay special attention to is a player from South Korea. Yes, his name is Kim Simon. He's a magic type and only started participating in the arena a month ago. The crowd murmured, what? Only a month? Is that even possible? How can someone who only joined a month ago? He chuckled. I understand how you all feel. He entered the arena just a month ago, then participated in the debut match and won. It's truly unbelievable. But if you look at it from another angle, if he reached gold rank in just 1 month, then of course he's qualified to participate in the debut match. This situation reminds me of someone from the past, the undefeated legend Emperor Ju Zhongli, and the only person to have ever defeated him. I'm talking about the Sword Saint Kim Si-hyuk, the one who broke the 3-person team rule and won with just a duo, making history. And just like him, Kim Simon participated solo, without any teammates, and still won the debut match. The crowd was astonished. That's absurd. Even if you say that, Vice Chairman, this joke has gone too far. Winning solo. That's ridiculous. Someone asked, so what do you intend to do with this person? Did the chairman say anything? I've spoken with the chairman. He suggested that we should try to recruit him once he becomes stronger. But the attempt to recruit him during his silver phase failed, so we need a different plan. Don't tell me you're planning to call for an internal vote. Are you? Yeah, that's a bit much. A vote all of a sudden. If it's the chairman's order, there must be a good reason. Aren't we overreacting? Then let me be blunt. Do you all want a second Sword Saint to be born? Do you want the Continental Union, us to have to bow down to that tiny country? Wait a minute, Vice Chairman? How can you say that? As you all know, Emperor Zhongli is currently on par with the sword Saint Kim Si-hook. What if another one like Kim Si-hook appears? So what are you going to do? I'm sure the sharper officials here have already figured it out. He gasped. You mean you want to assassinate him? The crowd continued to murmur. Don't tell me. The recent terrorist attack by the Korean Awakened was also caused by the vice chairman himself. The vice chairman works for the emperor. Then perhaps this is His Majesty's will. Enough. For the good of the Continental Union, I expect you all to make a wise decision. I will personally convey your loyalty to the emperor. Now let's begin the vote on how to handle Kim Simon. System notification. You have cleared the gold rank debut match. Simon, oh ho, I got quite a haul this time. Let's see what the rewards are this time. You have received a special random box as a completion reward. Simon O, a special random box. You have discovered a hidden piece in the Risen Archipelago. Simon Woe, the rewards this time are pretty sweet. He scrolled through the panel. I also got a good amount of sponsorships. If I convert the points earned from the debut match broadcast, it's definitely got to be in the hundreds of millions. But the thing that's got me really excited is this special random box. Let's see, even in my past life, Choi Jin-soo made quite a bit from this thing. All right, Simon, I'm ready. Time to open it. But a sound caught his attention. Wait, who's here at this hour? Looking outside, 3 people had arrived. We're here. Congratulations, Simon. Since we're neighbors, they're always dropping by. I was just about to enjoy the moment of getting my reward. Just as they entered, the room became lively. That debut match really blew us away. Yeah, I didn't think you'd fight that well. I'm really curious about the magic you used, Simon. Should I call it alchemy? He thought with a sense of helplessness. Geez, I just want to open the box, guys. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Simon, about that thing you asked me to handle a few days ago. Prepare to be shocked. The total revenue was a whopping 5.5 billion. What? What was that thing that sold for 5.5 billion? Jinguk said regretfully, Simon, I swear. If you hadn't set a price limit, what a waste. It totally could have sold for 10 billion each. Simon sighed. Yeah, that's probably true. The other guy was exasperated. Probably true. What do you mean? That's not the point. If it weren't for the fixed price, I could have easily made over 100 billion with that. I get how you feel, Jinyuk. But after having had the arena sickness myself, I can't just treat the cure like some commodity to make money. So that's why you set a price limit. I see. You care more about people than profit. Du-young trembled and stammered. Wait, if I heard correctly just now, Simon affirmed you heard right. Du-young. The cure for mana. Calcification that appeared on the black market, you made it. She couldn't help but be stunned. Tears fell from her eyes. I've been searching desperately for so long. Simon pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I'm always here for you. I wish I could just tell you she can be cured. But first I need to know your mother's exact diagnosis. She wiped her tears. She has 2 conditions. Mana deficiency and circuit inversion. This time it was Simon's turn to be surprised. Your mother has both. People with more than one arena sickness usually don't live for long. He pressed Du-young, when did your mom get sick? She collapsed 7 years ago. But the test results showed she's had the illness for at least 15 years. Simon was stunned. 15 years ago, that's worse than I thought. She's probably held on for so long because of her. Since she's a first-generation runner, her stats probably surpass most diamond-rank players. But she probably doesn't have much time left. This situation is more dangerous than I thought. Du-young asked fearfully. Is it too difficult? If I have enough ingredients, I can at least make one of the 2 cures. But the circuit inversion is the real problem. She said urgently, even curing just one illness is enough for me. Just say the word, and I'll bring you any ingredient immediately. Du-young, wait, calm down and listen to me. Yes, Simon said seriously. Let me be clear. Both illnesses are theoretically curable. Theoretically, as you know, it's very difficult to create a cure for circuit inversion. But that's not the real problem. It's the side effect of curing circuit inversion. A side effect, Simon explained. Circuit inversion. Just as the name implies, it causes the flow of mana to reverse inside the body. And the cure will forcibly reverse that flow back to normal. Yes, so if you forcibly correct the flow, it will cause my mother's mana circuits to be further damaged. Right, Simon? Your mother's circuits are probably very weak by now. If we use a forceful method in that state, Du-young said honestly, the fact that my mom is still alive is already a miracle. Yes, she listened to him, that's right. That's what the doctors at the hospital always told me. They said if my mom were a normal patient, she would have passed away long ago. So in the end, everything depends on your decision. Since you're your mother's guardian, yes, Du-young, maybe I should reconsider. But she was determined. No, it's okay. As long as my mom can wake up, I don't care what it takes. I've always prayed that I would pay any price, no matter what it is. So don't worry. Please just make the medicine, I'm begging you. Simon was surprised. What yes? Cars moved along the road. Jinguk drove the 3 of them away. Simon. Normally, they're always bickering, but they're so quiet on the way to a hospital visit. Simon opened his system panel. Anyway, I still haven't dealt with my rewards, since I'm basically brewing an antidote, even if nothing changes. My current stats are enough to reach platinum rank. Once I add the elixir potions I'm about to make, it'll be perfect. But most importantly, the main reward from this debut match is this thing, special random box. It quickly appeared in Simon's hand. DeYoung was surprised. Oh, you got one too, so the reward really was a special random box. Jin-Gook laughed happily. Whoa, a random box. If I were on the same team as you, I'd probably follow you around, just to open boxes, Seahuk retorted. Well, whose fault is it for debuting early? Senior, even if we were on the same team, who would let you join? With those skills, Jin-Gook got annoyed. Hey, I got a 1.5-person share in my debut match. I'll have you know. So what? You didn't win. You're the only one among us who didn't get a reward. This punk. Simon. I'm speechless. I shouldn't have brought it up. DeYoung urged hurry up and open it. The special random box usually gives the opener an item they need. Seahuk chimed in. Yeah, I'm still using the sword I got last time. Simon looked at it with excitement. Let's see. I'm so nervous. I wonder what I'm going to get. You have opened the special random box. The box in his hand began to glow, searching for a suitable item. No suitable item found. Simon was startled. What? No suitable item found, the extraction stone spoke up. Don't be so surprised. Just make a request like last time. Don't you remember your first time in the special arena? There was no reward, so you sent a request. I want to receive mithril as a reward. Simon remembered. He thought to himself. But I can't think of anything to request right now. The extraction stone reassured him. Don't worry, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Just trust me and send the request. Simon immediately called out Galactic Arena. Currently, no item can be found for me. Therefore, I will now make a request. Pausing search. Expanding reward scope. I want an item from the ancient vanished constellation. You have requested an item of Paracelsus. DeYoung was amazed. A constellation. How do you know about a constellation that has vanished? Seahuk's jaw dropped in surprise. Are you really sending that request to the Galactic Arena? Jin-Gook was no exception. I know you're a VIP and all, but can you just send requests like that? Reviewing request. Review complete. An item instantly appeared in Simon's hand, making him smile. It was a spherical flask. Seahuk and Jin-Gook stared in amazement. You actually received an item from a constellation? DeYoung also questioned him loudly. What on earth happened in the arena? For you to receive an item from a constellation, the extraction stone was smug. They gave it to me because to them it's just junk. I knew it would turn out this way. Simon was marveling at the item in his hand. A little later, they arrived at the hospital. In the room, an IV bag was hung high. DeYoung's mother lay on the hospital bed. She walked over with the bouquet of flowers. Mom, I'm back. Above 3 drones were transferring energy to her. Simon was surprised. A mana stabilizer set and a healing drone. They already have this stuff in this era. These things definitely shouldn't exist yet. DeYoung approached her mother's side. Both Seahuk and Senior Jin Huck came today too. And Simon is here as well. Simon. She was like a mother to Seahuk and me. How did she end up like this? Suddenly the eye of Odin seemed to see something. Wait a minute. He saw a strange energy radiating from her body. Dragon Force. Why is it here? They noticed his reaction. Hey, Simon, what's wrong? You see something, don't you? Just like during the last broadcast. Simon confirmed, yeah, but this makes no sense. There are 2 possibilities. 1, she also has the Dragon Force stat like me. 2, the Dragon Force was injected from the outside. DeYoung, I want to ask you something. Your mother, she was a melee-focused ranker, right? Yes, as you know, my mom was called the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen Kang-hee. She was one of Korea's proud first-generation rankers, and after that, a player who could expertly use internal energy. The standard for distinguishing high-level rankers. Simon. In that case, she never used Dragon Force, so it's almost certain that the Dragon Force was introduced from the outside. DeYoung asked urgently. Is there a problem? Actually, I'm reconsidering using the antidote. She was startled. Huh. Why so suddenly is there a problem? Simon revealed. There's a strange energy in your mother's body. If we're not careful, it could conflict with the antidote. Strange energy. If you're talking about mana or holy power, then it's probably my fault. I've been using holy magic on my mother every time I visit. No, I don't mean holy power. Simon explained this is Dragon Force. His words shocked all 3 of them. What if it's Dragon Force? Does that mean, originally, Dragon Force is a special energy of the dragon species. Only mid-tier or higher dragons can use it. Normally, a human body can't withstand it. And the mana circuit structure of dragons is completely different. When Dragon Force enters the body, the existing mana tries to control it but gets deflected. And naturally, the mana circuit gets reversed. That's the cause of the circuit inversion. Simon and the Cure will force that reversed flow to operate correctly, causing a backlash and ultimately destroying the mana circuits completely. No matter how strong the player is, if the mana circuits are damaged like that, it will be very difficult to recover. But what if we remove the Dragon Force? This is a very dangerous task. But he suddenly called out to Jung. Yes, Simon said seriously. I think I found a way to cure your mother. I will definitely save her. Simon slowly brought the blade to Kang Hee's hand. This might tickle a bit. In a flash, the knife had done its job. Fresh blood began to flow. He began to control the amount of Dragon Force escaping. The process seemed a bit difficult. Even though it's a small amount of Dragon Force, if you suddenly extract it, it will put a burden on the host's body. Suddenly, Simon couldn't control it. The Dragon Force is fluctuating. His face clearly showed his strain. Damn it! It's not coming out easily. The radiating Dragon Force seemed to tear apart the somber atmosphere in the room. Simon tried to stay calm. Focus. The extraction stone encouraged him. We've already extracted nearly 70%. Just a little more. Yes. Du Young lent her support. If you get tired, just give me a signal. I'll cast Holy Magic for you. System warning energy reaching its limit. His eyes turned yellow. Simon gradually regained his composure. All right. As long as my mental strength is stable, it's fine. The results of my training are really top-notch. But even in a difficult situation, he had a smile on his face. There's not much time left. Simon compressed the Dragon Force into a small orb. Just a little more focus. The accumulating Dragon Force grew larger, causing him difficulty. Just a little more. It seemed Simon had reached his limit. He cried out and stumbled backward. Everyone's eyes widened in panic. Simon Hyung. Simon held up the orb in his hand. He pushed himself up joyfully. It's done. We've taken out all the Dragon Force, Sihuk exclaimed in amazement. So what are you going to do with it now? Du Young said impatiently. What else? Destroy it immediately, Simon calmly spoke. No, there's no need for that. As soon as he finished speaking, he absorbed it into his body. The three beside him were shocked yet again. His recent action increased Simoon's Dragon Force by 2. Alchemy Force increased by 1. He looked satisfied. Good. It was absorbed just as I thought. The extraction stone was pleased. Of course, the Dragon Force we obtained is no different from a Dragon God's Dragon Force. She asked worriedly, Are you really okay? You should get checked out just in case. Suddenly Kang Hee coughed, drawing everyone's attention. She was slowly waking up. Kang Hee breathed out in a weak voice. This place. Du Young ran to her side, overwhelmed. Mom. She fell into her mother's arms. Mom, do you know how worried I was? Kang Hee said softly. My daughter. She looked at her with gentle eyes. You've worked so hard all this time. Sihuk wiped a tear from his cheek. Auntie? Kang Hee looked toward them. It's been a long time, you two. The next morning, the news spread quickly. The chairman was furious as he read the news. Kang Hee has woken up. What is this? Choi Chang-guk reported. The Blue House has sent an official communication. They're requesting that we issue an official statement. He turned to ask about the situation with Sung Sam. How are things over there? He bowed his head. They're completely stonewalling us, so we can't find out anything. The chairman handed an iPad to Choi Chang-guk. Even though they're on the same boat as us, they're still not talking. He hesitated. I contacted Chairman Lee Seon-cheon, but Choi Chang-guk continued, it seems. He doesn't know the details either. The chairman was stunned. What? The chairman pressed his lips together tightly. That old man. So he's been hiding a snake in his robes for all these years. Was it all just an act, or did that Du Young girl act on her own? After thinking for a long time, he spoke. Is there anything else? He looked uncomfortable. He seems to be annoyed. The chairman guessed. Of course, he's carrying a heavy burden of sin. And if Kang Hee starts digging into that incident, it'll be a huge problem. He waved his hand. Have you sent a reply to the Continental Union yet? Choi Chang-guk replied. It's still pending, sir. The chairman gave a vile smile. The Continental Union still wants to assassinate Simon. It's definitely the work of Ju Dongli and his followers. He ordered reply to them. Tell them we'll secretly open a path for them. He was hesitant. But chairman, due to the recent situation at the border, security is very tight. The chairman changed his plan. Then contact that old man at Sungsam. Choi Chang-guk bowed his head. Choi Chang-guk. I understand why he's rambling on. Chairman. Come to think of it, that Simon kid, he recently moved into the Ranker Palace, didn't he? He voiced his thoughts. Yes, it seems Sihuk and Du Young were behind it. The chairman dismissed it. That place is our territory anyway. His eyes lit up. As long as that kid stays inside the Ranker Palace, even the Continental Union will have a hard time assassinating him. Continue to observe and wait for the right time. An opportunity will come. The next morning at Simon's apartment, he walked while stretching, so tired. Simon sank into the sofa. Home is the best. Now that her mother has woken up, Du Young must feel so relieved. The extraction stone voiced a question. But his aunt, she's lost all her stats. Will she be okay? He looked regretful. Yeah, I really didn't expect that her stats would be completely wiped like that. Simon sympathized. I guess there was no other way. She's been suffering from that illness for so long. It agreed. That's right. In a way, she was extending her own life. with the devices she made herself until now. Suddenly he sat up, placing a hand on his chest. But if it's her, she can definitely get back up, on her own 2 feet. She'll probably go back into the arena again and say she's going to live her second life. The extraction stone suggested, anyway, let's check that other thing first. Simon was confused. Huh, what? A thought suddenly struck him as if he'd woken up. That flask, Simon quickly activated the system. Check it out now. The stats for the flask of Paracelsus appeared. He looked excitedly at the item in his hand. Ancient legend. That makes sense. It belonged to a god that no longer exists. All right. Simon looked it over. But how do I use this? There's no opening. The extraction stone winked. Don't worry, I know how to use it. Put it on me and I'll show you. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, Simon decided to try it. What are you going to do? It continued. After this, I'm going to use a little bit of synthesis power. He nodded. All right. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from his chest. The liquid from the flask of Paracelsus began to seep into his body. Simon couldn't believe his eyes. What? When the extraction stone absorbed the flask, it felt like it split in two. A series of system notifications left him stunned. Homunculus. Simon's eyes widened as he looked at the achievements he'd earned. The extraction stone smiled slyly. The flask now became its container. You've finally arrived. Seeing it with my own eyes like this is even better. He stammered, wait, extraction stone. It cackled. Now sleep. Simon sighed, snap out of it. The extraction stone pouted. I just wanted to scare you a little. He smirked. I can still feel your main body's presence. Inside me, you know. Like I'm stupid or something. It showed its dissatisfaction. You're right. Even if I become a homunculus, the link between us won't change. Right. Hearing this, Simon became curious. By the way, aren't both the extraction stone and homunculi forbidden areas? It explained yes, but so what? That God has vanished, right? We just simulated it using that God's holy relic. The extraction stone was pleased. And you've already mastered body modification, haven't you? Breaking the rules one more time won't be a problem. It gave a mischievous smile. And in this state, I can do quite a lot for you. Simon was amazed. Really? The extraction stone asked him quietly. You said you can feel me in this sphere and in your main body, right? He confirmed, that's right. It asked another question. So that means there are 2 of me, right? Simon was skeptical. That's right. The extraction stone's aura gradually became more sinister. Then let's go to the lab. A moment later, they both arrived. It said excitedly, all right, put me down here. The extraction stone busied itself. I'm going to use power transformation. Its 2 hands deftly mixed the chemicals together and made a potion. Simon witnessed this scene with utter amazement. This is insane. Intermediate crafting, the extraction stone proudly introduced. What do you think, my intermediate alchemy? Pretty amazing, right? He walked over and hugged it. Oh my God, my precious treasure. Of course it's amazing. The extraction stone beamed. Calm down. Elsewhere, Ma Suk heaved a long sigh. She stopped in front of the Eiffel Tower. So this is it. Ma Suk looked up and wondered, the place where Simon lives. Mr. Kim approached and asked, hey, young lady, what brings you here? She turned to answer, I'm here to see someone. He stared at Ma Suk judgmentally. See who? Mr. Kim looked annoyed. I don't know why you're here, but you must have the wrong place. She snapped. What's your deal, old man? How dare you talk to me like that? What do you think I mean? He waved his hand dismissively. You probably think this is just a normal residential area, huh? But this is the Eiffel Tower where gangsters live. This isn't a place for ordinary people like you. Get lost. Anger started to overwhelm Ma Suk's reason. This old geezer, seriously. You think your words carry that much weight? Before things could go too far, Si Hook appeared. What's going on here? Mr. Kim stammered. Oh, Sword Saint, he said, annoyed. Mr. Kim, it seems to me you're being quite rude to our guest, who's here for the first time. He scratched his head awkwardly. About that, I'm sorry. Si Hook suddenly remembered something. She seems to be a guest, so I should ask her. His question made Ma Suk pout. Huh. Are you Miss Ma Suk? The 2 of them went inside. I'm truly sorry for the gatekeeper's rude behavior earlier. Si Hook then recounted with a weary tone. The association tried so hard to get him this job, and now he's spouting such nonsense. How embarrassing. She rolled her eyes. It's fine, I told him off too. Is this Simon's home? He welcomed her warmly. Yes, it is. This is my brother's laboratory. As soon as Ma Suk stepped inside, she was stunned. This is right, Si Hook introduced proudly. What do you think? It's amazing, isn't it? My brother designed this room himself. He said softly, please wait a moment. My brother will be here soon. Before Si Hook could finish, Simon's voice cut in. I'm already here, you punk, he announced. Your guest came looking for you, so I just brought her here. He asked blankly my guest. Ma Suk took off her hat, revealing her flowing red hair. That's right, punk, your big sis is here. Simon jumped. Ma Suk, what are you doing here? She said indignantly. Hey, you're the one who told me to drop by if I had time. He stammered guiltily, trying to smooth things over. Ah, right, I did say that. Sorry, I've been so busy lately, so I've been a little... Ma-suk sulked. Busy my foot. It's not like those extra arms of yours are just for show. The two bickered heatedly. Hey, who do you think built those arms, huh? Even to automate them, it takes effort to set them up. Got it. Oh geez, fine. You must have worked so hard. Si-huk could only sigh in silence. These two... Suddenly he laughed out loud. It's really strange. To think an acquaintance of yours could be this interesting. If Dudong knew about this, she'd definitely take notice. Simon suddenly paled. What do you mean by that all of a sudden? Hey, Si-huk turned to leave. Nope, I'm heading out. You two have fun, he yelled. No thanks. She got straight to the point. Hey, Simon, cut the crap and teach me quickly. The thing you told me about last time. Ah, Simon led the way. Right, follow me. I'll teach you right now. A moment later, he was ready. Simon drew a magic circle on the floor. Done. Come stand here, Ma-suk. She stepped inside, confused. What is this? He explained. Since we're not in the arena right now, there will be some restrictions on meeting the constellations directly. Ma-suk asked nervously. You mean I can't meet them? Simon gently reassured her. No, you'll be able to meet them. Of course, the constellations will bear all the costs. He continued. And this circle is the preparatory step. Suddenly, her eyes grew sharp. By the way, Simon, Ma-suk asked probingly, why are you going this far for me? He hesitated. It's just, Simon smiled. It's nothing much. Meeting you while I was in the dungeon. It was fate. So of course I have to help you. Ma-suk pressed on. But you could have taken it and kept it for yourself. Why are you giving it all to me? You're even letting me meet a constellation. I know how hard that is. He reasoned, think about it. Why would I tell you to learn a skill that I was taught by a constellation? Her words seemed to enlighten her. Now that I think about it, you've already used that skill, haven't you? That means you already learned it. Simon chuckled. Ma-suk, your brain is finally working. She snapped, what was that? Ma-suk's voice lowered, whatever. But I don't think teaming up with me once is a good enough reason for you to let me meet a constellation. Simun chuckled softly. It's enough. I had other things to take care of anyway, because I got the heavenly demon arts and 5,000 achievement points for free. He reached out and took her hand. A light flickered in Simon's eyes. It's because I'm still alive thanks to you. Without the elixir you gave me back then, I wouldn't be here now. Thank you so much, Ma-suk. The magic circle began to activate, startling her. What are you talking about? He smiled. Have a safe trip. Before Ma-suk could get her bearings, she vanished. Hey! Why so sudden? The philosopher's stone next to him said judgmentally. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Simon acted innocent. Of course not. The quest reward was recorded by the system. He looked at the achievement board excitedly. Without Ma-suk and Si-huk, I wouldn't be here. It sighed. Whatever. A handsome guy is never wrong. All right. Simon made up his mind. Si-huk, this time I'll help you. Just you wait. He raised his voice. Philosopher's Stone. It said excitedly, understood, leave it all to me. Simon was fired up. All right, let's head to the next arena. The arena's landscape was tinged with a ghastly red. Elsewhere, the system gradually teleported Simon. You have entered the special arena, Fallen Nature. It's been a while since I've been in a special arena. Simon started to move. He covered his nose with his hand. It stinks. Seriously, there's never been a normal map. A flood of comments appeared as he walked. Simon read them confused. What the why is the chat moving so fast? You have received this title surpassed 100,000 views. You have received 5,000 achievement points. He was surprised. 100,000. Did it just say 100,000? The screen displayed 110,469 viewers, and it was still climbing. Yeah, he marveled. Over 100,000 viewers for a gold rank stream. Looks like the influence of that promotion battle was huge. Simon was pleased. Haha, and this is just the beginning. The objective is to eliminate the causes of the corruption. Right? Today Simon stood before a giant tree. He guessed it's here. Simon looked up at the world tree. A sudden noise caught his attention. Simon turned his head, looking around. Did I just hear something? He snapped his fingers. Better go check it out. White whale's tissue has been activated. Simon focused, listening. The sound waves gradually spread out. Got it. There's a sound coming from over there. Over there a sword was blocking a monster's claws. Damn it, he reminded his teammate. While I draw its aggro, get to the side and attack. Easier said than done. Afterwards, Simon jumped onto a branch to observe. The players' comments also jumped up excitedly. The giant bird shrieked loudly, but a second later it was logged out. This surprised the guy named Min. All right. Simon approached, impressed. That was easier than I thought. The guy's jaw dropped in surprise when he recognized him. Aren't you the player, Kim Simon? That's me. You know who I am? They greeted each other happily. Of course I do. You're the winner of the gold promotion battle, right? Huh, Simon sighed. Was that battle really that popular? I can't believe I'd meet the champion here. Min scratched his face, embarrassed. But you're only gold rank. How did you get into a platinum arena? Ah, I'm currently in my own special arena. Oh, really? Haha, special arenas always have weird things going on. Simon turned to leave. Well, then I'm a bit busy, so I'll be going. The guy was also delighted. Okay. Thanks for the help. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon had already leaped away, leaving the guy in awe, Min said in disbelief. Is he really gold rank? Then he started questioning his life choices. Wait, am I even playing in the right game? Then he ran forward quickly. He thought excitedly, if he's that strong at just gold rank, then he must have something others don't. That means, if I sneak into his arena, I can probably snag some good loot. I'm a genius. I'd better follow him quickly, but Min was blocked by a net. System notification. You are not qualified to enter. What? Seeing this, Min shouted in frustration. Damn it! A gold rank can get in, so why can't a platinum rank like me? At the same time, monsters appeared behind him. 3 roosters charged at him, making Min tremble all over. I'm so screwed. Elsewhere in another place. Someone was imprisoned here. She thought sorrowfully. Even my master has reached his limit. The vines wrapped even tighter around her body. She called out helplessly, Master. Then she closed her eyes and gave up. Please forgive this useless one. Yes, at the same time Simon had arrived. He looked ahead. So this is the World Tree Dam. It's gigantic. Simon wondered, how should I handle this? The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. I have to admit, you're pretty tough for wanting to break the trunk of the World Tree, bro, but you don't need to do that. He was confused. What do you mean? The Philosopher's Stone explained. The World Tree has both a physical body and a spiritual body, kind of like a body and a soul. The spiritual form is its true body. Simon was starting to understand. So this giant tree is just an empty shell, it confirmed exactly. But that doesn't mean the physical form isn't important. The World Tree needs it to use its full power. But as long as the spiritual form exists, it can always create a new body. Really. So destroying its shell is useless. I need to destroy its spiritual form. Precisely. And the spiritual form is guarded by high-ranking spirits. High-ranking spirits. But didn't they disappear a long time ago? The Philosopher's Stone explained, this is an arena. If the World Tree's body is still active, then they must still be alive, Simon lamented. But normal players who come here probably can't even breathe. He activated Odin's eyes to take a look. Simon saw a cluster of light deep inside. There. The closer he got, the more clearly he could see the girl from before. Simon was extremely surprised. What the? Why does a high-ranking spirit have scales? He speculated, this must be the work of the dragon race. I can't believe their influence reaches this far. Without hesitation, Simon used dragonification. It looks like she's on the verge of death. He threw a punch in front of him. I have to end this quickly. But in the next second, it was Simon who was surprised. Simon's fist hit the wall in front of him. Wait, where'd she go? Right at that moment, a voice came from behind him. Intruder! It was the spirit girl who was tied up earlier. Her body was overflowing with killing intent towards Simon. Must be eliminated. Ernan spoke with a steel-like tone, I will eliminate you. Then she rushed towards Simon at high speed. As he dodged, he thought, although I don't know why. A high-ranking spirit was absorbed by dragon power, but thanks to that her attacks have become simpler. If I can help the spirit, who holds the soul of the World Tree, then maybe we can deal with the cause of the corruption. Simon stomped his foot and threw a punch. Easy. His eyes lit up. But do we really have to kill her? Can we save both the spirit and the fallen soul of the World Tree? The stone said helplessly. Bro, that's a nice idea. But saving the fallen World Tree is impossible. In terms of mythological ranking, the World Tree is on par with the constellations. So unless it's healed by a constellation, in person it's going to be very difficult. Simon continued to dodge Ernan's attacks. So, there's no choice but to kill her. He grabbed her arm and threw her away. Or I could just create a new soul for the World Tree. The stone reminded him, are you telling me you still have a seed of the World Tree? A thing that's been missing for 10,000 years. If I don't have one, I'll just make one. He smiled faintly. What the Come to think of it, the item I got for entering the arena this time was watching Ernan kneel down, Simon wondered. Then she roared, intruder, eliminate. Simon held out his hand. He used his power to restrain her. Stop right there. She froze before his power. Ernan seemed to be frozen solid. Simon smirked. It worked just as I thought. The comments exploded with surprise. He continued to command her. Quickly give me the spiritual form of the World Tree that you're holding. Ernan's eyes were still red. From within her, some kind of light passed through. She gaped, unable to speak. The World Tree was being extracted. Simon marveled. So this is the spiritual form of the World Tree. It looks like a bonsai tree. I'd better finish this quickly before the resistance from the dragon power gets any stronger. Notification. You have come into contact with high-level dragon power. Absorbing dragon power. The high-level dragon power is resisting fiercely. He struggled to pull it into his hand. It's resisting. Let's see who wins. The high-level dragon power has surrendered. You have absorbed a large amount of high-level dragon power. Dragon power increased by 50. Converted into stats supporting alchemy. Alchemy power increased by 25. Simon was surprised. 50, that's a lot. Haha, this is the dragon power that corrupted the world tree, so it makes sense. Philosopher's Stone. To establish an equivalent exchange via the Philosopher's Stone, you need 10,000 achievement points. Do you agree? Yes, no. Simon thought 10,000 points is reasonable. Fragment of the World Tree Seed Mythical Grade. A seed of the World Tree. Although it is in a fragmented state, its divinity remains unchanged. The eyes of Constellation Zeus and Constellation Black Sun are shining. Constellation Heavenly Demon casts a curious glance. Ernan woke up holding her head. He asked, "Are you awake? Don't push yourself. Get some rest." Simon's eyes turned yellow as a spear flew towards him. Simon blocked it with the shield. He came to his senses. "What the an ambush?" From within the smoke, a voice echoed. "I was wondering why Lord Nidhogg's power had vanished. So it seems it's because something as interesting as you has appeared here." A woman who looked like a villainess appeared. System notification due to special interference. All broadcast audio will be muted. The comments exploded since it was getting to the good part. The villainess asked, "Why are you here, human? If you were able to use that lowly body to get this far, then it's worth acknowledging." He asked back, "Is there any reason for me to explain myself to you?" She was surprised. "Wait your eyes. How can a mere human like you possess the eyes of an emperor?" He smiled. "Are you that curious? Then take this first. Emperor's Strike, heaven-shattering demonic arts." The woman's eyes widened and she used a shield to block the force. She said, "For such a lowly race, you're surprisingly strong." Simon was a little surprised. "She blocked my Emperor's Strike as if it were nothing." She looked at him with contempt. "How dare a lowly human look at me with those eyes? I will tear you limb from limb." System voice hidden boss General Granis has appeared. He looked at her and assessed. "It seems she's not exactly a high-ranking dragon. Judging by her form, she's likely an evolved form of a Diwali." The villainess smiled wickedly. "Oh, so you humans even know about evolution. This is getting more and more interesting." She stomped her foot. "I'm very curious about that little brain of yours." Fired up, she charged towards him. "So I'm going to pull it out." Simon was serious. "I didn't expect her to be able to block that move. But handling this is as easy as pie." His eyes glowed. System voice. Several constellations have restricted Granis. The constellations voiced their complaints. Constellation Odin. "Are you kidding me? How dare you?" Constellation Black Sun. "Oh, that damn woman. Go on if you've got the guts." Constellation Zeus and Heavenly Demon nodded with displeasure. She yelled, "What do you mean by this? Why is the arena punishing a player?" Simon was surprised. Player. That monster is a player." The constellations were furious. Constellation Zeus. "A platinum player. Like you interfering? In this matter is unacceptable." Constellation Heavenly Demon. "Your dragonkin didn't get here through legitimate means. What's there to hope for? I hope you will make a wiser decision." He was bewildered. "What is this situation?" "A platinum player. Just like when I met Mano, Things are getting more and more interesting." Simon wondered. "Why did the Celestial Arena call Granis a hidden boss? The council is deliberating." "I get it. System. There is interference from the dragons within the arena's council. The council has finished its deliberation. The complaint has been approved. Player Granis will be expelled from this arena." No, her whole body was infected with something. "Chains the woman." She said, "No, just let me undo this incarnate form of mine. I won't fight anymore. Just let me talk to him. I need to know something." He thought, "I think so too. I can't let Granis go like this." Seaman recalled that Asa had said the same thing before. She must not be allowed to live. And above all, she considered herself a hidden boss to barge into this arena. Cheaters can never be forgiven. He thought, "Wait, killing her right now, while the constellations are still protesting. That could cause trouble down the line, especially if there are dragon spies on the council. They would definitely raise a fuss. In that case, someone other than me will have to do it." Deactivating dragonification state. All buffs including Serpent Person have been deactivated. His body was surrounded by some kind of power. Constellation Zeus and Heavenly Demon tilted their heads. Constellation Black Sun and Odin looked at you with curiosity. He knelt down, blood on his lips, struggling. Black Sun. "It seems to be the wound from before." Constellation Black Sun was furious. "Damn bastards. Because of you useless fools, my child is injured. According to the Celestial Arena's rules, a player cannot be directly executed." Constellation Black Sun. "What, you can't even kill a lizard now? Why are you targeting me?" She was bewildered. "Why are you targeting me?" Constellation Black Sun. "If not, then get ready to face the Mother of Chaos." The Black Sun's anger stirred the other parties. Simon was satisfied. "That's right. Make it as big a deal as possible with your anger. The constellations of chaos are staring. Dear esteemed members, we at the Celestial Arena always prioritize fairness. Constellation Black Sun. Fairness. A top-ranked platinum creature barged into the arena for a normal gold rank, and you call that fair? Do I look like an idiot to you? At the mother's rage, the constellations of the void are gathering, but their eyes carry killing intent. We will have a quick discussion. Please be patient and understanding. The villainess felt the pressure disappear. The arena system sympathizes with your words and expresses its deepest regrets. However, please understand that due to the rules, we cannot directly intervene. He wiped his mouth. It's working. Constellation Black Sun. You've admitted it's your fault, so bear the full punishment for this accident. Simon's eyes widened. He opened them to a different space. Where is this place? Could this be the Black Sun's domain? It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. The villainess's cursing voice. Damn it. Why did the other parties suddenly join in? This is against the rules. Celestial Arena. Are you listening to me? The voice of Constellation Black Sun rang out. You filthy serpent. How dare you use those cheating tricks to hurt my child? She screamed. Not just Nidhogg, but the other Dragon Lords won't stand for this either. Is this how you Constellations treat players? Constellation Black Sun said, shut up. How dare you speak of those damned lizards in front of me? She was pulled away by some force crying out, what are you doing? She screamed, let me go now. Constellation Black Sun spoke her final words to her. For your sins I will tear you to pieces. And my child, you did very well. Simon was surprised. Even your fragility is just like me. He asked, you knew about that too? The constellation replied, of course, I'm not an idiot. Simon smiled wryly. The other constellations must have noticed too. The constellation continued. The high-ranking constellations have long since realized that the blood the Philosopher's Stone simulates looks too old. He wondered, but why did the arena compromise? Could it be they really don't know? It explained. Because most of them are spineless idiots. My child, you're going to resurrect the world tree, aren't you? Simon replied. Yes. I plan on saving the high-ranking spirit too. I figured as much when you spared that spirit's life. You really are something. Both with that dwarf girl and now. Those shadows must have taken a painful blow. That damn punk must be furious right now. None of us have ever been able to do that. And yet a human like you? Simon began to fall into a daze. What's happening? My head feels so foggy. The constellation said, so I will give you a gift. He closed his eyes. I'm so sleepy, farewell, my child. Constellation Black Sun has issued a quest. Simon opened his eyes. Ernan said, you're awake. He was surprised. She explained, don't be afraid. You fainted, so I took care of you for a bit. Simon was a little flustered. Ah, is that so? She introduced herself. My name is Ernan. I am the companion of the world tree. Ah, he asked. Has the dragon power inside your body completely disappeared? She replied, yes. It's all thanks to you. You eliminated the source of the corruption. Ernan coughed up blood as she spoke. Simon was flustered. Are you okay? Could it be because of the world tree's missing soul fragment? She said, I think so. It's also partly due to the dragon power of the 5 dragon lords, which has weakened my body. Simon offered. Then please use this. Even though it's just a fragment, it should be helpful. Ernan refused. This is yours. I can't, he replied. It's okay. I kept it for this very purpose. Simon urged, placing it in her hand. Please, you must survive. Live and replant the world tree once more. Perhaps it will build a new power, who knows? Ernan was still astonished. You really... She tried to give it back, but I can't accept it. The world tree has only one companion. Even though it has been destroyed, I am already its companion. So I cannot accept another world tree. He was surprised. But I can act as an intermediary. Simon repeated, an intermediary. Ernan explained, that's right. If you become the companion of the world tree, then everything will be resolved. I have seen your sincerity. It is pure without a trace of impurity, surpassing all other races. You are worthy of becoming the companion of the world tree. In that case, may I know your name? He replied softly, Kim Simon. She repeated his name twice. She said aloud with sincerity, I, Ernan, companion of Rifrazo, acknowledge the worthiness of Kim Simun. Notification. You have been chosen as the companion of the world tree. Please name your companion. Please set a name. Simon clenched his fist. A name, Simon. I'll name it Sim Dressel. That's my companion's name. You have obtained the title Companion of the World Tree. You have received an achievement. The one and only Companion of the World Tree. You have received 10,000 achievement points. What is this? Simon thought happily. It feels so refreshing. It's as if all the impurities in my body have been cleansed. You have cleared the special arena corrupted nature, returning to the original world. Simon was surprised to see his body gradually disappearing. Am I being summoned back? Onan understood as well. It seems it's time to say goodbye. But this won't be the last time we meet, she promised. Next time I will come to you in a more beautiful form. My savior. Simon shook her hand. I'm looking forward to it too. Take care. You too, Onan said, Simon. Scene change elsewhere. On the ground, monster corpses lay scattered about. One was still alive. It roared loudly. Jin-guk quickly reported, "Hey, there's still one over here." The monster opened its mouth wide as if to devour its food. But a second later, a series of slashes tore it to shreds. That person was Si-huk. He laughed teasingly. "Sunbae, I told you to lure them here one by one." Jin-guk panted heavily. "Hey, you make it sound so easy. Even if I could, it's a pain in the ass, you punk. I'm so tired, crap. There's another one behind me." "There's another one. Seriously, Sunbae, you're useless." This little brat? Si-huk unleashed a series of stylish attacks on the monster. He frowned. "I still have to watch my brother's broadcast. Because of you, I'm going to be late." Jin-guk retorted. "Hey, you think I don't want to watch it? That's definitely a high-ranking dragon." Suddenly, the system announced, due to a special factor, the map will be changed. The two were surprised. Why all of a sudden, the tainted forest has changed into the forest of rebirth? A map change. How did that suddenly happen? After looking at the chat, he urged Sunbae, "Look at the chat. It seems like it's because of a gold ranker." Then he realized something. Wait a minute. Gold rank. Could it be someone else? The comments kept flooding in. An angry hand slammed down on a table. The man was furious. Damn it. Why now of all times? With so many people watching, how are we supposed to assassinate him? Tell the website to change the plan. What's the situation on the continent? They've just arrived in Inchin, sir. Ha! Those guys are usually so lazy, but they had to be quick at a time like this. Nothing is going smoothly. Sir, the subordinate asked, should we report to them now? They've just arrived. So if we report now, they should be able to listen. But the man stopped him. Forget it, they won't listen. Let them handle it themselves. We're pulling out of this. What, sir, if we pull out now, the continent might cause a scene. If they reveal the illegal immigration, don't worry. The current guild master of the continent, Zhongli, isn't that foolish. And that old geezer from Seongsam is involved in this too. So should we contact the chairman now? Do it. If the plan fails, he'll understand. More importantly, I feel like I've missed something. What is it exactly, Kim Simon? What is he hiding? Scene change, Pantheon Palace. The system continuously announced, you have cleared the special arena corrupted nature in an unimaginable way. The fate of the arena has been drastically altered. Simon exclaimed, just as I thought. He was excited. Now, let's see what the reward is. Simon reassessed the situation. This was clearly the arena's fault. They'll probably be generous with the rewards, but after waiting a while, no further notifications appeared, leaving Simon disappointed. Man, what's taking so long? Calculating. They're not gonna ghost me, are they? Dachiera spoke up. Saving a high-ranking spirit is a great reward in itself. Plus, you gave birth to a new world tree. Even if it's just a fragment of the seed and not perfect. The fact that a world tree was born is a colossal achievement. Really, I think I did get an achievement related to the world tree. Oh, Simon was thrilled. Whoa, this is insane. A growth-type title. These are as rare as SSS rank items, Dachiera. Do you know the conditions to get them? It replied, perhaps every time you synthesize a world tree seed fragment, just for reference. I also don't know how much the growth rate will increase. This is my first time encountering a world tree as well. Then we'll have to synthesize it ourselves to find out how much the growth rate increases. Sounds good. Suddenly, Simon noticed something. He clicked on the quest tab. Now I remember the Black Sun gave me a quest. It's called Forgotten Knowledge. Simon was confused. Homunculus creation method. So this is the Black Sun's gift. But why give it in the form of a quest? The Black Sun could have just given it to me directly. But using a quest format is probably because I'm not high enough level to create a homunculus yet, Dachiera explained. That's right. After all, creating life is the domain of the gods, Simon wondered. So how many achievement points do I need to reach 60% completion? On the Philosopher's Stone tablet, it said, hold on, let me see, we're currently at 40%. To reach 50%, you need 20,000 points. And for another 10%, you need an additional 10,000 points. Okay, Simon calculated, so that's 30,000 points in total. That's right. He buried his face in his hands and sighed. Just for a 20% increase, I need 30,000 points. That's crazy. Looks like I'll have to save up achievement points for a while. Suddenly, the system announced, the reward has been decided. Simon quickly sat up. Finally. He quickly scrolled through the items. Enough of that, get to the reward. You have received the reward Mimir's Spring Water. Dachiera was shocked. Mimir's Spring Water. Simon was confused. What's wrong? Due to an error in the special arena, all related teams have been disbanded, and player Kim Simon, who was affected, will receive a special reward. You have received a world tree fragment. Another one. Looks like they felt guilty, so this is a new one. The consumption of causality must have been immense. The constellations smile with satisfaction. Heh! Simon chuckled. Thanks to this, I saved 10,000 points. Sweet. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Damn it! That annoying old man. Simon recognized the person. Ma Suk! She called out loudly. Hey, Kim Simon? Ma Suk pointed straight at him. Fight me. Simon was confused. I just got back. but it seems you've learned quite a bit of the heavenly demon's inheritance. Your clothes are all tattered, he noted. She grumbled. That old man is really— Hey, Simon snapped his fingers. Forget the fight. Put on some decent clothes first. Ma Suk's clothes were instantly replaced with new ones, surprising her. What the— She got excited. Hey, you just stole the livelihood of a bunch of clothing stores. How did you copy the clothes so perfectly? That's just like you, Simon replied helplessly. It's not a copy. I recreated them from the pile of clothes on your body. Alchemy can't create things from nothing, huh? You're right. Are my clothes thinner now? Then she remembered her original purpose. Wait a minute. This isn't the time for this. I said fight me. Ma Suk had a cunning look on her face. That damned old man. At least he had a bit of a conscience, giving me such an interesting quest. I'm going to get all these rewards, Simon guessed. Hey, don't tell me the heavenly demon gave you a quest to fight me. She was startled. How did you know? This time Simon was more enthusiastic. Well then that's great. I was just thinking of testing out my new stats. Let's do it. Inside the training room, Ma Suk exclaimed, Whoa, this place is insanely big. Is this an arena? Why is it so huge? This is the indoor training ground of the Pantheon Palace. It has to be large so the damage doesn't spread outside. The two stood facing each other. All right then, shall we start right away? Ma Suk grinned. Fine, grit your teeth and come at me. She stomped her foot, shattering the ground beneath. I'm going to fight seriously. As she finished speaking, she lunged forward. Simon noted, much faster than last time. He dodged easily, but too predictable. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Her leg kicked at his stomach, forcing Simon to lean back to avoid it. He was a bit flustered. What though that last move was just a feint? Once again, Ma Suk's fist flew towards him. Simon stood still and took the hit. But a second later, he vanished, surprising her. Simon's voice came from behind. I'm a little surprised, Ma Suk. She quickly turned around. Simon kicked her, sending her flying. Not bad. Ma Suk bounced off the wall to gain momentum and landed like a badass. Simon complimented her. Not bad at all. To be able to counterattack in a situation like that. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Shh! Counterattack my ass. I haven't even used my full strength yet, Simon thought with a smile. That's because you're still silver rank. Your rank doesn't match your talent. If you keep getting stronger at this rate, you could totally reach diamond rank. Without waiting long, Ma Suk charged forward again. She's fighting. Simon dodged, intentionally closing the distance for close combat. You don't want me to use alchemy, do you? If that's the case, I'll play with you using only my fists. But before he could, Ma Suk's fist was already in his face. Fortunately, he still managed to dodge. A powerful energy emanated from her fist. Simon was startled. Annihilation Ray. He was shocked. This is a skill that can only be used after learning level 2 of the heavenly demon arts. What? But she's already learned it. But she was still fighting fiercely. Where are you looking? It's not over yet. Next was a collision that shook the entire space. Simon struggled to defend. She blocked the Emperor's fist. Looks like I can't take her lightly anymore. He focused on the fight. I have to counter properly. Ma Suk cursed in amazement, you monster. How can you punch and release an aura at the same time? The two streams of power clashed violently. Ma Suk tried to fight back. I can't let this continue. She stomped her foot hard, deciding, I'll attack first. This action caused the entire room to shake violently. Simon was wary. This is the heavenly demon's footwork. The pressure is incredible. I can't move. In front of him, Ma Suk had disappeared. She leaped up triumphantly. I win, don't I? But Simon still managed to block Ma Suk's fist, which shocked her completely. He said with amusement, But for me it's easy, she said annoyed. You're an alchemist. So how do you have demonic energy? What on earth did you do? At first I purely intended to just spar with you. I really didn't expect you to be this strong. What? He concentrated his power. So I have no other choice. Ma Suk tried to stop him. Hey Kim Simon, wait. He didn't listen and remained excited. Ma Suk, you're really amazing. His magical power enveloped the entire room. A moment later, the room was filled with smoke. Dachiera reported, no injuries, just slightly affected by your excessive mana usage. That's good. It wondered, why didn't you go easy on her? Your mana pool is strong enough to adapt to that skill. Simon looked at his hand and explained, I tried. But it's not as easy as it sounds. But I'm also very surprised. Heavenly Demon's footwork for real. Heavenly Demon's footwork means that Ma Suk has learned level 3 of the Heavenly Demon arts in just one session, although it's still not perfect. If my stats hadn't increased to 35, I would have had to use the skills of the Heavenly Demon arts myself. Dachiera spoke up and asked him, so what's your plan now? Aren't we going to establish a guild after you upgrade your title? By using the fragment from the World Tree Seed, Simon suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. It wondered, you're going to let Ma Suk join, right? He turned his head to look at her. Simon sighed helplessly. Yeah, if she wants to. You saw it yourself. Even though she's only just begun, she's improved so much in just one session. So we can't tell how much stronger she can get. Slow fade, someone is walking towards the Pantheon building. Jinsuk walked and thought happily. I heard Simon has something to show me today. I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly a greeting surprised him. Hello, huh? I don't think I've ever seen you before, sir. The man chuckled. Ah, that's right. The old guard just quit, so I'm his replacement. Ah, Jinsuk sighed. That cunning bastard, how did he do it? That sea-hook is really something. What do you mean? He walked inside, not forgetting to wave. It's nothing. Please continue your work. What was that about? Ah, yes. Jinsuk took the elevator up. While waiting, a familiar voice made him turn his head. You're here, Sunbae. Sea-hook waved and greeted him. You're here to see him too, right? I came with hay about that guard. I heard the association's chairman personally hired him. So what exactly happened? Ah, Sea-hook explained that guard. I took care of him, thanks to my brother. Because that guy was rude to his guest. Jinguk chuckled. That's perfect evidence, isn't it? We can't fire someone just for being a little rude. You must have found proof of some misconduct. Of his right. Right, good job. The elevator arrived on the first floor. As they were about to enter, a voice called out, Wait a minute! Yu Yong panting complained Sunbae. You said we'd go together, why did you just— Jinguk scratched his head in embarrassment. That's right, Yu Yong, you came too, huh? I was just preoccupied thinking about Simon. Sea-hook wondered. Why are you here? A moment later in a quiet room, the four of them were sitting and talking. Everyone's right on time. After hearing about your new product, I came right away. By the way, Yu Yong, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Simon? Yes, she continued. Actually, I have a proposal for everyone. Please take a look. Jinguk looked at it, surprised. Yu Yong, is this for real? Simon was also surprised. Shongsam will help us sell potions. She smiled cheerfully. We're just sharing a bit of our sales territory. If you use our Shongsam name, it will guarantee the legal procedures, payments, and of course, credibility. You know it too, the black market isn't a good place to do business. It's also a place that's willing to sell seller information, if the price is right, Simon had to admit. It's true, you can't trust the black market. Yeah, considering this proposal, it really is much better. She blushed and continued, and I want to repay you. My mother does too. Simon sighed. Well, I didn't expect you to pay me back, but I can't refuse this. Thank you. Simon opened the system window and said, As for this, I also have a proposal for everyone. The three of them were immediately stunned. This is a growth-type title, and it even has an effect for members of the Allied Guild. Sea-hook quickly asked Sunbae, What was the price of the most recent EXP-boosting item? Jinguk said, An earring with no additional effects was sold for about 27 billion. I think that's right. Yu Yong was aghast. Basically, you can name your own price. EXP-boosting items are so rare that even with money, you can't buy them. And this one even has a growth effect. Sea-hook cautioned. Hyung, I guarantee that if this gets out, it will be big enough to shake the entire world. Simon said calmly. That's why I'm thinking of creating a guild. What do you all say, you in? The three of them were once again flabbergasted. A guild. Sea-hook and Jinguk's eyes lit up. Yes. Of course I'll sign and seal it right now. Only Yu Yong fell into deep thought which caught Simon's attention. She said awkwardly, but before she could finish, Simon cut her off. I know. He sighed. You're the guild master of the Shongsam Guild. If you want to join, can't you temporarily step down from the guild master position? Even for just a little while. She stated firmly, I can't. If I do that, my grandfather will. Yes. Suddenly, Seaman brought up the key point. But you have your mother, don't you? Isn't she out of the rehabilitation center now? Her face lit up. That's right. My mother, yes. Simon was pleased. Good. Go meet her and discuss it. It's never too late to decide. Yes, thank you. Just then a loud voice shouted, Damn it, this feels great. Ma Suk came out complaining, Kim Simon, don't you have any smaller clothes? This shirt is way too big. Simon yelled, Hey, why are you wearing my shirt? Where are your pants? What are you talking about? You're the one who ripped them, you idiot. Simon impatiently snapped his fingers. But you can't just walk out wearing only a shirt like that. Honestly, in the next second, the shirt shortened and a pair of pants appeared. Ma Suk praised admiringly, Whoa, that's sick. By now, Yu Yong was gritting her teeth in frustration. Oppa. She was fuming. If you have a friend over, you should have told us. Is she your girlfriend? Simon was also at a loss for words in this situation. Elsewhere, someone is observing from a tall building. No progress today either, huh? The person speculated. Kim Seaman, don't tell me he's already discovered us. It's how much longer do we have to wait? Suddenly, someone reported urgent news. The two whispered. Oh, is that so? Then she nimbly jumped down. Well, then shall we get started? Finally, I get to see his handsome face up close. Masuk's voice complained, This is so annoying. Simon, walking beside her, chuckled. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. What's wrong now? She held her head. No, I mean, why did they misunderstand in the first place? How could they possibly think we're dating? Masuk blushed. He sighed. I was a little surprised, too. Simon teased her. Who told you to walk out wearing only a shirt? Ma Suk retorted angrily. Hey, I didn't have anything else to wear. He laughed. No wonder. Yu Young said we had a passionate time. She forced a blush and said, what be reasonable? A passionate night, my foot. Simon advised, just drop it. She already lent you some clothes. Ma Suk replied, yeah, although this outfit is expensive, so I feel a bit bad. But that kid is really kind, Simon thought to himself. This is the first time Yu Young has been so kind to a stranger. It seems like she likes her too. She said, let's go buy some clothes and get out of here. I don't want to get an expensive outfit like this dirty. Simon replied, all right. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine. Turning back to look, something felt very strange. A white-haired person launched a kick at his head. Simon grabbed Ma Suk's hand and jumped away. The spot where the person kicked seemed to create an earthquake. He said you could dodge that, just as I guessed. You're not just gold rank, are you? Kim Simon quickly thought. What the who is he aiming at? He yelled at him. Hey, are you crazy? There are civilians here. What are you doing? A female voice laughed. Are you really that naive? Is this really the time to be worrying about these civilians? Kim Simun. She appeared behind the man. She unleashed her power high into the air. The real fight starts now, Ma Suk said. You scared me to death, but why did nothing happen? She's just bluffing, right? He replied, no, it's real. Oh, this is a rare spatial attribute. She was surprised. Huh. Space. A space enveloped them. The woman asked, oh, you even know about this attribute. Simon continued. It seems to be S rank or maybe even higher. She was excited. What a discerning eye. You guessed right. The S rank attribute, illusion mirror. That is my power. The man turned his head to remind her. Sheen, less talk, more action. She looked at him contemptuously. What for on Ji-yun? He's going to die anyway. Simon analyzed them. Their mouth movements and language are different. It seems they're foreigners, using the arena's translation software. Their names are On Ji-yun and Shin He. Could they be from the continent? Whatever they are, I need to destroy that spatial core first. Sin smiled slyly. It would be a real shame for that face to die. On Ji-yun, go easy on him. I'll take care of the rest. He said slowly, no guarantees. Then On Ji-yun leaped forward. I'm not confident in my ability to control my power. He punched straight down at Simon, but he dodged. On Ji-yun turned his head and smirked. Oh, you dodged that move so easily. Just as expected, you were very agile. This is getting interesting. Ma Suk complained, damn it, that scared me. Where the hell are they? Simon also cursed, son of a bitch. Huh, that guy seems to be diamond rank. He was excited. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Ma Suk was surprised. What the diamond rank? A diamond ranker came to assassinate you. What on earth did you do? Simon replied calmly. Do I look like I know? She said, no, I also don't think you're the type to be targeted. She asked, so what do we do now? He answered, there are two options. One, break the spatial core that Shin is holding and escape. Two, kill all of them. Ma Suk grinned slyly. I vote for option 2. Simon delegated, then I'll handle this guy. You take care of the girl. She cracked her knuckles. All right, now I should try using some of the skills I learned from the heavenly demon. She got into her stance. He encouraged her. Then I'll be counting on you. On Ji-eun realized their thought. Splitting up. They want to fight one-on-one. Then this is to our advantage. Simon ran in a different direction. He chased after him. Stop right there. Kim Simon Shin closed her eyes and sighed. This idiot can't even take down a mere gold ranker. Looks like I have to step in. Ma Suk's voice cursed. Hey, you little small fry. Shin opened one eye. She provoked her. Come on, face me head on. Sin was flustered. Hunt me, Ma Suk laughed. That's right, you pretentious small fry. Aren't we the only two here? Shin got angry. You're clearly just a low-level player. I'm platinum rank, you know. She only jeered. But Ma Suk's nonchalant beckoning gesture said, so what? Sin exploded. This crazy bitch! You don't want to die peacefully, do you? She continued to provoke. A platinum ranker who fights by running her mouth. Never heard of it. She yelled, I'll rip out your tongue and kill you. On the other side, the two men were fighting fiercely. On Ji-eun smirked and cracked his knuckles. Hey, Kim Simon. Are you just going to keep running away like this? Simon observed the situation. This isn't good. There are still civilians here. I can't just recklessly use my power. He suddenly realized, wait a minute. Why are the other awoken? So calm in the face of this battle. Could it be that they're on the same side? Simon gritted his teeth. He showed his sharp claws on his hands, amused. Looks like you've figured it out. Move out, brothers. As he finished, the civilians stripped off their clothes, revealing all black attire underneath. On Ji-eun ordered, take him down at all costs. Simon smirked, ganging up on me. It won't work. His eyes turned golden, creating numerous bolts of lightning. You people always think numbers are everything. Is that so? He jumped up, intending to slash him. I know you can use mind control magic. His eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, now die, Kim Seaman. That's all for my video. The above was a summary of the series. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.